Chapter 31. Play for Your Supper. Rand narrowed his eyes, watching the dust tail that rose ahead, 3 or 4 bends of the road away. Matt was already headed toward the wild hedgerow alongside the roadway. Its evergreen leaves and densely intermeshed branches would hide them as well as a stone wall if they could find a way through to the other side. The other side of the road was marked by the sparse brown skeletons of head-high bushes, and beyond was an open field for half a mile to the woods. It might have been part of a farm not too long abandoned, but it offered no quick hiding place. He tried to judge the speed of the dust tail and the wind. A sudden gust swirled road dust up around him, obscuring everything. He blinked and adjusted the plain, dark scarf around his nose and mouth. None too clean now. It made his face itch, but it kept him from inhaling dust with every breath. A farmer had given it to him, a long-faced man with grooves in his cheeks from worry. "I don't know what you're running from," he had said with an anxious frown. "And I don't want to, you understand? My family." Abruptly, the farmer had dug 2 long scarves out of his coat pocket and pushed the tangle of wool at them. "It's not much, but here. Belong to my boys. They have others. You don't know me, understand? It's hard times." Rand treasured the scarf. The list of kindnesses he had made in his mind in the days since Whitebridge was a short one, and he did not believe it would get much longer. Matt, all but his eyes hidden by the scarf wrapped around his head, hunted swiftly along the tall hedgerow, pulling at the leafy branches. Rand touched the heron-marked hilt at his belt, but let his hand fall away. Once already, cutting a hole through a hedge and almost giving them away. The dust tail was moving toward them and staying together too long. Not the wind. At least it was not raining. Rain settled the dust. No matter how hard it felt, it never turned the hard-packed road to mud, but when it rained there was no dust. Dust was the only warning they had before whoever it was came close enough to hear. Sometimes that was too late. "Here," Matt called softly. He seemed to step right through the hedge. Rand hurried to the spot. Someone had cut a hole there once. It was partly grown over, and from 3 feet away it looked as solid as the rest, but close up there was only a thin screen of branches. As he pushed through, he heard horses coming. Not the wind. He crouched behind the barely covered opening, clutching the hilt of his sword as the horsemen rode by. 5, 6, 7 of them. Plainly dressed men, but swords and spears said they were not villagers. Some wore leather tunics with metal studs, and 2 had round steel caps. Merchants' guards, perhaps, between hirings. Perhaps. One of them casually swung his eyes toward the hedge as he went by the opening, and Rand bared an inch of his sword. Matt snarled silently like a cornered badger squinting above his scarf. His hand was under his coat. He always clutched the dagger from Shadar Logoth when there was danger. Rand was no longer sure if it was to protect himself or to protect the ruby-hilted dagger. Of late, Matt seemed to forget he had a bow sometimes. The riders passed at a slow trot, going somewhere with a purpose, but not too great a haste. Dust sifted through the hedge. Rand waited until the clop of the hooves faded before he stuck his head cautiously back through the hole. The dust tail was well down the road, going the way they had come. Eastward, the sky was clear. He climbed out onto the roadway, watching the column of dust move west. "Not after us," he said, halfway between a statement and a question. Matt scrambled out after him, looking warily in both directions. "Maybe," he said. "Maybe." Rand had no idea which way he meant, but he nodded. Maybe. It had not begun like this, their journey down the Camelin Road. For a long time after leaving Whitebridge, Rand would suddenly find himself staring back down the road behind them. Sometimes he would see someone who made his breath catch, a tall, skinny man hurrying up the road, or a lanky, white-haired fellow up beside the driver of a wagon. But it was always a pack peddler or farmers making their way to market, never Tom Marilyn. Hope faded as the days passed. There was considerable traffic on the road, wagons and carts, people on horses and people afoot. They came singly and in groups, a train of merchants' wagons, or a dozen horsemen together. They did not jam the road, and often there was nothing in sight except the all but leafless trees lining the hard-packed roadbed. But there were certainly more people traveling than Rand had ever seen in the Two Rivers. Most traveled in the same direction that they did, eastward toward Camelin. Sometimes they got a ride in a farmer's wagon for a little distance, a mile or 5, but more often they walked. Men on horseback they avoided. When they spotted even one rider in the distance, they scrambled off the road and hid until he was passed. None ever wore a black cloak, and Rand did not really think a fade would let them see him coming, but there was no point in taking chances. In the beginning, it was just the half-men they feared. The first village after Whitebridge looked so much like Emmonsfield that Rand's steps dragged when he saw it. Thatched roofs with high peaks, and goodwives in their aprons gossiping over the fences between their houses, and children playing on a village green. The women's hair hung unbraided around their shoulders, and other small things were different too, but the whole together was like home. Cows cropped on the green, and geese waddled self-importantly across the road. The children tumbled, laughing, in the dust where the grass was gone altogether. They did not even look around when Rand and Matt went by. That was another thing that was different. Strangers were no oddity there. 2 more did not draw so much as a second glance. Village dogs only raised their heads to sniff as he and Matt passed. None stirred themselves. It was coming on evening as they went through the village, and he felt a pang of homesickness as lights appeared in the windows. No matter what it looks like, a small voice whispered in his mind, it isn't really home. Even if you go into one of those houses, Tam won't be there. If he was, could you look him in the face? You know now, don't you? Except for little things like where you come from and who you are. No fever dreams. He hunched his shoulders against taunting laughter inside his head. You might as well stop, the voice snickered. One place is as good as another when you aren't from anywhere, and the dark one has you marked. Matt tugged at his sleeve, but he pulled loose and stared at the houses. He did not want to stop, but he did want to look and remember. So much like home, but you'll never see that again, will you? Matt yanked at him again. His face was taut, the skin around his mouth and eyes white. Come on, Matt muttered. Come on. He looked at the village as if he suspected something of hiding there. Come on, we can't stop yet. Rand turned in a complete circle, taking in the whole village and sighed. They were not very far from Whitebridge. If the Murdrell could get past Whitebridge's wall without being seen, it would have no trouble at all searching this small village. He let himself be drawn on into the countryside beyond, until the thatched-roofed houses were left behind. Night fell before they found a spot by moonlight, under some bushes still bearing their dead leaves. They filled their bellies with cold water from a shallow rivulet not far away, and curled up on the ground, wrapped in their cloaks, without a fire. A fire could be seen. Better to be cold. Uneasy with his memories, Rand woke often, and every time he could hear Matt muttering and tossing in his sleep. He did not dream, that he could remember, but he did not sleep well. You'll never see home again. That was not the only night they spent with just their cloaks to protect them from the wind, and sometimes the rain, cold and soaking. It was not the only meal they made from nothing but cold water. Between them they had enough coins for a few meals at an inn, but a bed for the night would take too much. Things cost more outside the Two Rivers, more this side of the Aranel than in Baerlon. What money they had left had to be saved for an emergency. One afternoon, Rand mentioned the dagger with the ruby in its hilt, while they were trudging down the road with bellies too empty to rumble, and the sun low and weak, and nothing in view for the coming night but more bushes. Dark clouds built up overhead for rain during the night. He hoped they were lucky, maybe no more than an icy drizzle. He went on a few steps before he realized that Matt had stopped. He stopped too, wriggling his toes in his boots. At least his feet felt warm. He eased the straps across his shoulders. His blanket roll and Tom's bundled cloak were not heavy, but even a few pounds weighed heavy after miles on an empty stomach. "What's the matter, Matt?" he said. "Why are you so anxious to sell it?" Matt demanded angrily. "I found it, after all. You ever think I might like to keep it? For a while, anyway? If you want to sell something, sell that bloody sword." Rand rubbed his hand along the heron-marked hilt. "My father gave this sword to me. It was his. I wouldn't ask you to sell something your father gave you. Blood and ashes, Matt. Do you like going hungry? Anyway, even if I could find somebody to buy it, how much would a sword bring? What would a farmer want with a sword? That ruby would fetch enough to take us all the way to Camelin in a carriage, maybe all the way to Tarvalin. And we'd eat every meal in an inn and sleep every night in a bed. Maybe you like the idea of walking halfway across the world and sleeping on the ground?" He glared at Matt, and his friend glared back. They stood like that in the middle of the road until Matt suddenly gave an uncomfortable shrug and dropped his eyes to the road. "Who would I sell it to, Rand? A farmer would have to pay in chickens. We couldn't buy a carriage with chickens. And even if I showed it in any village we've been through, they'd probably think we stole it. The light knows what would happen then." After a minute, Rand nodded reluctantly. "You're right. I know it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. It's only that I'm hungry and my feet hurt. Mine too." They started down the road again, walking even more wearily than before. The wind gusted up, blowing dust in their faces. "Mine too," Matt coughed. Farms did provide some meals and a few nights out of the cold. A haystack was nearly as warm as a room with a fire, at least compared to lying under the bushes, and a haystack, even one without a tarp over it, kept all but the heaviest rain off, if you dug yourself in deeply enough. Sometimes Matt tried his hand at stealing eggs, and once he attempted to milk a cow left unattended, staked out on a long rope to crop in a field. Most farms had dogs, though, and farm dogs were watchful. A 2-mile run with baying hounds at their heels was too high a price for 2 or 3 eggs, as Rand saw it, especially when the dogs sometimes took hours to go away and let them down out of the tree where they had taken shelter. The hours were what he regretted. He did not really like doing it, but Rand preferred to approach a farmhouse openly in broad daylight. Now and again they had the dog set on them anyway, without a word being said, for the rumors in the Times made everyone who lived apart from other people nervous about strangers. But often an hour or so chopping wood or hauling water would earn a meal and a bed, even if the bed was a pile of straw in the barn. But an hour or two doing chores was an hour or two of daylight when they were standing still. An hour or two for the murdrel to catch up. Sometimes he wondered how many miles a fade could cover in an hour. He begrudged every minute of it, though admittedly not so much when he was wolfing down a good wife's hot soup. And when they had no food, knowing they had spent every possible minute moving toward Camelin did not do much to soothe an empty stomach. Rand could not make up his mind if it was worse to lose time or go hungry, but Matt went beyond worrying about his belly or pursuit. "What do we know about them anyway?" Matt demanded one afternoon while they were mucking out stalls on a small farm. "Light, Matt. What do they know about us?" Rand sneezed. They were working stripped to the waist, and sweat and straw covered them both liberally, and motes of straw dust hung in the air. "What I know is they'll give us some roast lamb and a real bed to sleep in." Matt dug his hayfork into the straw and manure and gave a sidelong frown at the farmer, coming from the back of the barn with a bucket in one hand and his milking stool in the other. A stooped old man with skin like leather and thin gray hair, the farmer slowed when he saw Matt looking at him, then looked away quickly and hurried on out of the barn, slopping milk over the rim of the bucket in his haste. "He's up to something, I tell you," Matt said. "See the way he wouldn't meet my eye? Why are they so friendly to a couple of wanderers they never laid eyes on before? Tell me that." "His wife says we remind her of their grandsons. Will you stop worrying about them? What we have to worry about is behind us, I hope." "He's up to something," Matt muttered. When they finished, they washed up at the trough in front of the barn, their shadows stretching long with the sinking sun. Rand toweled off with his shirt as they walked to the farmhouse. The farmer met them at the door. He leaned on a quarterstaff in a too-casual manner. Behind him, his wife clutched her apron and peered past his shoulder, chewing her lip. Rand sighed. He did not think he and Matt reminded them of their grandsons any longer. "Our sons are coming to visit tonight," the old man said. "All 4 of them. I forgot. They're all 4 coming. Big lads, strong. Be here any time now. I'm afraid we don't have the bed we promised you." His wife thrust a small bundle wrapped in a napkin past him. "Here, it's bread and cheese and pickles and lamb. Enough for 2 meals, maybe. Here." Her wrinkled face asked them to please take it and go. Rand took the bundle. "Thank you. I understand. Come on, Matt." Matt followed him, grumbling while he pulled his shirt over his head. Rand thought it best to cover as many miles as they could before stopping to eat. The old farmer had a dog. It could have been worse, he thought. 3 days earlier, while they were still working, they'd had the dog set on them. The dogs and the farmer and his 2 sons waving cudgels chased them out to the Camelin Road and half a mile down it before giving up. They had barely had time to snatch up their belongings and run. The farmer had carried a bow with a broadhead arrow nocked. "Don't come back here," he had shouted after them. "I don't know what you're up to, but don't let me see your shifty eyes again." Matt had started to turn back, fumbling at his quiver, but Rand pulled him on. "Are you crazy?" Matt gave him a sullen look, but at least he kept running. Rand sometimes wondered if it was worthwhile stopping at farms. The further they went, the more suspicious of strangers Matt became, and the less he was able to hide it, or bothered to. The meals got skimpier for the same work, and sometimes not even the barn was offered as a place of sleep. But then a solution to all their problems came to Rand, or so it seemed, and it came at Grinwell's farm. Master Grinwell and his wife had 9 children, the eldest daughter not more than a year younger than Rand and Matt. Master Grinwell was a sturdy man, and with his children he probably had no need of any more help, but he looked them up and down, taking in their travel-stained clothes and dusty boots, and allowed as how he could always find work for more hands. Mistress Grinwell said that if they were going to eat at her table, they would not do it in those filthy things. She was about to do laundry, and some of her husband's old clothes would fit them well enough for working. She smiled when she said it, and for a minute she looked to Rand just like Mistress Alvier, though her hair was yellow. He had never seen hair that color before. Even Matt seemed to lose some of his tension when her smile touched him. The eldest daughter was another matter. Dark-haired, big-eyed, and pretty, Els grinned impudently at them whenever her parents were not looking. While they worked, moving barrels and sacks of grain in the barn, she hung over a stall door, humming to herself and chewing the end of one long pigtail, watching them. Rand she watched especially. He tried to ignore her, but after a few minutes he put on the shirt Master Grinwell had loaned him. It was tight across the shoulders and too short, but it was better than nothing. Els laughed out loud when he tugged it on. He began to think that this time it would not be Matt's fault when they were chased off. Perrin would know how to handle this, he thought. He'd make some offhand comment, and pretty soon she'd be laughing at his jokes instead of mooning around where her father can see. Only he could not think of any offhand comment or any jokes either. Whenever he looked in her direction, she smiled at him in a way that would have had her father loosing the dogs on them if he saw. Once she told him she liked tall men. All the boys in the farms around here were short. Matt gave a nasty snicker. Wishing he could think of a joke, Rand tried to concentrate on his hay fork. The younger children, at least, were a blessing in Rand's eyes. Matt's wariness always eased a little when there were children around. After supper, they all settled in front of the fireplace, with Master Grinwell in his favorite chair, thumbing his pipe full of tobacco, and Mistress Grinwell fussing with her sewing box and the shirts she had washed for him and Matt. Matt dug out Tom's colored balls and began to juggle. He never did that unless there were children. The children laughed when he pretended to be dropping the balls, snatching them at the last minute. And they clapped for fountains and figure-eights and a 6-ball circle that he really did almost drop. But they took it in good part, Master Grinwell and his wife applauding as hard as their children. When Matt was done, bowing around the room with as many flourishes as Tom might have made, Rand took Tom's flute from its case. He could never handle the instrument without a pang of sadness. Touching its gold and silver scrollwork was like touching Tom's memory. He never handled the harp except to see that it was safe and dry. Tom had always said the harp was beyond a farm boy's clumsy hands. But whenever a farmer allowed them to stay, he always played one tune on the flute after supper. It was just a little something extra to pay the farmer, and maybe a way of keeping Tom's memory fresh. With a laughing mood already set by Matt's juggling, he played 3 Girls in the Meadow. Master and Mistress Grinwell clapped along, and the smaller children danced around the floor, even the smallest boy who could barely walk, stomping his feet in time. He knew he would win no prizes at Beltane, but after Tom's teaching he would not be embarrassed to enter. Els was sitting cross-legged in front of the fire, and as he lowered the flute after the last note, she leaned forward with a long sigh and smiled at him. "You play so beautifully. I never heard anything so beautiful." Mistress Grinwell suddenly paused in her sewing and raised an eyebrow at her daughter, then gave Rand a long, appraising look. He had picked up the leather case to put the flute away, but under her stare he dropped the case and almost the flute, too. If she accused him of trifling with her daughter, in desperation he put the flute back to his lips and played another song. Then another, and another. Mistress Grinwell kept watching him. He played The Wind That Shakes the Willow and Coming Home from Tarwin's Gap, and Mistress Inora's Rooster, and The Old Black Bear. He played every song he could think of, but she never took her eyes off him. She never said anything either, but she watched and weighed. It was late when Master Grinwell finally stood up, chuckling and rubbing his hands together. "Well, this has been rare fun, but it's way past our bedtime. You travelin' lads make your own hours, but morning comes early on a farm. I'll tell you, lads, I have paid good money at an inn for no better entertainment than I've had this night. For worse." "I think they should have a reward, Father," Mistress Grinwell said as she picked up her youngest boy, who had long since fallen asleep in front of the fire. "The barn is no fit place to sleep. They can sleep in Els's room tonight, and she will sleep with me." Els grimaced. She was careful to keep her head down, but Rand saw it. He thought her mother did, too. Master Grinwell nodded. Yes, much better than the barn. If you don't mind sleeping two to a bed, that is." Rand flushed. Mistress Grinwell was still looking at him. "I do wish I could hear more of that flute, and your juggling, too. I like that. You know, there's a little task you could help with tomorrow, and—" "They'll be wanting an early start, Father," Mistress Grinwell cut in. "Arion is the next village the way they're going, and if they intend to try their luck at the inn there, they'll have to walk all day to get there before dark." "Yes, mistress," Rand said, "we will, and thank you." She gave him a tight-lipped smile, as if she knew very well that his thanks were for more than her advice, or even supper and a warm bed. The whole next day Matt twitted him about Els as they made their way down the road. He kept trying to change the subject, and what the Grinwells had suggested about performing at inns was the easiest thing to mind. In the morning, with Els pouting as he left, and Mistress Grinwell watching with a sharp-eyed look of good riddance and soonest mended, it was just something to keep Matt from talking. By the time they did reach the next village, it was something else again. With dusk descending, they entered the only inn in Arion, and Rand spoke to the innkeeper. He played Ferry Over the River, which the plump innkeeper called Darling Sarah, and part of The Road to Dunaran, and Matt did a little juggling, and the upshot was that they slept in a bed that night and ate roasted potatoes and hot beef. It was the smallest room in the inn, to be sure, up under the eaves in the back, and the meal came in the middle of a long night of playing and juggling, but it was still a bed beneath a roof. Even better to Rand, every daylight hour had been spent traveling, and the inn's patrons did not seem to care if Matt stared at them suspiciously. Some of them even looked askance at one another. The times made suspicion of strangers a commonplace, and there were always strangers at an inn. Rand slept better than he had since leaving Whitebridge, despite sharing a bed with Matt and his nocturnal muttering. In the morning, the innkeeper tried to talk them into staying another day or two, but when he could not, he called over a bleary-eyed farmer who had drunk too much to drive his cart home the night before. An hour later, they were 5 miles further east, sprawling on their backs on the straw in the back of Easel Forney's cart. That became the way of their traveling. With a little luck, and maybe a ride or two, they could almost always reach the next village by dark. If there was more than one inn in a village, the innkeepers would bid for them once they heard Rand's flute and saw Matt juggle. Together, they still did not come close to a gleeman, but they were more than most villages saw in a year. 2 or 3 inns in a town meant a better room with 2 beds and more generous portions of a better cut of meat, and sometimes even a few coppers in their pockets when they left besides. In the mornings, there was almost always someone to offer a ride, another farmer who had stayed too late and drunk too much, or a merchant who had liked their entertainment enough not to mind if they hopped up on the back of one of his wagons. Rand began to think their problems were over till they reached Camelin. But then they came to Four Kings. Chapter 32. Four Kings in Shadow. The village was bigger than most, but still a scruffy town to bear a name like Four Kings. As usual, the Camelin Road ran straight through the center of the town, but another heavily traveled highway came in from the south, too. Most villages were markets and gathering places for the farmers of the area, but there were few farmers to be seen here. Four Kings survived as a stopover for merchants' wagon trains on their way to Camelin and to the mining towns in the mountains of mist beyond Baerlon, as well as the villages between. The southern road carried Lugard's trade with the mines in the west. Lugarder merchants going to Camelin had a more direct route. The surrounding country held few farms, barely enough to feed themselves in the town, and everything in the village centered on the merchants and their wagons, the men who drove them and the laborers who loaded the goods. Plots of bare earth, ground to dust, lay scattered through Four Kings, filled with wagons parked wheel to wheel and abandoned except for a few bored guards. Stables and horse lots lined the streets, all of which were wide enough to allow wagons to pass and deeply rutted from too many wheels. There was no village green, and the children played in the ruts, dodging wagons and the curses of wagon drivers. Village women, their heads covered with scarves, kept their eyes down and walked quickly, sometimes followed by wagoneers' comments that made Rand blush. Even Matt gave a start at some of them. No woman stood gossiping over the fence with a neighbor. Drab wooden houses stood cheek by jowl, with only narrow alleys between and whitewash, where anyone had bothered to whitewash the weathered boards, faded as if it had not been freshened in years. Heavy shutters on the houses had not been open in so long that the hinges were solid lumps of rust. Noise hung over everything, clanging from blacksmiths, shouts from the wagon drivers, raucous laughter from the town's inns. Rand swung down from the back of a merchant's canvas-topped wagon as they came abreast of a garishly painted inn, all greens and yellows that caught the eye from afar among the leaden houses. The line of wagons kept moving. None of the drivers even seemed to notice that he and Matt had gone. Dusk was falling, and they all had their eyes on unhitching the horses and reaching the inns. Rand stumbled in a rut, then leaped quickly to avoid a heavy-laden wagon, clattering the other way. The driver shouted a curse at him as the wagon rolled by. A village woman stepped around him and hurried on without ever meeting his eye. "I don't know about this place," he said. He thought he could hear music mixed in the din, but he could not tell from where it was coming. From the inn, maybe, but it was hard to be sure. "I don't like it. Maybe we'd better go on this time." Matt gave him a scornful look, then rolled his eyes at the sky. Dark clouds thickened overhead. "And sleep under a hedge tonight? In that? I'm used to a bed again." He cocked his head to listen, then grunted. "Maybe one of these places doesn't have musicians. Anyway, I'll bet they don't have a juggler." He slung his bow across his shoulders and started for the bright yellow door, studying everything through narrowed eyes. Rand followed doubtfully. There were musicians inside, their zither and drum almost drowned in coarse laughter and drunken shouting. Rand did not bother to find the landlord. The next two inns had musicians as well, and the same deafening cacophony. Roughly dressed men filled the tables and stumbled across the floor, waving mugs and trying to fondle serving maids who dodged with fixed, long-suffering smiles. The building shook with the racket, and the smell was sour, a stench of old wine and unwashed bodies. Of the merchants, in their silk and velvet and lace, there was no sign. Private dining rooms above stairs protected their ears and noses. He and Matt only put their heads in the doors before leaving. He was beginning to think they would have no choice but to move on. The fourth inn, the Dancing Cartman, stood silent. It was as gaudy as the other inns, yellow-trimmed in bright red and bilious, eye-wrenching green, though here the paint was cracked and peeling. Rand and Matt stepped inside. Only half a dozen men sat at the tables that filled the common room, hunched over their mugs, each one glumly alone with his thoughts. Business was definitely not good, but it had been bitter once. Exactly as many serving maids as there were patrons busied themselves around the room. There was plenty for them to do. Dirt crusted the floor and cobwebs filled the corners of the ceiling, but most were not doing anything really useful, only moving so they would not be seen standing still. A bony man with long, stringy hair to his shoulders turned to scowl at them as they came through the door. The first slow peal of thunder rumbled across Four Kings. "What do you want?" He was rubbing his hands on a greasy apron that hung to his ankles. Rand wondered if more grime was coming off on the apron or on the man's hands. He was the first skinny innkeeper Rand had seen. "Well, speak up. Buy a drink or get out. Do I look like a rarey show?" Flushing, Rand launched into the spiel he had perfected at inns before this. "I play the flute and my friend juggles, and you'll not see two better in a year. For a good room and a good meal, we'll fill this common room of yours." He remembered the filled common rooms he had already seen that evening, especially the man who had vomited right in front of him at the last one. He had had to step lively to keep his boots untouched. He faltered, but caught himself and went on. "We'll fill your inn with men who will repay the little we cost 20 times over with the food and drink they buy. Why should—" "I've got a man plays the dulcimer," the innkeeper said sourly. "You have a drunk, Samuel Hake," one of the serving maids said. She was passing him with a tray and 2 mugs, and she paused to give Rand and Matt a plump smile. "Most times, he can't see well enough to find the common room," she confided in a loud whisper. "Haven't even seen him in 2 days." Without taking his eyes off Rand and Matt, Hake casually backhanded her across the face. She gave a surprised grunt and fell heavily to the unwashed floor. One of the mugs broke, and the spilled wine washed rivulets in the dirt. "You're docked for the wine and breakage. Get 'em fresh drinks, and hurry. Men don't pay to wait while you laze around." His tone was as offhand as the blow. None of the patrons looked up from their wine, and the other serving maids kept their eyes averted. The plump woman rubbed her cheek and stared pure murder at Hake, but she gathered the empty mug and the broken pieces on her tray and went off without a word. Hake sucked his teeth thoughtfully, eyeing Rand and Matt. His gaze clung to the heron-marked sword before he pulled it away. "Tell you what," he said finally. "You can have a couple of pallets and an empty storeroom in the back. Rooms are too expensive to give away. You eat when everybody's gone. There ought to be something left." Rand wished there was an inn in Four Kings they had not yet tried. Since leaving Whitebridge, he had met coolness, indifference, and outright hostility, but nothing that gave him the sense of unease that this man and this village did. He told himself it was just the dirt and squalor and noise, but the misgivings did not go away. Matt was watching Hake as if he suspected some trap, but he gave no sign of wanting to give up the dancing cartman for a bed under a hedge. Thunder rattled the windows. Rand sighed. "The pallets will do if they're clean, and if there are enough clean blankets. But we eat 2 hours after full dark, no later, and the best you have. Here, we'll show you what we can do." He reached for the flute case, but Hake shook his head. "Don't matter. This lot'll be satisfied with any kind of screeching so long as it sounds something like music." His eyes touched Rand's sword again. His thin smile touched nothing but his lips. "Eat when you want, but if you don't bring the crowd in, out you go in the street." He nodded over his shoulder at 2 hard-faced men sitting against the wall. They were not drinking, and their arms were thick enough for legs. When Hake nodded at them, their eyes shifted to Rand and Matt, flat and expressionless. Rand put one hand on his sword hilt, hoping the twisting in his stomach did not show on his face. "As long as we get what's agreed on," he said in a level tone. Hake blinked, and for a moment he seemed uneasy himself. Abruptly he nodded. "What I said, isn't it? Well, get started. You won't bring anybody in just standing there." He stalked off, scowling and shouting at the serving maids as if there were 50 customers they were neglecting. There was a small raised platform at the far end of the room, near the door to the back. Rand lifted a bench up on it and settled his cloak, blanket roll, and Tom's bundled cloak behind the bench with the sword lying atop them. He wondered if he had been wise to keep wearing the sword openly. Swords were common enough, but the heron mark attracted attention and speculation. Not from everybody, but any notice at all made him uncomfortable. He could be leaving a clear trail for the Myrddraal, if Fades needed that kind of trail. They did not seem to. In any case, he was reluctant to stop wearing it. Tam had given it to him, his father. As long as he wore the sword, there was still some connection between Tam and him, a thread that gave him the right to still call Tam father. Too late now, he thought. He was not sure what he meant, but he was sure it was true. Too late. At the first note of Cock of the North, the half-dozen patrons in the common room lifted their heads out of their wine. Even the two bouncers sat forward a little. They all applauded when he finished, including the two toughs, and once more when Matt sent a shower of colored balls spinning through his hands. Outside, the sky muttered again. The rain was holding off, but the pressure of it was palpable. The longer it waited, the harder it would fall. Word spread, and by the time it was dark outside, the inn was packed full, with men laughing and talking so loud that Rand could barely hear what he was playing. Only the thunder overpowered the noise in the common room. Lightning flashed in the windows, and in the momentary lulls he could faintly hear rain drumming on the roof. Men who came in now dripped trails across the floor. Whenever he paused, voices shouted the names of tunes through the din. A good many names he did not recognize, though when he got someone to hum a bit of it, he often found he did know the song. It had been that way other places before. Jolly Jayham was Ria's fling here, and had been Colors of the Sun at an earlier stop. Some names stayed the same, others changed with 10 miles distance, and he had learned new songs too. The Drunken Peddler was a new one, though sometimes it was called Tinker in the Kitchen. Two Kings Came Hunting was Two Horses Running, and several other names besides. He played the ones he knew, and men pounded the tables for more. Others called for Matt to juggle again. Sometimes fights broke out between those wanting music and those who fancied juggling. Once a knife flashed, and a woman screamed, and a man reeled back from a table with blood streaming down his face. But Jack and Strum, the two bouncers, closed in swiftly, and with complete impartiality threw everyone involved into the street with lumps on their heads. That was their tactic with any trouble. The talk and the laughing went on as if nothing had occurred. Nobody even looked around except those the bouncers jostled on their way to the door. The patrons were free with their hands, too, when one of the serving maids let herself grow unwary. More than once Jack or Strum had to rescue one of the women, though they were none too quick about it. The way Hake carried on, screaming and shaking the woman involved, he always considered it her fault, and the teary eyes and stammered apologies said she was willing to accept his opinion. The women jumped whenever Hake frowned, even if he was looking somewhere else. Rand wondered why any of them put up with it. Hake smiled when he looked at Rand and Matt. After a while, Rand realized Hake was not smiling at them. The smiles came when his eyes slid behind them, to where the heron-marked sword lay. Once, when Rand set the gold and silver-chased flute down beside his stool, the flute got a smile, too. The next time he changed places with Matt at the front of the dais, he leaned over to speak in Matt's ear. Even that close, he had to speak loudly, but with all the noise, he doubted if anyone else could hear. "Hake's going to try to rob us." Matt nodded as if it was nothing he had not expected. "We'll have to bar our door tonight." "Bar our door? Jack and Strom could break down a door with their fists. Let's get out of here." "Wait till after we eat, at least. I'm hungry." "They can't do anything here," Matt added. The packed common room shouted impatiently for them to get on with it. Hake was glaring at them. "Anyway, you want to sleep outside tonight?" An especially strong crack of lightning drowned out everything else, and for an instant, the light through the windows was stronger than the lamps. "I just want to get out without my head being broken," Rand said, but Matt was already slouching back to take his rest on the stool. Rand sighed and launched into The Road to Dunarren. A lot of them seemed to like that one. He had already played it 4 times, and they still shouted for it. The trouble was, Matt was right, as far as he went. He was hungry, too, and he could not see how Hake would give them any trouble while the common room was full, and getting fuller. For every man who left or was thrown out by Jack and Strum, 2 came in from the street. They shouted for the juggling, or for a particular tune, but mostly they were interested in drinking and fondling the serving maids. One man was different, though. He stood out in every way among the crowd and the dancing cartmen. Merchants apparently had no use for the run-down inn. There were not even any private dining rooms for them, as far as he could make out. The patrons were all rough-dressed, with the tough skin of men who labored in the sun and wind. This man was sleekly fleshy, with a soft look to his hands, and a velvet coat and a dark green velvet cloak lined with blue silk was slung around his shoulders. All of his clothes had an expensive cut to them. His shoes, soft velvet slippers, not boots, were not made for the rutted streets of Four Kings, or for any streets at all, for that matter. He came in well after dark, shaking the rain off his cloak as he looked around, a twist of distaste on his mouth. He scanned the room once, already turning to go, then suddenly gave a start at nothing Rand could see and sat down at a table Jack and Strom had just emptied. A serving maid stopped at his table, then brought him a mug of wine which he pushed to one side and never touched again. She seemed in a hurry to leave his table both times, though he did not try to touch her or even look at her. Whatever it was about him that made her uneasy, others who came close to him noticed it too. For all of his soft look, whenever some callous-handed wagon driver decided to share his table, one glance was all it took to send the man looking elsewhere. He sat as if there were no one else in the room but him, and Rand and Matt. Them he watched over steepled hands that glittered with a ring on each finger. He watched them with a smile of satisfied recognition. Rand murmured to Matt as they were changing places again, and Matt nodded. "I saw him," he muttered. "Who is he? I keep thinking I know him." The same thought had occurred to Rand, tickling the back of his memory, but he could not bring it forward. Yet he was sure that face was one he had never seen before. When they had been performing for 2 hours, as near as Rand could estimate, he slipped the flute into its case, and he and Matt gathered up their belongings. As they were stepping down from the low platform, Hake came bustling up, anger twisting his narrow face. "It's time to eat," Rand said to forestall him, "and we don't want our things stolen. You want to tell the cook?" Hake hesitated, still angry, trying unsuccessfully to keep his eyes off what Rand held in his arms. Casually, Rand shifted his bundles so he could rest one hand on the sword. "Or you can try throwing us out." He made the emphasis deliberately, then added, "There's a lot of night left for us to play yet. We have to keep our strength up if we're going to perform well enough to keep this crowd spending money. How long do you think this room will stay full if we fall over from hunger?" Hake's eyes twitched over the room full of men, putting money in his pocket. Then he turned and stuck his head through the door to the rear of the inn. "Feed 'em!" he shouted. Rounding on Rand and Matt, he snarled, "Don't be all night about it. I expect you up there till the last man's gone." Some of the patrons were shouting for the musician and the juggler, and Hake turned to soothe them. The man in the velvet cloak was one of the anxious ones. Rand motioned to Matt to follow him. A stout door separated the kitchen from the front of the inn, and, except when it opened to let a serving maid through, the rain pounding the roof was louder in the kitchen than the shouts from the common room. It was a big room, hot and steamy from stoves and ovens, with a huge table covered with half-prepared food and dishes ready to be served. Some of the serving maids sat clustered on a bench near the rear door, rubbing their feet and chattering away all at once with the fat cook, who talked back at the same time and waved a big spoon to emphasize her points. They all glanced up as Rand and Matt came in, but it did not slow their conversation or stop their foot-rubbing. "We ought to get out of here while we have the chance," Rand said softly, but Matt shook his head, his eyes fixed on the 2 plates the cook was filling with beef and potatoes and peas. She hardly looked at the 2 of them, keeping up her talk with the other women while she pushed things aside on the table with her elbows and set the plates down, adding forks. "After we eat is time enough." Matt slid onto a bench and began using his fork as if it were a shovel. Rand sighed, but he was right behind Matt. He had had only a butt end of bread to eat since the night before. His belly felt as empty as a beggar's purse, and the cooking smells that filled the kitchen did not help. He quickly had his mouth full, though Matt was getting his plate refilled by the cook before he had finished half of his. He did not mean to eavesdrop on the women's talk, but some of the words reached out and grabbed him. "Sounds crazy to me." "Crazy or not, it's what I hear. He went to half the inns in town before he came here. Just walked in, looked around, and walked out without saying one word, even at the Royal Inn. Like it wasn't raining at all. Maybe he thought here was the most comfortable. That brought gales of laughter.
"What I hear is, he didn't even get to Four Kings till after nightfall, and his horses blowing like they've been pushed hard."
"Where'd he come from to get caught out after dark? Nobody but a fool or a madman travels anywhere and plans it that badly."
"Well, maybe he's a fool, but he's a rich one. I hear he even has another carriage for his servants and baggage. There's money there, mark my words. Did you see that cloak of his? I wouldn't mind having that my own self." "He's a little plump for my taste, but I always say a man can't be too fat if enough gold comes with it."
They all doubled over giggling, and the cook threw back her head and roared with laughter. Rand dropped his fork on his plate. A thought he did not like bubbled in his head. "I'll be back in a minute," he said. Matt barely nodded, stuffing a piece of potato into his mouth. Rand picked up his sword belt along with his cloak as he stood, and buckled it around his waist on the way to the back door. No one paid him any mind. The rain was bucketing down. He swung his cloak around his shoulders and pulled the hood over his head, holding the cloak closed as he trotted across the stable yard. A curtain of water hid everything except when lightning flashed, but he found what he was hunting. The horses had been taken into the stable, but the two black-lacquered carriages glistened wetly outside. Thunder grumbled, and a bolt of lightning streaked above the inn. In the brief burst of light, he made out a name in gold script on the coach doors. Howell Goad. Unmindful of the rain beating at him, he stood staring at the name he could no longer see. He remembered where he had last seen black-lacquered coaches with their owners' names on the door, and sleek, overfed men in silk-lined velvet cloaks and velvet slippers. Whitebridge. A Whitebridge merchant could have a perfectly legitimate reason to be on his way to Camelin. A reason that sends him to half the inns in town before he chooses the one where you are. A reason that makes him look at you as if he's found what he's searching for. Rand shivered, and suddenly he was aware of rain trickling down his back. His cloak was tightly woven, but it had never been meant to stand up to this kind of downpour. He hurried back to the inn, splashing through deepening puddles. Jack blocked the door as he started through. "Well, well, well. Out here alone in the dark. Dark's dangerous, boy." Rain slicked Rand's hair down across his forehead. The stable yard was empty except for them. He wondered if Hake had decided he wanted the sword and the flute badly enough to forego keeping the crowd in the common room. Brushing water out of his eyes with one hand, he put the other on his sword. Even wet, the knobby leather made a sure grip for his fingers. Has Hake decided all those men will stay just for his ale instead of going where there's entertainment, too? If he has, we'll call the meal even for what we've done so far and be on our way. Dry in the doorway, the big man looked out at the rain and snorted. "In this?" His eyes slid down to Rand's hand on the sword. "You know, me and Strom got a bet. He figures you stole that from your old grandmother. Me? I figure your grandmother'd kick you around the pig pen and hang you out to dry." He grinned. His teeth were crooked and yellow, and the grin made him look even meaner. "Night's long yet, boy." Rand brushed past him, and Jack let him by with an ugly chuckle. Inside, he tossed off his cloak and dropped on the bench at the table he had left only minutes before. Matt was done with his second plate and working on a third, eating more slowly now, but intently, as if he planned to finish every bite if it killed him. Jack took up a place by the door to the stable yard, leaning against the wall and watching them. Even the cook seemed to feel no urge to talk with him there. "He's from Whitebridge," Rand said softly. There was no need to say who he was. Matt's head swiveled toward him, a piece of beef on the end of the fork suspended halfway to his mouth. Conscious of Jack watching, Rand stirred the food on his plate. He could not have gotten a mouthful down if he had been starving, but he tried to pretend an interest in the peas as he told Matt about the carriages and what the women had said in case Matt had not been listening. Obviously, he had not been. Matt blinked in surprise and whistled between his teeth, then frowned at the meat on his fork and grunted as he tossed the fork onto his plate. Rand wished he would make at least an effort to be circumspect. "After us," Matt said when he finished. The creases in Matt's forehead deepened. "A dark friend?" "Maybe, I don't know." Rand glanced at Jack, and the big man stretched elaborately, shrugging shoulders as big as any blacksmith's. "Do you think we can get past him? Now without him making enough noise to bring Hake and the other one. I knew we should never have stopped here." Rand gaped, but before he could say anything, Hake pushed through the door from the common room. Strom bulked large over his shoulder. Jack stepped in front of the back door.
"You going to eat all night?" Hake barked. "I didn't feed you so you could lie around out here."
Rand looked at his friend. Later, Matt mouthed, and they gathered their things under the watchful eyes of Hake, Strom, and Jack. In the common room, cries for juggling and the names of tunes burst through the clamor as soon as Rand and Matt appeared. The man in the velvet cloak, Howell Goad, still appeared to ignore everyone around him, but he was nonetheless seated on the edge of his chair. At the sight of them, he leaned back, the satisfied smile returning to his lips. Rand took the first turn at the front of the dais, playing Drawing Water from the Well, with only half his mind on it. No one seemed to notice the few wrong notes. He tried to think of how they were going to get away and tried to avoid looking at Goad, too. If he was after them, there was no point in letting him know they knew it. As for getting away, he had never realized before what a good trap an inn made. Hake, Jack, and Strom did not even have to keep a close eye on them. The crowd would let them know if he or Matt left the dais. As long as the common room was full of people, Hake could not send Jack and Strom after them, but as long as the common room was full of people, they could not get away without Hake knowing. And Goad was watching their every move, too. It was so funny he would have laughed if he had not been on the point of throwing up. They would just have to be wary and wait their chance. When he changed places with Matt, Rand groaned to himself. Matt glared at Hake, at Strom, at Jack, without a care to whether they noticed or wondered why. When he was not actually handling the balls, his hand rested under his coat. Rand hissed at him, but he paid no attention. If Hake saw that ruby, he might not wait until they were alone. If the men in the common room saw it, half of them might join in with Hake. Worst of all, Matt stared at the Whitebridge merchant, the dark friend, twice as hard as at anyone else, and Goad noticed. There was no way he could avoid noticing. But it did not disturb his aplomb in the least. His smile deepened, if anything, and he nodded to Matt as if to an old acquaintance, then looked at Rand and raised a questioning eyebrow. Rand did not want to know what the question was. He tried to avoid looking at the man, but he knew it was too late for that. Too late. Too late again. Only one thing seemed to shake the velvet-cloaked man's equilibrium. Rand's sword. He had left it on. 2 or 3 men staggered up to ask if he thought his playing was so bad that he needed protection, but none of them had noticed the heron on the hilt. Goad noticed. His pale hands clenched, and he frowned at the sword for a long time before his smile came back. When it did, it was not as sure as before. One good thing at least, Rand thought. If he believes I can live up to the heron mark, maybe he'll leave us alone. Then all we have to worry about is Hake and his bullies. It was hardly a comforting thought, and sword or no sword, Goad kept watching, and smiling. To Rand, the night seemed to last a year. All those eyes looking at him, Hake and Jack and Strom, like vultures watching a sheep caught in a bog, Goad waiting like something even worse. He began to think that everybody in the room was watching with some hidden motive. Sour wine fumes and the stench of dirty, sweating bodies made his head swim, and the din of voices beat at him till his eyes blurred, and even the sound of his own flute scratched at his ears. The crash of the thunder seemed to be inside his skull. Weariness hung on him like an iron weight. Eventually, the need to be up with the dawn began to pull men reluctantly out into the dark. A farmer had only himself to answer to, but merchants were notoriously unfeeling about hangovers when they were paying drivers' wages. In the small hours, the common room slowly emptied as even those who had rooms above stairs staggered off to find their beds. Goad was the last patron. When Rand reached for the leather flute case, yawning, Goad stood up and slung his cloak over his arm. The serving maids were cleaning up, muttering among themselves about the mess of spilled wine and broken crockery. Hake was locking the front door with a big key. Goad cornered Hake for a moment, and Hake called one of the women to show him to a room. The velvet-cloaked man gave Matt and Rand a knowing smile before he disappeared upstairs. Hake was looking at Rand and Matt. Jack and Strom stood at his shoulders. Rand hastily finished hanging his things from his shoulders, holding them all awkwardly behind him with his left hand so he could reach his sword. He made no move toward it, but he wanted to know it was ready. He suppressed a yawn. How tired he was something they should not know. Matt shouldered his bow and his few other belongings awkwardly, but he put his hand under his coat as he watched Hake and his toughs approach. Hake was carrying an oil lamp, and to Rand's surprise, he gave a little bow and gestured to a side door with it. "Your pallets are this way." Only a slight twist of his lips spoiled his act. Matt thrust his chin out at Jack and Strom. "You need those two to show us our beds?" "I'm a man of property," Hake said, smoothing the front of his soiled apron, "and men of property can't be too careful." A crash of thunder rattled the windows, and he glanced significantly at the ceiling, then gave them a toothy grin. "You want to see your beds or not?" Rand wondered what would happen if he said they wanted to leave. If you really did know more about using a sword than the few exercises Land showed you. "Lead the way," he said, trying to make his voice hard. "I don't like having anybody behind me." Strom snickered, but Hake nodded placidly and turned toward the side door, and the two big men swaggered after him. Taking a deep breath, Rand gave a wishful glance at the door to the kitchen. If Hake had already locked the back door, running now would only begin what he was hoping to avoid. He followed the innkeeper glumly. At the side door, he hesitated, and Matt crowded into his back. The reason for Hake's lamp was apparent. The door led into a hall as black as pitch. Only the lamp Hake carried, silhouetting Jack and Strom, gave him the courage to keep on. If they turned, he would know it. And do what? The floor creaked under his boots. The hall ended in a rough, unpainted door. He had not seen if there were any other doors along the way. Hake and his bullies went through, and he followed quickly before they could have a chance to set a trap. But Hake merely lifted the lamp high and gestured at the room. "Here it is." An old storeroom, he had called it, and by the look of it, not used in some time. Weathered barrels and broken crates filled half the floor. Steady drips from more than one place on the ceiling, and a broken pane in the filthy window let the rain blow in freely. Unidentifiable odds and ends littered the shelves, and thick dust covered almost everything. The presence of the promised pallets was a surprise. "The sword makes him nervous. He won't try anything until we're sound asleep." Rand had no intention of sleeping under Hake's roof. As soon as the innkeeper left, he intended to be out the window. "It'll do," he said. He kept his eyes on Hake, wary for a signal to the two grinning men at the innkeeper's side. It was an effort not to wet his lips. "Leave the lamp." Hake grunted, but pushed the lamp onto a shelf. He hesitated, looking at them, and Rand was sure he was about to give the word for Jack and Strom to jump them. But his eyes went to Rand's sword with a calculating frown, and he jerked his head at the two big men. Surprise flashed from across their broad faces, but they followed him out of the room without a backward glance. Rand waited for the creak, creak, creak of their footsteps to fade away, then counted to 50 before sticking his head into the hall. The blackness was broken only by a rectangle of light that seemed as distant as the moon, the door to the common room. As he pulled his head in, something big moved in the darkness near the far door. Jack or Strom, standing guard. A quick examination of the door told him all he needed to know, little of it good. The boards were thick and stout, but there was no lock and no bar on the inside. It did open into the room, though. "I thought they were going for us," Matt said. "What are they waiting for?" He had the dagger out, gripped in a white-knuckled fist. Lamplight flickered on the blade. His bow and quiver lay forgotten on the floor. "For us to go to sleep." Rand started rummaging through the barrels and crates. "Help me find something to block the door." "Why? You don't really intend to sleep here, do you?" "Let's get out the window and gone. I'd rather be wet than dead." "One of them is at the end of the hall. We make any noise, and they'll be down on us before we can blink. I think Hake would rather face us awake than risk letting us get away." Muttering, Matt joined his search, but there was nothing useful in any of the litter on the floor. The barrels were empty, the crates splintered, and the whole lot of them piled in front of the door would not stop anyone from opening it. Then something familiar on a shelf caught Rand's eye. 2 splitting wedges covered with rust and dust. He took them down with a grin. Hastily he shoved them under the door, and, when the next roll of thunder rattled the inn, drove them in with 2 quick kicks of his heel. The thunder faded, and he held his breath, listening. All he heard was the rain pounding on the roof. No floorboards creaking under running feet. "The window," he said. It had not been opened in years from the dirt crusted around it. They strained together, pushing up with all their might. Rand's knees wobbled before the sash budged. It groaned with each reluctant inch. When the opening was wide enough for them to slip through, he crouched, then stopped. "Blood and ashes," Matt growled. "No wonder Hake wasn't worried about us slipping out." Iron bars in an iron frame glistened wetly in the light from the lamp. Rand pushed at them. They were as solid as a boulder. "I saw something," Matt said. He pawed hurriedly through the litter on the shelves and came back with a rusty crowbar. He rammed the end of it under the iron frame on one side, and Rand winced. "Remember the noise, Matt." Matt grimaced and muttered under his breath, but he waited. Rand put his hands in the crowbar and tried to find good footing in the growing puddle of water under the window. Thunder rolled and they heaved. With a tortured squeal of nails that made the hairs lift on Rand's neck, the frame shifted. 1/4 of an inch, if that. Timing themselves to peals of thunder and lightning cracks, they heaved on the crowbar again and again. Nothing. 1/4 of an inch. Nothing. A hair's breadth. Nothing. Nothing. Suddenly Rand's feet slipped in the water and they crashed to the floor. The crowbar clattered against the bars like a gong. He lay in a puddle, holding his breath and listening. Silence but for the rain. Matt nursed bruised knuckles and glared at him. "We'll never get out at this rate." The iron frame was pushed out from the window not quite far enough to get 2 fingers under it. Dozens of thick nails crossed the narrow opening. "We just have to keep trying," Rand said, getting up. But as he set the crowbar under the edge of the frame, the door creaked as someone tried to open it. The splitting wedges held it shut. He exchanged a worried look with Matt. Matt pulled the dagger out again. The door gave another creak. Rand took a deep breath and tried to make his voice steady. "Go away, Hake. We're trying to sleep." "I fear you mistake me." The voice was so sleek and full of itself that it named its owner, Howell Goad. "Master Hake and his minions will not trouble us. They sleep soundly, and in the morning they will only be able to wonder where you vanished to. Let me in, my young friends. We must talk." "We don't have anything to talk to you about," Matt said. "Go away and let us sleep." Goad's chuckle was nasty. "Of course we have things to talk about. You know that as well as I. I saw it in your eyes. I know what you are, perhaps better than you do. I can feel it coming from you in waves. Already you halfway belong to my master. Stop running and accept it. Things will be so much easier for you. If the Tarvallen hags find you, you'll wish you could cut your own throat before they are done. But you won't be able to. Only my master can protect you from them." Rand swallowed hard. "We don't know what you're talking about. Leave us alone." The floorboards in the hall squeaked. Goad was not alone. How many men could he have brought in 2 carriages? "Stop being foolish, my young friends. You know very well. The great Lord of the Dark has marked you for his own. It is written that when he awakes, the new Dreadlords will be there to praise him. You must be 2 of them, else I would not have been sent to find you. Think of it. Life everlasting and power beyond dreams." His voice was thick with hunger for that power himself. Rand glanced back at the window just as lightning split the sky, and he almost groaned. The brief flash of light showed men outside, men ignoring the rain that drenched them as they stood watching the window. "I tire of this," Goad announced. "You will submit to my master, to your master, or you will be made to submit. That would not be pleasant for you. The great Lord of the Dark rules death, and he can give life in death or death in life as he chooses. Open this door! One way or another, your running is at an end. Open it, I say!" He must have said something else, too, for suddenly a heavy body thudded against the door. It shivered, and the wedges slid a fraction of an inch with a grate of rust rubbing off on wood. Again and again the door trembled as bodies hurled themselves at it. Sometimes the wedges held. Sometimes they slid another tiny bit. And bit by tiny bit the door crept inexorably inward. "Submit," Goad demanded from the hall, "or spend eternity wishing that you had." "If we don't have any choice," Matt licked his lips under Rand's stare. His eyes darted like the eyes of a badger in a trap. His face was pale, and he panted as he spoke. "We could say yes, and then get away later. Blood and ashes, Rand, there's no way out." The words seemed to drift to Rand through wool stuffed in his ears. No way out. Thunder muttered overhead and was drowned in a slash of lightning. Have to find a way out. Goad called to them, demanding, appealing. The door slid another inch toward being open. A way out. Light filled the room, flooding vision. The air roared and burned. Rand felt himself picked up and dashed against the wall. He slid down in a heap, ears ringing and every hair on his body trying to stand on end. Dazed, he staggered to his feet. His knees wobbled and he put a hand against the wall to steady himself. He looked around in amazement. The lamp, lying on its side on the edge of one of the few shelves still clinging to the walls, still burned and gave light. All the barrels and crates, some blackened and smoldering, lay toppled where they had been hurled. The window, bars and all, and most of the wall too, had vanished, leaving a splintered hole. The roof sagged and tendrils of smoke fought the rain around the jagged edges of the opening. The door hung off its hinges, jammed in the doorframe at an angle slanting into the hall. With a feeling of woozy unreality, he stood the lamp up. It seemed the most important thing in the world was making sure it did not break. A pile of crates suddenly heaved apart, and Matt stood up in the middle of it. He weaved on his feet, blinking and fumbling at himself as if wondering if everything was still attached. He peered toward Rand. "Rand? Is that you? You're alive. I thought we were both—" He broke off, biting his lip and shaking. It took Rand a moment to realize he was laughing and on the edge of hysteria. "What happened, Matt? Matt! Matt! What happened?" One last shiver racked Matt, and then he was still. "Lightning, Rand. I was looking right at the window when it hit the bars. Lightning. I can't see worth—" He broke off, squinting at the aslant door, and his voice went sharp. "Where's Goad?" Nothing moved in the dark corridor beyond the door. Of Goad and his companions there was neither sign nor sound, though anything could have lain in the blackness. Rand found himself hoping they were dead, but he would not have put his head into the hall to find out for sure if he had been offered a crown. Nothing moved out in the night beyond where the wall had been either, but others were up and about. Confused shouts came from above stairs in the inn, and the pounding of running feet. "Let's go all we can," Rand said. Hastily helping separate their belongings from the rubble, he grabbed Matt's arm and half-pulled, half-guided his friend through the gaping hole into the night. Matt clutched his arm, stumbling beside him with his head pushed forward in an effort to see. As the first rain hit Rand's face, lightning forked above the inn, and he came to a convulsive stop. Goad's men were still there, lying with their feet toward the opening. Pelted by the rain, their open eyes stared at the sky. "What is it?" Matt asked. "Blood and ashes. I can hardly see my own bloody hand." "Nothing," Rand said. "Luck. The light's own. Is it?" Shivering, he carefully guided Matt around the bodies. "Just the lightning." There was no light save the lightning, and he stumbled in the ruts as they ran staggering away from the inn. With Matt almost hanging on him, every stumble almost pulled them both down, but tottering, panting, they ran. Once he looked back. once before the rain thickened to a deafening curtain that blotted the dancing cartmen from sight. Lightning silhouetted the figure of a man at the back of the inn, a man shaking his fist at them, or at the sky. Goad or hake, he did not know, but either one was as bad as the other. The rain came in a deluge, isolating them in a wall of water. He hurried through the night, listening through the roar of the storm for the sound of pursuit. Chapter 33. The Dark Waits. Under a leaden sky, the high-wheeled cart bumped east along the Camelin Road. Rand pulled himself out of the straw and back to look over the side. It was easier than it had been an hour earlier. His arms felt as if they might stretch instead of drawing him up, and for a minute his head wanted to keep on going and float away. But it was easier. He hooked his elbows over the low slats and watched the land roll past. The sun, still hidden by dull clouds, yet stood high overhead, but the cart was clattering into another village of vine-covered, red-brick houses. Towns had been getting closer together since Four Kings. Some of the people waved or called a greeting to Hyam Kinch, the farmer whose cart it was. Master Kinch, leathery-faced and taciturn, shouted back a few words each time around the pipe in his teeth. The clenched teeth made what he said all but intelligible, but it sounded jovial and seemed to satisfy. They went back to what they were doing without another glance at the cart. No one appeared to pay any mind to the farmer's two passengers. The village inn moved through Rand's field of vision. It was whitewashed with a gray slate roof. People bustled in and out, nodding casually and waving to one another. Some of them stopped to speak. They knew one another. Villagers mostly, by their clothes. Boots and trousers and coats, not much different from what he wore himself, though with an inordinate fondness for colorful stripes. The women wore deep bonnets that hid their faces and white aprons with stripes. Maybe they were all townsfolk and local farm folk. Does that make any difference? He dropped back on the straw, watching the village dwindle between his feet. Fenced fields and trimmed hedges lined the road, and small farmhouses with smoke rising from red brick chimneys. The only woods near the road were coppices, well tended for firewood, tame as a farmyard. But the branches stood leafless against the sky, as stark as in the wild woods to the west. A line of wagons heading the other way rumbled down the center of the road, crowding the cart over onto the verge. Master Kinch shifted his pipe to the corner of his mouth and spat between his teeth. With one eye on his offside wheel, to make sure it did not tangle in the hedge, he kept the cart moving. His mouth tightened as he glanced at the merchant's train. None of the wagon drivers cracking their long whips in the air above 8-horse teams, none of the hard-faced guards slouching in their saddles alongside the wagons, looked at the cart. Rand watched them go, his chest tight. His hand was under his cloak, gripping his sword hilt until the last wagon lurched by. As that final wagon rattled away toward the village they had just left, Matt turned on the seat beside the farmer and leaned back until he found Rand's eyes. The scarf that did duty for dust, when need be, shaded his own eyes, folded over thickly and tied low around his forehead. Even so, he squinted in the gray daylight. "You see anything back there?" he asked quietly. "What about the wagons?" Rand shook his head and Matt nodded. He had seen nothing either. Master Kinch glanced at them out of the corner of his eye, then shifted his pipe again and flapped the reins. That was all, but he had noticed. The horse picked up the pace a step. "Your eye still hurt?" Rand asked. Matt touched the scarf around his head. "No, not much. Not unless I look almost right at the sun, anyway. What about you? Are you feeling any better?" "Some." He really was feeling better, he realized. It was a wonder to get over being sick so fast. More than that, it was a gift of the light. It has to be the light. It has to be. Suddenly a body of horsemen was passing the cart, heading west like the merchant's wagons. Long white collars hung down over their mail and plate, and their cloaks and undercoats were red, like the gate tenders' uniforms in Whitebridge, but better made and better fitting. Each man's conical helmet shone like silver. They sat their horses with straight backs. Thin red streamers fluttered beneath the heads of their lances, every lance held at the same angle. Some of them glanced into the cart as they passed in 2 columns. A cage of steel bars masked each face. Rand was glad his cloak covered his sword. A few nodded to Master Kinch, not as if they knew him, but in a neutral greeting. Master Kinch nodded back in much the same way, but despite his unchanging expression, there was a hint of approval in his nod. Their horses were at a walk, but with the speed of the cart added, they went by quickly. With a part of his mind, Rand counted them. 10, 20, 30, 32. He raised his head to watch the columns move on down the Camelin Road. "Who were they?" Matt asked, half wondering, half suspicious. "Queen's Guards," Master Kinch said around his pipe. He kept his eyes on the road ahead. "Won't go much further than Breen's Spring, unless they're called for. Not like the old days." He sucked on his pipe, then added, "I suppose these days there's parts of the realm don't see the guards in a year or more. Not like the old days." "What are they doing?" Rand asked. The farmer gave him a look. "Keeping the Queen's peace and upholding the Queen's law." He nodded to himself as he liked the sound of that, and added, "Searching out malefactors and seeing them before a magistrate." "Humph!" He let out a long streamer of smoke. "You two must be from pretty far off not to recognize the Queen's Guard. Where are you from?" "Far off," Matt said at the same instant that Rand said, "The Two Rivers." He wished he could take it back as soon as he said it. He still was not thinking clearly, trying to hide and mentioning a name a Fade would hear like a bell. Master Kinch glanced at Matt out of the corner of his eye and puffed his pipe in silence for a while. "That's far off, all right," he said finally. "Almost to the border of the realm. But things must be worse than I thought if there's places in the realm where people don't even recognize the Queen's Guards. Not like the old days at all." Rand wondered what Master Alvir would say if someone told him the Two Rivers was part of some queen's realm. The Queen of Andor, he supposed. Perhaps the mayor did know. He knew a lot of things that surprised Rand, and maybe others did too, but he had never heard anyone mention it. The Two Rivers was the Two Rivers. Each village handled its own problems, and if some difficulty involved more than one village, the mayors, and maybe the village councils, solved it between them. Master Kinch pulled on the reins, drawing the cart to a halt. "Far as I go." A narrow cart path led off to the north. Several farmhouses were visible in that direction across open fields, plowed but still bare of crops. 2 days will see you in Camelin. Least it would if your friend has his legs under him." Matt hopped down and retrieved his bow and other things, then helped Rand climb off the tail of the cart. Rand's bundles weighed on him, and his legs wobbled, but he shrugged off his friend's hand and tried a few steps on his own. He still felt unsteady, but his legs held him up. They even seemed to grow stronger as he used them. The farmer did not start his horse up again right away. He studied them for a minute, sucking on his pipe. "You can rest a day or two at my place if you want. Won't miss anything in that time, I suppose. Whatever sickness you're getting over, young fella. Well, the old woman and me, we already had about every sickness you can think of before you were born, and nursed our younglings through 'em too. I expect you're past the catching stage anyway." Matt's eyes narrowed, and Rand caught himself frowning. Not everyone is part of it. It can't be everybody. "Thank you," he said, "but I'm all right. Really. How far to the next village?" "Carysford. You can reach it before dark, walking." Master Kinch took his pipe from between his teeth and pursed his lips thoughtfully before going on. "First off, I reckoned you for runaway prentices. But now I expect it's something more serious you're running from. Don't know what, don't care. I'm a good enough judge to say you're not dark friends and not likely to rob or hurt anybody. Not like some on the road these days. I got in trouble a time or two myself when I was your age. You need a place to keep out of sight a few days? My farm is 5 miles that way." He jerked his head toward the cart track. "And don't nobody ever come out there. Whatever's chasing you won't likely find you there." He cleared his throat as if embarrassed by speaking so many words together. "How would you know what dark friends look like?" Matt demanded. He backed away from the cart and his hand went under his coat. "What do you know about dark friends?" Master Kinch's face tightened. "Suit yourselves," he said, and clucked to his horse. The cart rolled off down the narrow path, and he never looked back. Matt looked at Rand, and his scowl faded. "Sorry, Rand. You need a place to rest. Maybe if we go after him—" He shrugged. "I just can't get over the feeling that everybody's after us. Light, I wish I knew why they were. I wish it was over. I wish—" He trailed off miserably. "There are still some good people," Rand said. Matt started toward the cart path, jaw clenched as if it were the last thing he wanted to do, but Rand stopped him. "We can't afford to stop just to rest, Matt. Besides, I don't think there is anywhere to hide." Matt nodded, his relief evident. He tried to take some of Rand's burdens, the saddlebags and Tom's cloak wrapped around the cased harp, but Rand held on to them. His legs really did feel stronger. "Whatever's chasing us," he thought as they started off down the road. Not chasing. Waiting. The rain had continued through the night they staggered away from the dancing cartman, hammering at them as hard as the thunder out of a black sky split by lightning. Their clothes became sodden in minutes. In an hour, Rand's skin felt sodden too, but they had left Four Kings behind them. Matt was all but blind in the dark, squinting painfully at the sharp flashes that made trees stand out starkly for an instant. Rand led him by the hand, but Matt still felt out each step uncertainly. Worry creased Rand's forehead. If Matt did not regain his sight, they would be slowed to a crawl. They would never get away. Matt seemed to sense his thought. Despite the hood of his cloak, the rain had plastered Matt's hair across his face. "Rand," he said, "you won't leave me, will you? If I can't keep up?" His voice quavered. "I won't leave you." Rand tightened his grip on his friend's hand. "I won't leave you no matter what." "Light, help us." Thunder crashed overhead, and Matt stumbled, almost falling, almost pulling him down too. "We have to stop, Matt. If we keep going, you'll break a leg." "Goad." Lightning split the dark right above them as Matt spoke, and the thunder crack pounded every other sound into the ground. But in the flash, Rand could make out the name on Matt's lips. "He's dead. He has to be. Light, let him be dead." He led Matt to some bushes the lightning flash had showed him. They had leaves enough to give a little shelter from the driving rain. Not as much as a good tree might, but he did not want to risk another lightning strike. They might not be so lucky next time. Huddled together beneath the bushes, they tried to arrange their cloaks to make a little tent over the branches. It was far too late to think of staying dry, but just stopping the incessant pelting of the raindrops would be something. They crouched against each other to share what little body warmth was left to them. Dripping wet as they were, and more drips coming through the cloaks, they shivered themselves into sleep. Rand knew right away it was a dream. He was back in Four Kings, but the town was empty except for him. The wagons were there, but no people, no horses, no dogs. Nothing alive. He knew someone was waiting for him, though. As he walked down the rutted street, the buildings seemed to blur as they slid behind him. When he turned his head, they were all there, solid, but the indistinctness remained at the corners of his vision. It was as if only what he saw really existed, and then just while he was seeing. He was sure if he turned quickly enough he would see. He was not sure what, but it made him uneasy thinking about it. The dancing cartman appeared in front of him. Somehow its garish paint seemed gray and lifeless. He went in. Goad was there at a table. He recognized the man from his clothes, his silk and dark velvets. Goad's skin was red, burned and cracked and oozing. His face was almost a skull, his lips shriveled to bare teeth and gums. As Goad turned his head, some of his hair cracked off, powdering to soot when it hit his shoulder. His lidless eyes stared at Rand. "So you are dead," Rand said. He was surprised that he was not afraid. Perhaps it was knowing that it was a dream this time. "Yes," said Balsamund's voice. "But he did find you for me. That deserves some reward, don't you think?" Rand turned and discovered he could be afraid, even knowing it was a dream. Balsamund's clothes were the color of dried blood, and rage and hate and triumph battled on his face.
"You see, youngling, you cannot hide from me forever. One way or another I find you. What protects you also makes you vulnerable. One time you hide, the next you light a signal fire. Come to me, youngling."
He held out his hand to Rand.
"If my hounds must pull you down, they may not be gentle. They are jealous of what you will be once you have knelt at my feet. It is your destiny. You belong to me."
Goad's burned tongue made an angry, eager garble of sound. Rand tried to wet his lips, but he had no spit in his mouth.
"No," he managed, and then the words came more easily. "I belong to myself, not to you, not ever. Myself. If your dark friends kill me, you'll never have me."
The fires in Baalzaman's face heated the room till the air swam.
"Alive or dead, youngling, you are mine. The grave belongs to me. Easier dead, but better alive. Better for you, youngling. The living have more power in most things."
Goad made a gabbling sound again.
"Yes, my good hound. Here is your reward."
Rand looked at Goad just in time to see the man's body crumble to dust. For an instant, the burned face held a look of sublime joy that turned to horror in the final moment, as if he had seen something waiting he did not expect. Goad's empty velvet garments settled on the chair and the floor among the ash. When he turned back, Baalzaman's outstretched hand had become a fist.
"You are mine, youngling, alive or dead. The eye of the world will never serve you. I mark you as mine."
His fist opened and a ball of flame shot out. It struck Rand in the face, exploding, searing. Rand lurched awake in the dark, water dripping through the cloaks onto his face. His hand trembled as he touched his cheeks. The skin felt tender, as if sunburned. Suddenly he realized Matt was twisting and moaning in his sleep. He shook him, and Matt came awake with a whimper.
"My eyes! Oh, light my eyes! He took my eyes!"
Rand held him close, cradling him against his chest as if he were a baby.
"You're all right, Matt. You're all right. He can't hurt us. We won't let him."
He could feel Matt shaking, sobbing into his coat.
"He can't hurt us," he whispered, and wished he believed it. "What protects you makes you vulnerable. I am going mad."
Just before first light, the downpour dwindled, the last drizzle fading as dawn came. The clouds remained, threatening until well into the morning. The wind came up then, driving the clouds off to the south, bearing a warmthless sun and slicing through their dripping wet clothes. They had not slept again, but groggily they donned their cloaks and set off eastward, Rand leading Matt by the hand. After a while, Matt even felt well enough to complain about what the rain had done to his bowstring. Rand would not let him stop to exchange it for a dry string from his pocket, though. Not yet. They came on another village shortly after midday. Rand shivered harder at the sight of snug brick houses and smoke rising from chimneys, but he kept clear, leading Matt through the woods and fields to the south. A lone farmer working with a spading fork in a muddy field was the only person he saw, and he took care that the man did not see them, crouching through the trees. The farmer's attention was all on his work, but Rand kept one eye on him till he was lost to sight. If any of Goad's men were alive, perhaps they would believe he and Matt had taken the southern road out of Four Kings when they could not find anyone who had seen them in this village. They came back to the road, out of sight of the town, and walked their clothes, if not dry, at least to just damp. An hour beyond the town, a farmer gave them a ride in his half-empty haywain. Rand had been taken by surprise while lost in worry about Matt. Matt shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand, weak as the afternoon light was, squinting through slitted lids even so, and he muttered continually about how bright the sun was. When Rand heard the rumble of the haywain, it was too late already. The sodden road deadened sound, and the wagon with its 2-horse hitch was only 50 yards behind them, the driver already peering at them. To Rand's surprise, he drew up and offered them a lift. Rand hesitated, but it was too late to avoid being seen, and refusing a ride might fix them in the man's mind. He helped Matt up to the seat beside the farmer, then climbed up behind him. Alpert Mull was a stolid man, with a square face and square hands, both worn and grooved from hard work and worry, and he wanted someone to talk to. His cows had gone dry, his chickens had stopped laying, and there was no pasture worth the name. For the first time in memory, he had had to buy hay, and half a wagon was all Old Bane would let him have. He wondered whether there was any chance of getting hay on his own land this year, or any kind of crop. "A queen should do something, the light illumine her," he muttered, knuckling his forehead respectfully but absent-mindedly. He hardly looked at Rand or Matt, but when he let them down by the narrow, rail-lined track that led off to his farm, he hesitated, then said, almost as if to himself, "I don't know what you're running from, and I don't want to. I have a wife and children, you understand? My family. It's hard times for helping strangers." Matt tried to stick his hand under his coat, but Rand had his wrist, and he held on. He stood in the road, looking at the man without speaking. "If I was a good man," Mull said, "I'd offer a couple of lads soaked to the skin a place to dry out and get warm in front of my fire. But it's hard times, and strangers... I don't know what you're running from, and I don't want to. You understand? My family." Suddenly he pulled 2 long woolen scarves, dark and thick, out of his coat pocket. "It's not much, but here. Belong to my boys. They have others. You don't know me, understand? It's hard times." "We never even saw you," Rand agreed as he took the scarves. "You are a good man. The best we've met in days." The farmer looked surprised, then grateful. Gathering his reins, he turned his horses down the narrow lane. Before he completed the turn, Rand was leading Matt on down the Camelin Road. The wind stiffened as dusk closed in. Matt began to ask querulously when they were going to stop, but Rand kept moving, pulling Matt behind him, searching for more shelter than a spot under a hedge. With their clothes still clammy and the wind getting colder by the minute, he was not sure they could survive another night in the open. Night fell without him spotting anything useful. The wind grew icy, beating his cloak. Then, through the darkness ahead, he saw lights. A village. His hand slipped into his pocket, feeling the coins there. More than enough for a meal and a room for the 2 of them. A room out of the cold night. If they stayed in the open, in the wind and cold and damp clothes, anyone who found them would likely as not find only 2 corpses. They just had to keep from attracting any more notice than they could help. No playing the flute, and with his eyes Matt certainly could not juggle. He grasped Matt's hand again and set out toward the beckoning lights. "When are we going to stop?" Matt asked again. The way he peered ahead, with his head stuck forward, Rand was not sure if Matt could see him, much less the village lights. "When we're somewhere warm," he replied. Pools of light from house windows lit the streets of the town, and people walked them unconcerned with what might be out in the dark. The only inn was a sprawling building, all on 1 floor, with the look of having had rooms added in bunches over the years without any particular plan. The front door opened to let someone out, and a wave of laughter rolled out after him. Rand froze in the street, the drunken laughter at the dancing cartman echoing in his head. He watched the man go down the street with a none too steady stride, then took a deep breath and pushed the door open. He took care that his cloak covered his sword. Laughter swept over him. Lamps hanging from the high ceiling made the room bright, and right away he could see and feel the difference from Samuel Hake's inn. There was no drunkenness here, for one thing. The room was filled with people who looked to be farmers and townsmen, if not entirely sober, not too far from it. The laughter was real, if a bit forced around the edges. People laughing to forget their troubles, but with true mirth in it, too. The common room itself was neat and clean, and warm from a fire roaring in a big fireplace at the far end. The serving maids' smiles were as warm as the fire, and when they laughed, Rand could tell it was because they wanted to. The innkeeper was as clean as his inn, with a gleaming white apron around his bulk. Rand was glad to see he was a stout man. He doubted if he would ever again trust his skinny innkeeper. His name was Rulon Alwine, a good omen, Rand thought, with so much of the sound of Emmons Field to it. And he eyed them up and down, then politely mentioned paying in advance. "Not suggesting you're the sort, understand, but there's some on the road these days aren't too particular about paying up come morning. Seems to be a lot of young folks headed for Camelin. Rand was not offended, not as damp and bedraggled as he was. When Master Allwine mentioned the price, though, his eyes widened, and Matt made a sound as if he had choked on something. The innkeeper's jowls swung as he shook his head regretfully, but he seemed to be used to it. "Times are hard," he said in a resigned voice. "There isn't much, and what there is costs 5 times what it used to. It'll be more next month, I'll lay oath on it." Rand dug his money out and looked at Matt. Matt's mouth tightened stubbornly. "You want to sleep under a hedge?" Rand asked. Matt sighed and reluctantly emptied his pocket. When the reckoning was paid, Rand grimaced at the little that remained to divide with Matt. But 10 minutes later they were eating stew at a table in a corner near the fireplace, pushing it onto their spoons with chunks of bread. The portions were not as large as Rand could have wished, but they were hot and filling. Warmth from the hearth seeped into him slowly. He pretended to keep his eyes on his plate, but he watched the door intently. Those who came in or went out all looked like farmers, but it was not enough to quiet his fear. Matt ate slowly, savoring each bite, though he muttered about the light from the lamps. After a time, he dug out the scarf Alpert Mull had given him and wound it around his forehead, pulling it down until his eyes were almost hidden. That got them some looks Rand wished they could have avoided. He cleaned his plate hurriedly, urging Matt to do the same, then asked Master Allwine for their room. The innkeeper seemed surprised that they were retiring so early, but he made no comment. He got a candle and showed them through a jumble of corridors to a small room with 2 narrow beds back in a far corner of the inn. When he left, Rand dropped his bundles beside his bed, tossed his cloak over a chair, and fell on the coverlet fully dressed. All of his clothes were still damp and uncomfortable, but if they had to run, he wanted to be ready. He left the sword belt on, too, and slept with his hand on the hilt. A rooster crowing jerked him awake in the morning. He lay there, watching dawn lighten the window, and wondered if he dared sleep a little longer. Sleep during daylight, when they could be moving. A yawn made his jaws crack. "Hey!" Matt exclaimed. "I can see!" He sat up on his bed, squinting around the room. "Some, anyway. Your face is still a little blurry, but I can tell who you are. I knew I'd be all right. By tonight I'll see better than you do. Again?" Rand sprang out of bed, scratching as he scooped up his cloak. His clothes were wrinkled from drying on him while he slept, and they itched. "We're wasting daylight," he said. Matt scrambled up as fast as he had. He was scratching, too. Rand did feel good. They were a day away from Four Kings, and none of Gode's men had showed up. A day closer to Camelin, where Moraine would be waiting for them. She would. No more worrying about dark friends once they were back with the Aes Sedai in the water. It was strange to be looking forward so much to being with an Aes Sedai. Light. When I see Moraine again, I'll kiss her. He laughed at the thought. He felt good enough to invest some of their dwindling stock of coins in breakfast, a big loaf of bread and a pitcher of milk, cold from the spring house. They were eating in the back of the common room when a young man came in, a village youth by the look of him, with a cocky spring to his walk and twirling a cloth cap, with a feather in it, on one finger. The only other person in the room was an old man sweeping out. He never looked up from his broom. The young man's eyes swept jauntily around the room, but when they lit on Rand and Matt, the cap fell off his finger. He stared at them for a full minute before snatching the cap from the floor, then stared some more, running his fingers through his thick head of dark curls. Finally, he came over to their table, his feet dragging. He was older than Rand, but he stood looking down at them diffidently. "Mind if I sit down?" he asked, and immediately swallowed hard as if he might have said the wrong thing. Rand thought he might be hoping to share their breakfast, though he looked able to buy his own. His blue-striped shirt was embroidered around the collar and his dark blue cloak all around the hem. His leather boots had never been near any work that scuffed them, that Rand could see. He nodded to a chair. Matt stared at the fellow as he drew the chair to the table. Rand could not tell if he was glaring or just trying to see clearly. In any case, Matt's frown had an effect. The young man froze halfway to sitting, and did not lower himself all the way until Rand nodded again. "What's your name?" Rand asked. My name... call me Peter." His eyes shifted nervously. This is not my idea, you understand. I have to do it.
I don't want to, but they made me. You have to understand that. I don't—"
Rand was beginning to tense when Matt growled, "Dark friend." Pater gave a jerk and half lifted out of his chair, staring wildly around the room as if there were 50 people to overhear. The old man's head was still bent over the broom, his attention on the floor. Pater sat back down and looked from Rand to Matt and back uncertainly. Sweat beaded on his upper lip. It was accusation enough to make anyone sweat, but he said not a word against it. Rand shook his head slowly. After Goat, he knew that dark friends did not necessarily have the dragon's fang on their foreheads, but except for his clothes, this Pater could have fit in right in Emmons Field. Nothing about him hinted at murder or worse. Nobody would have remarked him twice. At least Goat had been different. "Leave us alone," Rand said, "and tell your friends to leave us alone. We want nothing from them, and they'll get nothing from us." "If you don't," Matt added fiercely, "I'll name you for what you are. See what your village friends think of that." Rand hoped he did not really mean it. That could cause as much trouble for the two of them as it did for Pater. Pater seemed to take the threat seriously. His face grew pale. I heard what happened at Four Kings. Some of it, anyway. Word travels. We have ways of hearing things, but there's nobody here to trap you. I'm alone, and I just want to talk." "About what?" Matt asked at the same time that Rand said, "We're not interested." They looked at each other, and Matt shrugged. "We're not interested," he said. Rand gulped the last of the milk and stuffed the heel of his half of the bread into his pocket. With their money almost gone, it might be their next meal. How to leave the inn? If Pater discovered that Matt was almost blind, he would tell others. Other dark friends. Once Rand had seen a wolf separate a crippled sheep from the flock. There were other wolves around, and he could neither leave the flock nor get a clear shot with his bow. As soon as the sheep was alone, bleeding with terror, hobbling frantically on 3 legs, the one wolf chasing it became 10 as if by magic. The memory of it turned his stomach. They could not stay there either. Even if Pater was telling the truth about being alone, how long would he stay that way? "Time to go, Matt," he said, and held his breath. As Matt started to stand, he pulled Pater's eyes to himself by leaning forward and saying, "Leave us alone, dark friend. I won't tell you again. Leave us alone." Pater swallowed hard and pressed back in his chair. There was no blood left in his face at all. It made Rand think of a murderall. By the time he looked back at Matt was on his feet, his awkwardness unseen. Rand hastily hung his own saddlebags and other bundles around him, trying to keep his cloak over the sword as he did. Maybe Pater already knew about it. Maybe Goat had told Baalzamon, and Baalzamon had told Pater. But he did not think so. He thought Pater had only the vaguest idea of what had happened in Four Kings. That was why he was so frightened. The comparatively bright outline of the door helped Matt make a beeline for it, if not quickly, then not slow enough to seem unnatural either. Rand followed closely, praying for him not to stumble. He was thankful Matt had a clear, straight path with no tables or chairs in the way. Behind him, Pater suddenly leaped to his feet. "Wait," he said desperately. "You have to wait." "Leave us alone," Rand said without looking back. They were almost to the door, and Rand had not put a foot wrong yet. "Just listen to me," Pater said, and put his hand on Rand's shoulder to stop him. Images spun in his head. The Trolloc Narg leaping at him in his own home, the Myrddraal threatening at the Stag and Lion in Baerlon, half-men everywhere, Fades chasing them to Shadar Logoth, coming for them in Whitebridge, dark friends everywhere. He whirled, his hand balling up. "I said, leave us alone!" His fist took Pater flush on the nose. The dark friend fell on his bottom and sat there on the floor staring at Rand. Blood trickled from his nose. "You won't get away," he spat angrily. "No matter how strong you are, the great Lord of the Dark is stronger. The shadow will swallow you." There was a gasp from further in the common room, and the clatter of a broom handle hitting the floor. The old man with the broom had finally heard. He stood staring wide-eyed at Pater. The blood drained from his wrinkled face, and his mouth worked, but no sound came out. Pater stared back for an instant, then gave a wild curse and sprang to his feet, darting out of the inn and down the street as if starving wolves were at his heels. The old man shifted his attention to Rand and Matt, looking not a whit less frightened. Rand hustled Matt out of the inn and out of the village as fast as he could, listening all the while for a hue and cry that never came but was no less loud in his ears for that.
"Blood and ashes," Matt growled. "They're always there, always right on our heels. We'll never get away."
"No, they're not," Rand said. "If Baalzamon knew we were here, do you think he'd have left it to that fellow? There'd have been another goad, and 20 or 30 bully boys. They're still hunting. But they won't know until Pater tells them, and maybe he really is alone. He might have to go all the way to Four Kings for all we know."
"But he said—"
"I don't care." He was unsure which he, Matt, meant, but it changed nothing. "We're not going to lie down and let them take us." They got 6 rides, short ones, during the day. A farmer told them that a crazy old man at the inn in Market Sharon was claiming there were dark friends in the village. The farmer could hardly talk for laughing. He kept wiping tears off his cheeks. Dark friends in Market Sharon. It was the best story he had heard since Ackley Farin got drunk and spent the night on the inn roof. Another man, a round-faced wagon-wright with tools hanging from the sides of his cart and 2 wagon wheels in the back, told a different story. 20 dark friends had held a gathering in Market Sharon. Men with twisted bodies and the women worse, all dirty and in rags. They could make your knees grow weak and your stomach heave just by looking at you, and when they laughed, the filthy cackles rang in your ears for hours, and your head felt as if it were splitting open. He had seen them himself, just at a distance, far enough off to be safe. If the Queen would not do something, then somebody ought to ask the Children of the Light for help. Somebody should do something. It was a relief when the wagon-wright let them down. With the sun low behind them, they walked into a small village much like Market Sharon. The Camelin Road split the town neatly in 2, but on both sides of the wide road stood rows of small brick houses with thatched roofs. Webs of vine covered the bricks, though only a few leaves hung on them. The village had 1 inn, a small place no bigger than the Wine Spring Inn, with a sign on a bracket out front, creaking back and forth in the wind. The Queen's Man. Strange to think of the Wine Spring Inn as small. Rand could remember when he thought it was about as big as a building could be. Anything bigger would be a palace. But he had seen a few things now, and suddenly he realized that nothing would look the same to him when he got back home. If you ever do. He hesitated in front of the inn, but even if prices at the Queen's Man were not as high as in Market Sharon, they could not afford a meal or a room, either one. Matt saw where he was looking and patted the pocket where he kept Tom's colored balls. "I can see well enough, as long as I don't try to get too fancy." His eyes had been getting better, though he still wore the scarf around his forehead, and had squinted whenever he looked at the sky during the day. When Rand said nothing, Matt went on. "There can't be dark friends at every inn between here and Camelin. Besides, I don't want to sleep under a bush if I can sleep in a bed." He made no move toward the inn, though, just waiting for Rand. After a moment, Rand nodded. He felt as tired as he had at any time since leaving home. Just thinking of a night in the open made his bones ache. It's all catching up. All the running, all the looking over your shoulder. They can't be everywhere, he agreed. With the first step he took into the common room, he wondered if he had made a mistake. It was a clean place, but crowded. Every table was filled, and some men leaned against the walls because there was nowhere for them to sit. From the way the serving maids scurried between the tables with harried looks, and the landlord, too, it was a larger crowd than they were used to. Too many for this small village. It was easy to pick out the people who did not belong there. They were dressed no differently from the rest, but they kept their eyes on their food and drink. The locals watched the strangers as much as anything else. A drone of conversation hung in the air, enough that the innkeeper took them into the kitchen when Rand made him understand that they needed to talk to him. The noise was almost as bad there, with the cook and his helpers banging pots and darting about. The innkeeper mopped his face with a large handkerchief.
"I suppose you're on your way to Camelin to see the false dragon like every other fool in the realm. Well, it's 6 to a room and 2 or 3 to a bed, and if that doesn't suit, I've nothing for you."
Rand gave his spiel with a feeling of queasiness. With so many people on the road, every other one could be a dark friend, and there was no way to pick them out from the rest. Matt demonstrated his juggling. He kept it to 3 balls, and was careful even then, and Rand took out Tom's flute. After only a dozen notes of the Old Black Bear, the innkeeper nodded impatiently.
"You'll do. I need something to take those idiots' minds off this Logain. There's been 3 fights already over whether or not he's really the dragon. Stow your things in the corner, and I'll go clear a space for you. If there's any room to. Fools. The world's full of fools who don't know enough to stay where they belong. That's what's causing all the trouble. People who won't stay where they belong.
Mopping his face again, he hurried out of the kitchen, muttering under his breath. The cook and his helpers ignored Rand and Matt. Matt kept adjusting the scarf around his head, pushing it up, then blinking at the light and tugging it back down again. Rand wondered if he could see well enough to do anything more complicated than juggle 3 balls. As for himself, the queasiness in his stomach grew thicker. He dropped on a low stool, holding his head in his hands. The kitchen felt cold. He shivered. Steam filled the air. Stoves and ovens crackled with heat. His shivers became stronger, his teeth chattering. He wrapped his arms around himself, but it did no good. His bones felt as if they were freezing. Dimly he was aware of Matt asking him something, shaking his shoulder, and of someone cursing and running out of the room. Then the innkeeper was there, with the cook frowning at his side, and Matt was arguing loudly with them both. He could not make out any of what they said. The words were a buzz in his ears, and he could not seem to think at all. Suddenly Matt took his arm, pulling him to his feet. All of their things, saddlebags, blanket rolls, Tom's bundled cloak and instrument cases, hung from Matt's shoulders with his bow. The innkeeper was watching them, wiping his face anxiously. Weaving, more than half supported by Matt, Rand let his friend steer him toward the back door.
Sorry, Matt,
he managed. He could not stop his teeth from chattering.
Must have been the rain. One more night out won't hurt, I guess.
Twilight darkened the sky, spotted by a handful of stars. Not a bit of it, Matt said. He was trying to sound cheerful, but Rand could hear the hidden worry. He was scared the other folk would find out there was somebody sick in his inn. I told him if he kicked us out, I'd take you into the common room. That'd empty half his rooms in 10 minutes. For all his talk about fools, he doesn't want that.
Then where?
Here, Matt said, pulling open the stable door with a loud creak of hinges. It was darker inside than out, and the air smelled of hay and grain and horses, with a strong undersmell of manure. When Matt lowered him to the straw-covered floor, he folded over with his chest on his knees, still hugging himself and shaking from head to toe. All of his strength seemed to go for the shaking. He heard Matt stumble and curse and stumble again, then a clatter of metal. Suddenly light blossomed. Matt held up a battered old lantern. If the inn was full, so was its stable. Every stall had a horse, some raising their heads and blinking at the light. Matt eyed the ladder to the hayloft, then looked at Rand, crouched on the floor, and shook his head.
Never get you up there, Matt muttered.
Hanging the lantern on a nail, he scrambled up the ladder and began tossing down armloads of hay. Hurriedly climbing back down, he made a bed at the back of the stable and got Rand onto it. Matt covered him with both their cloaks, and Rand pushed them off almost immediately.
Hot,
he murmured. Vaguely he knew that he had been cold only a moment before, but now he felt as if he were in an oven. He tugged at his collar, tossing his head.
Hot.
He felt Matt's hand on his forehead.
I'll be right back,
Matt said, and disappeared. He twisted fitfully on the hay, how long he was not sure, until Matt returned with a heaped plate in one hand, a pitcher in the other, and 2 white cups dangling from fingers by their handles.
There's no wisdom here, he said,
dropping to his knees beside Rand. He filled one of the cups and held it to Rand's mouth. Rand gulped the water down as if he had had nothing to drink in days. That was how he felt.
They don't even know what a wisdom is.
What they do have is somebody called Mother Brune, but she's off somewhere birthing a baby, and nobody knows when she'll be back. I did get some bread and cheese and sausage. Good Master In-law will give us anything as long as we stay out of sight of his guests. Here, try some. Rand turned his head away from the food. The sight of it, the thought of it, made his stomach heave. After a minute, Matt sighed and settled down to eat himself. Rand kept his eyes averted and tried not to listen. The chills came once more, and then the fever, to be replaced by the chills and the fever again. Matt covered him when he shook and fed him water when he complained of thirst. The night deepened and the stable shifted in the flickering lantern light. Shadows took shape and moved on their own. Then he saw Baalzamon striding down the stable, eyes burning, a murderol at either side with faces hidden in the depths of their black cowls. Fingers scrabbling for his sword hilt, he tried to get to his feet, yelling, "Matt! Matt, they're here! Light, they're here!" Matt jerked awake where he sat cross-legged against the wall. "What? Dark friends? Where?" Wavering on his knees, Rand pointed frantically down the stable and gaped. Shadows stirred, and a horse stamped in its sleep. Nothing more. He fell back on the straw. "There's nobody but us," Matt said. "Here, let me take that." He reached for Rand's sword belt, but Rand tightened his grip on the hilt. No, I have to keep it. He's my father, you understand? He's my father." The shivering swept over him once more, but he clung to the sword as if to a lifeline. My father!" Matt gave up trying to take it and pulled the cloaks back over him. There were other visitations in the night while Matt dozed. Rand was never sure if they were really there or not. Sometimes he looked at Matt, with his head on his chest, wondering if he would see them too if he woke. Egwene stepped out of the shadows, her hair in a long dark braid as it had been in Emond's field, her face pained and mournful. "Why did you leave us?" she asked. "We're dead because you left us." Rand shook his head weakly on the hay. "No, Egwene, I didn't want to leave you. Please. We're all dead," she said sadly. "And death is the kingdom of the Dark One. The Dark One has us because you abandoned us." "No, I had no choice, Egwene. Please, Egwene, don't go. Come back, Egwene." But she turned into the shadows and was Shadow. Moraine's expression was serene, but her face was bloodless and pale. Her cloak might as well have been a shroud, and her voice was a lash. "That is right, Rand al'Thor. You have no choice. You must go to Tar Valon, or the Dark One will take you for his own. Eternity chained in the shadow. Only Aes Sedai can save you now. Only Aes Sedai." Tom grinned at him sardonically. The gleeman's clothes hung in charred rags that made him see the flashes of light as Tom wrestled with the Fade to give them time to run. The flesh under the rags was blackened and burned.
"Trust Aes Sedai, boy, and you'll wish you were dead.
Remember, the price of Aes Sedai help is always smaller than you can believe, always greater than you can imagine. And what Aja will find you first, eh? Red? Maybe black. Best to run, boy. Run." Land's stare was as hard as granite, and blood covered his face. "Strange to see a heron-marked blade in the hands of a sheepherder. Are you worthy of it? You had better be. You're alone now, nothing to hold to behind you, and nothing before. And anyone can be a dark friend." He smiled a wolf's smile, and blood poured out of his mouth. "Anyone." Perrin came, accusing, pleading for help. Mistress Alvear weeping for her daughter, and Baal Doman cursing him for bringing Fades down on his vessel, and Master Fitch wringing his hands over the ashes of his inn, and Min screaming in a Trollocs' clutches. People he knew, people he had only met. But the worst was Tam. Tam stood over him, frowning and shaking his head, and said not a word. "You have to tell me," Rand begged him. "Who am I? Tell me, please. Who am I? Who am I?" he shouted. "Easy, Rand." For a moment he thought it was Tam answering, but then he saw that Tam was gone. Matt bent over him, holding a cup of water to his lips. "Just rest easy. You're Rand al'Thor, that's who you are, with the ugliest face and the thickest head in the 2 rivers. Hey, you're sweating. The fever's broken." "Rand al'Thor," Rand whispered. Matt nodded, and there was something so comforting in it that Rand drifted off to sleep without even touching the water. It was a sleep untroubled by dreams, at least by any he remembered, but light enough that his eyes drifted open whenever Matt checked on him. Once he wondered if Matt was getting any sleep at all, but he fell back asleep himself before the thought got very far. The squeal of the door hinges roused him fully, but for a moment he only lay there in the hay, wishing he was still asleep. Asleep, he would not be aware of his body. His muscles ached like wrung-out rags and had about as much strength. Weakly, he tried to raise his head. He made it on the second try. Matt sat in his accustomed place against the wall, within arm's reach of Rand. His chin rested on his chest, which rose and fell in the easy rhythm of deep sleep. The scarf had slipped down over his eyes. Rand looked toward the door. A woman stood there, holding it open with one hand. For a moment she was only a dark shape in a dress outlined by the faint light of early morning. Then she stepped inside, letting the door swing shut behind her. In the lantern light he could see her more clearly. She was about the same age as Nynaeve, he thought, but she was no village woman. The pale green silk of her dress shimmered as she moved. Her cloak was a rich soft gray, and a frothy net of lace caught up her hair. She fingered a heavy gold necklace as she looked thoughtfully at Matt and him. "Matt," Rand said, then louder, "Matt!" Matt snorted and almost fell over as he came awake. Scrubbing sleep from his eyes, he stared at the woman. "I came to look at my horse," she said, gesturing vaguely at the stalls. She never took her eyes away from the two of them, though. "Are you ill?" "He's all right," Matt said stiffly. "He just caught a chill in the rain, that's all." "Perhaps I should look at him," she said. "I have some knowledge." Rand wondered if she were Aes Sedai. Even more than her clothes, her self-assured manner, the way she held her head as if on the point of giving a command, did not belong here. And if she is Aes Sedai, of what Aja? "I'm fine now," he told her. "Really, there's no need." But she came down the length of the stable, holding her skirt up and placing her gray slippers gingerly. With a grimace for the straw, she knelt beside him and felt his forehead. "No fever," she said, studying him with a frown. She was pretty in a sharp-featured fashion, but there was no warmth in her face. It was not cold, either. It just seemed to lack any feeling whatsoever. "You were sick, though. Yes, yes. And still weak as a day-old kitten. I think—" She reached under her cloak, and suddenly things were happening too fast for Rand to do more than give a strangled shout. Her hand flashed from under her cloak. Something glittered as she lunged across Rand toward Matt. Matt toppled sideways in a flurry of motion, and there was a solid ta-chunk of metal driven into wood. It all took just an instant, and then everything was still. Matt lay half on his back, one hand gripping her wrist, just above the dagger she had driven into the wall where his chest had been, his other hand holding the blade from Shadar Logoth to her throat. Moving nothing but her eyes, she tried to look down at the dagger Matt held. Eyes widening, she drew a ragged breath and tried to pull back from it, but he kept the edge against her skin. After that, she was as still as a stone. Licking his lips, Rand stared at the tableau above him. Even if he had not been so weak, he did not believe he could have moved. Then his eyes fell on her dagger, and his mouth went dry. The wood around the blade was blackening. Thin tendrils of smoke rose from the char. "Matt! Matt, her dagger!" Matt flicked a glance at the dagger, then back to the woman, but she had not moved. She was licking her lips nervously. Roughly, Matt pried her hand off the hilt and gave her a push. She toppled back, sprawling away from them and catching herself with her hands behind her, still watching the blade in his hand. "Don't move," he said. "I'll use this if you move. Believe me, I will." She nodded slowly. Her eyes never left Matt's dagger. "Watch her, Rand." Rand was not sure what he was supposed to do if she tried anything. Shout, maybe. He certainly could not run after her if she tried to flee, but she sat there without twitching while Matt yanked her dagger free of the wall. The black spot stopped growing, though a faint wisp of smoke still trailed up from it. Matt looked around for somewhere to put the dagger, then thrust it toward Rand. He took it gingerly, as if it were a live adder. It looked ordinary, if ornate, with a pale ivory hilt and a narrow, gleaming blade no longer than the palm of his hand. Just a dagger. Only he had seen what it could do. The hilt was not even warm, but his hand began to sweat. He hoped he did not drop it in the hay. The woman did not move from her sprawl as she watched Matt slowly turn toward her. She watched him as if wondering what he would do next, but Rand saw the sudden tightening of Matt's eyes, a tightening of his hand on the dagger.
Matt, no! She tried to kill me, Rand. She'd have killed you, too. She's a dark friend.
Matt spat the word.
But we're not,
Rand said. The woman gasped as if she had just realized what Matt had intended.
We are not, Matt.
For a moment, Matt remained frozen, the blade in his fist catching the lantern light. Then he nodded.
Move over there,
he told the woman, gesturing with the dagger toward the door to the tack room. She got to her feet slowly, pausing to brush the straw from her dress. Even when she started in the direction Matt indicated, she moved as if there were no reason to hurry. But Rand noticed that she kept a wary eye on the ruby-hilted dagger in Matt's hand.
You really should stop struggling, she said. It would be for the best in the end. You will see.
The best, Matt said wryly, rubbing his chest where her blade would have gone if he had not moved.
Get over there.
She gave a casual shrug as she obeyed.
A mistake. There has been considerable confusion since what happened with that egotistical fool Goad, not to mention whoever the idiot was who started the panic in Market Sharon. No one is sure what happened there or how. That makes it more dangerous for you, don't you see? You will have honored places if you come to the great Lord of your own free will. But as long as you run, there will be pursuit. And who can tell what will happen then?
Rand felt a chill.
My hounds are jealous and may not be gentle.
So you're having trouble with a couple of farm boys. Matt's laugh was grim. Maybe you dark friends aren't as dangerous as I've always heard. He flung open the door of the tack room and stepped back. She paused just through the doorway, looking at him over her shoulder. Her gaze was ice, and her voice colder still.
You will find out how dangerous we are when the murderer gets here.
Whatever else she had to say was cut off as Matt slammed the door and pulled the bar down into its brackets. When he turned, his eyes were worried.
Fade,
he said in a tight voice, tucking the dagger back under his coat.
Coming here, she says. How are your legs?
I can't dance, Rand muttered, but if you'll help me get on my feet, I can walk. He looked at the blade in his hand and shuddered.
Blood and ashes, I'll run.
Hurriedly hanging himself about with their possessions, Matt pulled Rand to his feet. Rand's legs wobbled, and he had to lean on his friend to stay upright, but he tried not to slow Matt down. He held the woman's dagger well away from himself. Outside the door was a bucket of water. He tossed the dagger into it as they passed. The blade entered the water with a hiss. Steam rose from the surface. Grimacing, he tried to take faster steps. With light come, there were plenty of people in the streets, even so early. They were about their own business, though, and no one had any attention to spare for two young men walking out of the village, not with so many strangers about. Just the same, Rand stiffened every muscle, trying to stand straight. With each step, he wondered if any of the folk hurrying by were dark friends. Any of them waiting for the woman with the dagger, for the fade. A mile outside the village, his strength gave out. 1 minute he was panting along, hanging on Matt. The next, they were both on the ground. Matt tugged him over to the side of the road.
We have to keep going,
Matt said. He scrubbed his hand through his hair, then tugged the scarf down above his eyes.
Sooner or later, somebody will let her out, and they'll be after us again.
I know, Rand panted.
I know. Give me a hand.
Matt pulled him up again, but he wavered there, knowing it was no good. The first time he tried to take a step, he would be flat on his face again. Holding him upright, Matt waited impatiently for a horse cart approaching from the village to pass them. Matt gave a grunt of surprise when the cart slowed to a stop before them. A leathery-faced man looked down from the driver's seat.
Something wrong with him? The man asked around his pipe.
He's just tired, Matt said.
Rand could see that was not going to do, not leaning on Matt the way he was. He let go of Matt and took a step away from him. His legs quivered, but he willed himself to stay erect.
I haven't slept in 2 days, he said. Ate something that made me sick. I'm better now, but I haven't slept.
The man blew a streamer of smoke from the corner of his mouth.
Going to Camelin, are you? Was your age, I expect I might be off to see this false dragon myself.
Yes, Matt nodded. That's right. We're going to see the false dragon.
Yeah, climb on up then. Your friend in the back. If he's sick again, best it's on the straw, not up here. Name's Hyam Kinch.
Chapter 34. The Last Village. It was after dark when they reached Carey's Ford, longer than Rand had thought it would take from what Master Kinch said when he let them down. He wondered if his whole sense of time was getting skewed. Only 3 nights since Howell Goad and 4 Kings, 2 since Pater had surprised them in Market Sharon. Just a bare day since the nameless dark-friend woman tried to kill them in the stable of the Queen's man. But even that seemed a year ago, or a lifetime. Whatever was happening to time, Carysford appeared normal enough, on the surface at least. Neat, vine-covered brick houses and narrow lanes, except for the Camelin Road itself, quiet and outwardly peaceful. But what's underneath, he wondered. Market Sharon had been peaceful to look at, and so had the village where the woman... He had never learned the name of that one, and he did not want to think about it. Light spilled from the windows of the houses into streets all but empty of people. That suited Rand. Slinking from corner to corner, he avoided the few people abroad. Matt stuck to his shoulder, freezing when the crunch of gravel announced the approach of a villager, dodging from shadow to shadow when the dim shape had gone past. The River Carey was a bare 30 paces wide there, and the black water moved sluggishly, but the ford had long since been bridged over. Centuries of rain and wind had worn the stone abutments until they seemed almost like natural formations. Years of freight trains and merchant trains had ground at the thick wooden planks, too. Loose boards rattled under their boots, sounding as loud as drums. Until long after they were through the village and into the countryside beyond, Rand waited for a voice to demand to know who they were. Or worse, knowing who they were. The countryside had been filling up the further they went, becoming more and more settled. There were always the lights of farmhouses in sight. Hedges and rail fences lined the road and the fields beyond. Always the fields were there, and never a stretch of woods close to the road. It seemed as if they were always on the outskirts of a village, even when they were hours from the nearest town. Neat and peaceful, and with never an indication that dark friends or worse might be lurking. Abruptly, Matt sat down in the road. He had pushed the scarf up on top of his head, now that the only light came from the moon. 2 paces to the span, he muttered. 1,000 spans to the mile. 4 miles to the league. I'm not walking another 10 paces unless there's a place to sleep at the end of it. Something to eat wouldn't be amiss either. You haven't been hiding anything in your pockets, have you? An apple, maybe? I won't hold it against you if you have. You could at least look. Rand peered down the road both ways. They were the only things moving in the night. He glanced at Matt, who had pulled off one boot and was rubbing his foot. Or they had been. His own feet hurt, too. A tremor ran up his legs as if to tell him he had not yet regained as much strength as he thought. Dark mounds stood in a field just ahead of them. Haystacks diminished by winter feeding, but still haystacks. He nudged Matt with his toe. We'll sleep there. Haystacks again. Matt sighed, but he tugged on his boot and got up. The wind was rising, the night chill growing deeper. They climbed over the smooth poles of the fence and quickly were burrowing into the hay. The tarp that kept the rain off the hay cut the wind, too. Rand twisted around in the hollow he had made until he found a comfortable position. Hay still managed to poke at him through his clothes, but he had learned to put up with that. He tried counting the haystacks he had slept in since Whitebridge. Heroes in the stories never had to sleep in haystacks or under hedges, but it was not easy to pretend anymore that he was a hero in a story, even for a little while. With a sigh, he pulled his collar up in the hopes of keeping hay from getting down his back. Rand, Matt said softly. Rand, do you think we'll make it? Tarvallen? It's a long way yet, but... Camelin! Do you think we'll make it to Camelin? Rand raised his head, but it was dark in their burrow. The only thing that told him where Matt was his voice. Master Kinch said 2 days.
Day after tomorrow, the next day, we'll get there. If there aren't 100 dark friends waiting for us down the road, or a fate or two." There was silence for a moment, then Matt said, "I think we're the last ones left, Rand." He sounded frightened. "Whatever it's all about, it's just us two now. Just us." Rand shook his head. He knew Matt could not see in the darkness, but it was more for himself than Matt anyway. "Go to sleep, Matt," he said tiredly. But he lay awake a long time himself before sleep came. Just us. A cock's crow woke him, and he scrambled out into the false dawn, brushing hay off his clothes. Despite his precautions, some had worked its way down his back. The straws clung between his shoulder blades, itching. He took off his coat and pulled his shirt out of his breeches to get to it. It was while he had one hand down the back of his neck and the other twisted up behind him that he became aware of the people. The sun was not yet truly up, but already a steady trickle moved down the road in ones and twos, trudging toward Camelin. Some with packs or bundles on their backs, others with nothing but a walking staff, if that. Most were young men, but here and there was a girl or someone older. One and all, they had the travel-stained look of having walked a long way. Some had their eyes on their feet and a weary slump to their shoulders, early as it was. Others had their gaze fixed on something out of sight ahead, something toward the dawn. Matt rolled out of the haystack, scratching vigorously. He only paused long enough to wrap the scarf around his head. It shaded his eyes a little less this morning. "You think we might get something to eat today?" Rand's stomach rumbled in sympathy. "We can think about that when we're on the road," he said. Hastily arranging his clothes, he dug his share of their bundles out of the haystack. By the time they reached the fence, Matt had noticed the people too. He frowned, stopping in the field while Rand climbed over. A young man, not much older than they, glanced at them as he passed. His clothes were dusty, and so was the blanket roll strapped across his back. "Where are you bound?" Matt called. "Why, Camelin, for to see the dragon," the fellow shouted back without stopping. He raised an eyebrow at the blankets and saddlebags hanging from their shoulders and added, "Just like you." With a laugh, he went on, his eyes already seeking eagerly ahead. Matt asked the same question several times during the day, and the only people who did not much give the same answer were local folk. If those answered at all, it was by spitting and turning away in disgust. They turned away, but they kept a watchful eye, too. They looked at all the travelers the same way, out of the corners of their eyes. Their faces said strangers might get up to anything if not watched. People who lived in the area were not only wary of the strangers, they seemed more than a little put out. Just enough people were on the road, scattered out just enough, that when farmers' carts and wagons appeared with the sun peeking over the horizon, even their usually slow pace was halved. None of them was in any mood to give a ride. A sour grimace and maybe a curse for the work they were missing were more likely. The merchants' wagons rolled by with little hindrance beyond shaken fists, whether they were going toward Camelin or away from it. When the first merchant's train appeared early on in the morning, coming at a stiff trot with the sun barely above the horizon behind the wagons, Rand stepped out of the road. They gave no sign of slowing for anything, and he saw other folks scrambling out of the way. He moved all the way over onto the verge, but kept walking. A flicker of motion as the first wagon rumbled close was all the warning he had. He went sprawling on the ground as the wagon driver's whip cracked in the air where his head had been. From where he lay, he met the driver's eyes as the wagon rolled by. Hard eyes above a mouth in a tight grimace. Not a care that he might have drawn blood or taken an eye. "Light blind you!" Matt shouted after the wagon. "You can't—" A mounted guard caught him on the shoulder with the butt of his spear, knocking him down atop Rand. "Out of the way, you dirty dark friend," the guard growled without slowing. After that, they kept their distance from the wagons. There were certainly enough of them. The rattle and clatter of one hardly faded before another could be heard coming. Guards and drivers, they all stared at the travelers heading for Camelin as if seeing dirt walk. Once Rand misjudged a driver's whip just by the length of the tip. Clapping his hand to the shallow gash over his eyebrow, he swallowed hard to keep from vomiting at how close it had come to his eye. The driver smirked at him. With his other hand, he grabbed Matt to stop him knocking an arrow. "Let it go," he said. He jerked his head at the guards riding alongside the wagons.
Some of them were laughing. Others gave Matt's bow a hard eye. If we're lucky, they just beat us with their spears. If we're lucky. Matt grunted sourly, but he let Rand pull him on down the road. Twice squadrons of the Queen's Guards came trotting down the road, streamers on their lances fluttering in the wind. Some of the farmers hailed them, wanting something done about the strangers, and the guards always paused patiently to listen. Near midday, Rand stopped to listen to one such conversation. Behind the bars of his helmet, the guard captain's mouth was a tight line.
"If one of them steals something or trespasses on your land," he growled to the lanky farmer, frowning beside his stirrup, "I'll haul him before a magistrate. But they break no Queen's law by walking on the Queen's highway." "But they're all over the place," the farmer protested. "Who knows who they are, or what they are? All this talk about the dragon. Light man, you only have a handful here. Caemlyn's walls are bulging with them, and more coming every day." The captain's scowl deepened as he caught sight of Rand and Matt standing in the road nearby. He gestured down the road with a steel-backed gauntlet. "Get on with you, or I'll have you in for blocking traffic." His voice was no rougher with them than with the farmer, but they moved on. The captain's eyes followed them for a time. Rand could feel them on his back. He suspected the guards had little patience left with the wanderers and no sympathy for a hungry thief. He decided to stop Matt if he suggested stealing eggs again. Still, there was a good side to all the wagons and people on the road, especially all the young men heading for Caemlyn. For any dark friends hunting them, it would be like trying to pick out two particular pigeons in a flock. If the murderer on winter night had not known exactly who it was after, maybe its fellow would do no better here. His stomach rumbled frequently, reminding him that they had next to no money left, certainly not enough for a meal at the prices charged this close to Caemlyn. He realized once he had a hand on the flute case, and firmly pushed it around to his back. Goad had known all about the flute and the juggling. There was no telling how much Baalzamon had learned from him before the end, if what Rand had seen had been the end, or how much had been passed to other dark friends. He looked regretfully at a farm they were passing. A man patrolled the fences with a pair of dogs growling and tugging at their leashes. The man looked as if he wanted nothing more than an excuse to let them loose. Not every farm had the dogs out, but no one was offering jobs to travelers. Before the sun went down, he and Matt walked through 2 more villages. The village folk stood in knots, talking among themselves and watching the steady stream pass by. Their faces were no friendlier than the faces of the farmers, or the wagon drivers, or the Queen's Guards. All these strangers going to see the false dragon, fools who did not know enough to stay where they belonged. Maybe followers of the false dragon, maybe even dark friends, if there was any difference between the two. With evening coming, the stream began to thin at the second town. The few who had money disappeared into the inn, though there seemed to be some argument about letting them inside. Others began hunting for handy hedges or fields with no dogs. By dusk, he and Matt had the Caemlyn road to themselves. Matt began talking about finding another haystack, but Rand insisted on keeping on. "As long as we can see the road," he said. "The further we go before stopping, the further ahead we are." "If they are chasing you, why should they chase you now, when they've been waiting for you to come to them so far?" It was argument enough for Matt. With frequent glances over his shoulder, he quickened his step. Rand had to hurry to keep up. The night thickened, relieved only a bit by scant moonlight. Matt's burst of energy faded, and his complaints started up again. Aching knots formed in Rand's calves. He told himself he had walked further in a hard day working on the farm with Tam. But repeated as often as he would, he could not make himself believe it. Gritting his teeth, he ignored the aches and pains, and would not stop. With Matt complaining and him concentrating on the next step, they were almost on the village before he saw the lights. He tottered to a stop, suddenly aware of a burning that ran from his feet right up his legs. He thought he had a blister on his right foot. At the sight of the village lights, Matt sagged to his knees with a groan. "Can we stop now?" he panted. "Or do you want to find an inn and hang out a sign for the dark friends, or a fade?" "The other side of the town," Rand answered, staring at the lights. From this distance, in the dark, it could have been Emmons Field. What's waiting there? "Another mile, that's all." "All? I'm not walking another span." Rand's legs felt like fire, but he made himself take a step and then another.
It did not get any easier, but he kept on, one step at a time. Before he had gone 10 paces, he heard Matt staggering after him, muttering under his breath. He thought it was just as well he could not make out what Matt was saying. It was late enough for the streets of the village to be empty, though most houses had a light in at least one window. The inn in the middle of town was brightly lit, surrounded by a golden pool that pushed back the darkness. Music and laughter, dimmed by thick walls, drifted from the building. The sign over the door creaked in the wind. At the near end of the inn, a cart and horse stood in the Camelin Road with a man checking the harness. 2 men stood at the far end of the building on the very edge of the light. Rand stopped in the shadows beside a house that stood dark. He was too tired to hunt through the lanes for a way around. A minute resting could not hurt. Just a minute. Just until the men went away. Matt slumped against the wall with a grateful sigh, leaning back as if he meant to go to sleep right there. Something about the 2 men at the rim of the shadows made Rand uneasy. He could not put a finger on anything, at first, but he realized the man at the cart felt the same way about them. He reached the end of the strap he was checking, adjusted the bit in the horse's mouth, then went back and started over from the beginning again. He kept his head down the whole while, his eyes on what he was doing and away from the other men. It could have been that he simply was not aware of them, though they were less than 50 feet off, except for the stiff way he moved and the way he sometimes turned awkwardly in what he was doing, so he would not be looking toward them. One of the men in the shadows was only a black shape, but the other stood more into the light, with his back to Rand. Even so, it was plain he was not overjoyed at the conversation he was having. He wrung his hands and kept his eyes on the ground, jerking his head in a nod now and then at something the other had said. Rand could not hear anything, but he got the impression that the man in the shadows was doing all the talking. The nervous man just listened and nodded and wrung his hands anxiously. Eventually, the one who was wrapped in darkness turned away, and the nervous fellow started back into the light. Despite the chill, he was mopping his face with a long apron he wore, as if he were drenched in sweat. Skin prickling, Rand watched the shape moving off in the night. He did not know why, but his uneasiness seemed to follow that one, a vague tingling in the back of his neck and the hair stirring on his arms, as if he had suddenly realized something was sneaking up on him. With a quick shake of his head, he rubbed his arms briskly. "Getting as foolish as Matt, aren't you?" At that moment, the form slipped by the edge of the light from a window, just on the brink of it, and Rand's skin crawled. The inn sign went scree, scree, scree in the wind, but the dark cloak never stirred. "Fade," he whispered, and Matt jerked to his feet as if he had shouted. "What?" He clamped a hand over Matt's mouth. "Softly." The dark shape was lost in the darkness. Where? "It's gone now, I think. I hope." He took his hand away. The only sound Matt made was a long, indrawn breath. The nervous man was almost to the inn door. He stopped and smoothed down his apron, visibly composing himself before he went inside. "Strange friends you've got, Raymond Holdwin," the man by the cart said suddenly. It was an old man's voice, but strong. The speaker straightened, shaking his head. "Strange friends in the dark for an innkeeper." The nervous man jumped when the other spoke, looking around as if he had not seen the cart and the other man until right then. He drew a deep breath and gathered himself, then asked sharply, "And what do you mean by that, Almond Bunt?" "Just what I said, Holdwin. Strange friends. He's not from around here, is he? Lot of odd folk coming through the last few weeks. Awful lot of odd folk." "You're a fine one to talk." Holdwin cocked an eye at the man by the cart. "I know a lot of men, even men from Camelin. Not like you, cooped up alone out on that farm of yours." He paused, then went on as if he thought he had to explain further. "He's from 4 Kings, looking for a couple of thieves. Young men. They stole a heron-marked sword from him." Rand's breath had caught at the mention of 4 Kings. At the mention of the sword, he glanced at Matt. His friend had his back pressed hard against the wall and was staring into the darkness with eyes so wide they seemed to be all whites. Rand wanted to stare into the night, too. The half-man could be anywhere. But his eyes went back to the 2 men in front of the inn. "A heron-marked sword," Bunt exclaimed. "No wonder he wants it back." Holdwin nodded. "Yes, and them too.
My friend's a rich man, a merchant, and they've been stirring up trouble with the men who work for him, telling wild stories and getting people upset. They're dark friends, and followers of Loghain, too.
Dark friends and followers of the false dragon, and telling wild stories, too.
Getting up to a lot for young fellas. You did say they were young.
There was a sudden note of amusement in Bunt's voice, but the innkeeper did not seem to notice.
Yes, not yet 20. There's a reward. 100 crowns in gold for the two of them.
Holdwyn hesitated, then added,
They've sly tongues, these two. The light knows what kind of tales they'll tell, trying to turn people against one another. And dangerous, too, even if they don't look it. Vicious. Best you stay clear if you think you see 'em. 2 young men, one with a sword, and both looking over their shoulders. If they're the right ones, my friend will pick them up once they're located. You sound almost as if you know them to look at. I'll know them when I see them,
Holdwyn said confidently.
Just don't try to take them yourself. No need for anyone to get hurt. Come tell me if you see them. My friend will deal with them. 100 crowns for the two, but he wants the pair.
100 crowns for the two, Bunt mused.
How much for this sword he wants so bad?
Abruptly, Holdwyn appeared to realize the other man was making fun of him.
I don't know why I'm telling you, he snapped. You're still fixed on that fool plan of yours, I see.
Not such a fool plan,
Bunt replied placidly.
There might not be another false dragon to see before I die. Lights send it so. And I'm too old to eat some merchant's dust all the way to Camelin. I'll have the road to myself, and I'll be in Camelin bright and early tomorrow. To yourself?
The innkeeper's voice had a nasty quiver.
You can never tell what might be out in the night, Almond Bunt. All alone on the road in the dark. Even if somebody hears you scream, there's no one will unbar a door to help. Not these days, Bunt. Not your nearest neighbor.
None of that seemed to ruffle the old farmer at all. He answered as calmly as before.
If the Queen's guards can't keep the road safe this close to Camelin, then we're none of us safe even in our own beds. If you ask me, one thing the guards could do to make sure the roads are safe would be clap that friend of yours in irons. Sneaking around in the dark, afraid to let anybody get a look at him. Can't tell me he's not up to no good. Afraid? Holdwyn exclaimed. You old fool! If you knew!
His teeth clicked shut abruptly, and he gave himself a shake.
I don't know why I'm wasting time on you. Get off with you. Stop cluttering up the front of my place of business.
The door of the inn boomed shut behind him. Muttering to himself, Bunt took hold of the edge of the cart seat and set his foot on the wheel hub. Rand hesitated only a moment. Matt caught his arm as he started forward.
Are you crazy, Rand? He'll recognize us for sure.
You'd rather stay here, with a fade around? How far do you think we'll get on foot before it finds us?
He tried not to think of how far they would get in a cart if it found them. He shook free of Matt and trotted up the road. He carefully held his cloak shut so the sword was hidden. The wind and the cold were excuse enough for that.
I couldn't help overhearing you were going to Camelin, he said.
Bunt gave a start, jerking a quarterstaff out of the cart. His leathery face was a mass of wrinkles, and half his teeth were gone, but his gnarled hands held the staff steady. After a minute, he lowered one end of the staff to the ground and leaned on it.
So you two are going to Camelin. To see the dragon, eh?
Rand did not realize that Matt had followed him. Matt was keeping well back, though, out of the light, watching the inn and the old farmer with as much suspicion as he was the knight.
The false dragon,
Rand said with emphasis. Bunt nodded.
Of course.
He threw a sideways look at the inn, then abruptly shoved his staff back under the cart seat.
Well, if you want to ride, get in. I've wasted enough time.
He was already climbing to the seat. Rand clambered over the back as the farmer flicked the reins. Matt ran to catch up as the cart started off. Rand caught his arms and pulled him aboard. The village faded quickly into the night at the pace Bunt set. Rand lay back on the bare boards, fighting the lulling creak of the wheels. Matt stifled his yawns with a fist, warily staring into the countryside. Darkness weighed heavily on the fields and farms, dotted with the lights of farmhouses. The lights seemed distant, seemed to struggle vainly against the night. An owl called, a mourner's cry, and the wind moaned like lost souls in the shadow. It could be out there anywhere, Rand thought. Bunt seemed to feel the oppression of the night, too, for he suddenly spoke up. "You two ever been to Camelin before?" He gave a little chuckle. "Don't suppose you have? Well, wait till you see it. The greatest city in the world. Oh, I've heard all about Ilion and Ibudar and Tyr and all. There's always some fool thinks a thing is bigger and better just because it's off somewheres over the horizon. But for my money, Camelin is the grandest there is. Couldn't be grander. Nope, it couldn't. Unless maybe Queen Morghese, the Light Illuminer, got rid of that witch from Tarvalon." Rand was lying back with his head pillowed on his blanket roll atop the bundle of Tom's cloak, watching the night drift by, letting the farmer's words wash by him. A human voice kept the darkness at bay and muted the mournful wind. He twisted around to look up at the dark mass of Bunt's back. "You mean an Aes Sedai?" "What else would I mean? Sitting there in the palace like a spider. I'm a good Queen's man, never say I'm not, but it just isn't right. I'm not one of those saying Elida's got too much influence over the Queen. Not me. And as for the fools who claim Elida is really the Queen in all but name," he spat into the night, "that for them. Morghese is no puppet to dance for any Tarvalon witch." Another Aes Sedai. When Moraine got to Camelin, she might well go to a sister Aes Sedai. If the worst happened, this Elida might help them reach Tarvalon. He looked at Matt, and just as if he had spoken aloud, Matt shook his head. He could not see Matt's face, but he knew it was fixed in denial. Bunt went right on talking, flicking the reins whenever his horse slowed, but otherwise letting his hands rest on his knees. "I'm a good Queen's man, like I said, but even fools say something worthwhile now and again. Even a blind pig finds an acorn sometimes. There's got to be some changes. This weather, the crops failing, cows drying up, calves and lambs born dead, or with two heads. Bloody ravens don't even wait for things to die. People are scared. They want somebody to blame. Dragon's fang turning up on people's doors, things creeping about in the night, barns getting burned, fellas around like that friend of Holdwyn, scaring people. The Queen's got to do something before it's too late. You see that, don't you?" Rand made a non-committal sound. It sounded as if they had been even luckier than he had thought to find this old man in his cart. They might not have gotten further than that last village if they had waited for daylight. Things creeping about in the night. He lifted up to look over the side of the cart at the darkness. Shadows and shapes seemed to writhe in the black. He dropped back before his imagination convinced him there was something there. Bunt took it for agreement. "Right. I'm a good Queen's man, and I'll stand against any who try to harm her. But I'm right. You take the Lady Elaine and the Lord Gawain now. There's a change won't harm anything and might do some good. Sure, I know we've always done it that way in Andor. Send the daughter heir off to Tarvalon to study with the Aes Sedai, and the eldest son off to study with the warders. I believe in tradition, I do. But look what it got us last time. Luke dead in the blight before he was ever anointed first Prince of the Sword, and Tigraine vanished, run off or dead, when it came time for her to take the throne. Still troubling us, that. There's some saying she's still alive, you know, that Morghese isn't the rightful queen. Bloody fools. I remember what happened. Remember like it was yesterday. No daughter heir to take the throne when the old queen died, and every house in Andor scheming and fighting for the right. And Tarangel Damodred. You wouldn't have thought he'd lost his wife, him hot to figure which house would win so he could marry again and become prince consort after all. Well, he managed it, though why Morghese chose... no man knows the mind of a woman, and a queen is twice a woman, wed to a man, wed to the land. He got what he wanted anyway, if not the way he wanted it. Brought Kyrian into the plotting before he was done, and you know how that ended. The tree chopped down and black-veiled Aiel coming over the dragon wall.
Well, he got himself decently killed after he'd fathered Elaine and Gawain, so there's an end to it, I suppose. But why send them to Tarvalon? It's time men didn't think of the throne of Andor and Aes Sedai in the same thought anymore. If they've got to go someplace else to learn what they need, well, Ilian's got libraries as good as Tarvalon, and they'll teach the Lady Elaine as much about ruling and scheming as ever the witches could. Nobody knows more about scheming than Iliana. And if the guards can't teach the Lord Gawain enough about soldiering, well, they've soldiers in Ilion too. And in Shinar, and Tyr for that matter. I am a good queen's man, but I say let's stop all this truck with Tarvalon. 3,000 years is long enough. Too long. Queen Morghese can lead us and put things right without help from the White Tower. I tell you, there's a woman makes a man proud to kneel for her blessing. Why, once...
Rand fought the sleep his body cried out for, but the rhythmic creak and the sway of the cart lulled him, and he floated off on the drone of Bunt's voice. He dreamed of Tam. At first they were at the big oak table in the farmhouse, drinking tea while Tam told him about prince consorts and daughter heirs, and the dragon wall and black-veiled Ailman. The heron-marked sword lay on the table between them, but neither of them looked at it. Suddenly he was in the westwood, pulling the makeshift litter through the moon-bright night. When he looked over his shoulder, it was Tom on the litter, not his father, sitting cross-legged and juggling in the moonlight.
"The queen is wed to the land," Tom said, as brightly colored balls danced in a circle. "But the dragon is one with the land, and the land is one with the dragon."
Further back, Rand saw a fade coming, black cloak undisturbed by the wind, horse ghosting silently through the trees. 2 severed heads hung at the Myrddral's saddle bow, dripping blood that ran in darker streams down its mount's coal-black shoulder. Lan and Moraine, faces distorted in grimaces of pain. The fade pulled on a fistful of tethers as it rode. Each tether ran back to the bound wrists of one of those who ran behind the soundless hooves, their faces blank with despair. Mat and Perrin. And Egwene.
"Not her!" Rand shouted. "The light blast you, it's me you want, not her!"
The half-man gestured, and flames consumed Egwene, flesh crisping to ash, bone blacking and crumbling.
"The dragon is one with the land," Tom said, still juggling unconcernedly, "and the land is one with the dragon."
Rand screamed and opened his eyes. The cart creaked along the Camelin road, filled with night and the sweetness of long-vanished hay and the faint smell of horse. A shape blacker than the night rested on his chest, and eyes blacker than death looked into his.
"You are mine," the raven said, and the sharp beak stabbed into his eye. He screamed as it plucked his eyeball out of his head. With a throat-ripping shriek, he sat up, clapping both hands to his face. Early morning daylight bathed the cart. Dazed, he stared at his hands. No blood, no pain. The rest of the dream was already fading, but that... Gingerly he felt his face and shuddered. "At least," Matt yawned, cracking his jaws, "at least you got some sleep." There was little sympathy in his bleary eyes. He was huddled under his cloak, with his blanket roll doubled up beneath his head. He talked all bloody night. "You all the way awake?" Bunt said from the driver's seat. "Gave me a start, you did, yelling like that. Well, we're there." He swept a hand out in front of them in a grand gesture. "Camelin, the grandest city in the world." Chapter 35. Camelin. Rand twisted up to kneel behind the driver's seat. He could not help laughing with relief. "We made it, Matt! I told you we'd..." Words died in his mouth as his eyes fell on Camelin. After Baerlon, even more after the ruins of Shadar Logoth, he had thought he knew what a great city would look like. But this was more than he would have believed. Outside the Great Wall, buildings clustered as if every town he had passed through had been gathered and set down there, side by side and all pushed together. Inns thrust their upper stories above the tile roofs of houses, and squat warehouses, broad and windowless, shouldered against them all. Red brick and gray stone and plastered white, jumbled and mixed together, they spread as far as the eye could see. Baerlon could have vanished into it without being noticed, and Whitebridge swallowed up 20 times over with hardly a ripple. And the wall itself,
The sheer 50-foot height of pale gray stone, streaked with silver and white, swept out in a great circle, curving to north and south till he wondered how far it must run. All along its length, towers rose, round and standing high above the wall's own height, red and white banners whipping in the wind atop each one. From inside the wall, other towers peeked out, slender towers even taller than those at the walls, and domes gleaming white and gold in the sun. 1,000 stories had painted cities in his mind, the great cities of kings and queens, of thrones and powers and legends. And Camelin fit into those mind-deep pictures as water fits into a jug. The cart creaked down the wide road toward the city, toward tower-flanked gates. The wagons of a merchant's train rolled out of those gates, under a vaulting archway in the stone that could have let a giant through, or 10 giants abreast. Unwalled markets lined the road on both sides, roof tiles glistening red and purple, with stalls and pens in the spaces between. Calves bawled, cattle lowed, geese honked, chickens clucked, goats bleated, sheep baaed, and people bargained at the top of their lungs. A wall of noise funneled them toward the gates of Camelin. "What did I tell you?" Bunt had to raise his voice to near a shout in order to be heard. "The grandest city in the world. Built by Ogier, you know. Least the inner city and the palace were. It's that old, Camelin is. Camelin, where good Queen Morgaze, the light illuminer, makes the law and holds the peace for Endor. The greatest city on earth." Rand was ready to agree. His mouth hung open, and he wanted to put his hands over his ears to shut out the din. People crowded the road as thick as folk in Emmons Field crowded the green at Beltane. He remembered thinking there were too many people in Bearlawn to be believed, and almost laughed. He looked at Matt and grinned. Matt did have his hands over his ears, and his shoulders were hunched up as if he wanted to cover them with those, too. "How are we going to hide in this?" he demanded loudly when he saw Rand looking. "How can we tell who to trust with so many? So bloody many. Light the noise!" Rand looked at Bunt before answering. The farmer was caught up and staring at the city. With the noise, he might not have heard anyway. Still, Rand put his mouth close to Matt's ear. "How can they find us among so many? Can't you see it, you wool-headed idiot? We're safe if you ever learn to watch your bloody tongue." He flung out a hand to take in everything, the markets, the city walls still ahead. "Look at it, Matt. Anything could happen here. Anything. We might even find Moraine waiting for us, and Egwene and all the rest. If they're alive. If you ask me, they're as dead as the Gleeman." The grin faded from Rand's face, and he turned to watch the gates come nearer. Anything could happen in a city like Camelin. He held that thought stubbornly. The horse could not move any faster, flap the reins as Bunt would. The closer to the gates they came, the thicker the crowd grew, jostling together, shoulder to shoulder, pressing against the carts and wagons heading in. Rand was glad to see a good many were dusty young men, afoot with little in the way of belongings. Whatever their ages, a lot of the crowd pushing toward the gates had a travel-worn look, rickety carts and tired horses, clothes wrinkled from many nights of sleeping rough, dragging steps and weary eyes. But weary or not, those eyes were fixed on the gates, as if getting inside the walls would strip away all their fatigue. 6 of the Queen's guards stood at the gates, their clean red and white tabards and burnished plate and mail a sharp contrast to most of the people streaming under the stone arch. Backs rigid and heads straight, they eyed the incomers with disdainful wariness. It was plain they would just as soon have turned away most of those coming in. Aside from keeping a way clear for traffic leaving the city, though, and having a hard word with those who tried to push too fast, they did not hinder anyone.
"Keep your places. Don't push. Don't push. The light blind you. There's room for everybody. The light help us. Keep your places."
Bunt's cart rolled past the gates with the slow tide of the throng into Camelin. The city rose on low hills like steps climbing to a center. Another wall encircled that center, shining pure white and running over the hills. Inside that were even more towers and domes, white and gold and purple, their elevation atop the hills making them seem to look down on the rest of Camelin. Rand thought that must be the inner city of which Bunt had spoken. The Camelin Road itself changed as soon as it was inside the city, becoming a wide boulevard, split down the middle by broad strips of grass and trees. The grass was brown and the tree branches bare, but people hurried by as if they saw nothing unusual, laughing, talking, arguing, doing all the things that people do. Just as if they had no idea that there had been no spring yet this year, and might be none. They did not see, Rand realized, could not or would not. Their eyes slid away from leafless branches, and they walked across the dead and dying grass without once looking down. What they did not see, they could ignore. What they did not see was not really there. Gaping at the city and the people, Rand was taken by surprise when the cart turned down a side street, narrower than the boulevard, but still twice as wide as any street in Emmons Field. Bunt drew the horse to a halt and turned to look back at them hesitantly. The traffic was a bit lighter here. The crowd split around the cart without breaking stride. "What you hiding under your cloak? Is it really what Holdwyn says?" Rand was in the act of tossing his saddlebags over his shoulder. He did not even twitch. "What do you mean?" His voice was steady, too. His stomach was a sour knot, but his voice was steady. Rand stifled a yawn with one hand, but he shoved the other under his coat, clutching the dagger from Shadar Logoth, Rand knew, and his eyes had a hard, hunted look under the scarf around his head. Bunt avoided looking at Matt, as if he knew there was a weapon in that hidden hand. "Don't mean nothing, I suppose. Look now, if you heard I was coming to Camelin, you were there long enough to hear the rest. Was I after a reward? I'd have made some excuse to go in the Goose and Crown, speak to Holdwyn. Only I don't much like Holdwyn, and I don't like that friend of his, not at all. Seems like he wants you two more than he wants anything else." "I don't know what he wants," Rand said. "We've never seen him before." It might even be the truth. He could not tell one fade from another. "Uh-huh. Well, like I say, I don't know nothing, and I guess I don't want to. There's enough trouble around for everybody without I go looking for more." Matt was slow in gathering his things, and Rand was already in the street before he started climbing down. Rand waited impatiently. Matt turned stiffly from the cart, hugging bow and quiver and blanket roll to his chest, muttering under his breath. Heavy shadows darkened the undersides of his eyes. Rand's stomach rumbled, and he grimaced. Hunger combined with the sour twisting in his gut made him afraid he was going to vomit. Matt was staring at him now, expectantly. Which way to go? What to do now? Bunt leaned over and beckoned him closer. He went, hoping for advice about Camelin. "I'd hide that." The old farmer paused and looked around warily. People pushed by on both sides of the cart, but except for a few passing curses about blocking the way, no one paid them any attention. "Stop wearing it," he said. "Hide it, sell it, give it away. That's my advice. Thing like that's going to draw attention, and I guess you don't want any of that." Abruptly he straightened, clucking to his horse, and drove slowly on down the crowded street without another word or a backward glance. A wagon loaded with barrels rumbled toward them. Rand jumped out of the way, staggered, and when he looked again, Bunt and his cart were lost to sight. "What do we do now?" Matt demanded. He licked his lips, staring wide-eyed at all the people pushing by and the buildings towering as much as 6 stories above the street. "We're in Camelin, but what do we do?" He had uncovered his ears, but his hands twitched as if he wanted to put them back. A hum lay on the city, the low, steady drone of hundreds of shops working, thousands of people talking. To Rand, it was like being inside a giant beehive, constantly buzzing. "Even if they are here, Rand, how can we find them in all of this?" "Moraine will find us," Rand said slowly. The immensity of the city was a weight on his shoulders. He wanted to get away, to hide from all the people and noise. The void eluded him despite Tam's teachings. His eyes drew the city into it. He concentrated instead on what was right around him, ignoring everything that lay beyond. Just looking at that one street, it almost seemed like Baerlon. Baerlon, the last place they had all thought they were safe. Nobody's safe anymore. Maybe they are all dead. What do you do then? "They're alive. Egwene's alive," he said fiercely. Several passers-by looked at him oddly. "Maybe," Matt said. "Maybe. What if Moraine doesn't find us? What if nobody does, but the... He shuddered, unable to say it. "We'll think about that when it happens," he told Matt firmly.
if it happens. The worst meant seeking out Elida, the Aes Sedai in the palace. He would go on to Tar Valon first. He did not know if Matt remembered what Tom had said about the Red Ajah and the Black, but he surely did. His stomach twisted again. Tom said to find an inn called the Queen's Blessing. We'll go there first. How? We can't afford one meal between the two of us. At least it's a place to start. Tom thought we could find help there. I can't. Rand, they're everywhere. Matt dropped his eyes to the paving stones and seemed to shrink in on himself, trying to pull away from the people that were all around them. Wherever we go, they're right behind us, or they're waiting for us. They'll be at the Queen's Blessing, too. I can't. Nothing's going to stop a fade. Rand grabbed Matt's collar in a fist that he was trying hard to keep from trembling. He needed Matt. Maybe the others were alive, light, please, but right then and there it was just Matt and him. The thought of going on alone. He swallowed hard, tasting bile. He looked around quickly. No one seemed to have heard Matt mention the fade. The crowd pressed past, lost in its own worries. He put his face close to Matt's. We've made it this far, haven't we? He asked in a hoarse whisper. They haven't caught us yet. We can make it all the way if we just don't quit. I won't just quit and wait for them like a sheep for slaughter. I won't. Well, are you going to stand here till you starve to death, or until they come pick you up in a sack? He let go of Matt and turned away. His fingernails dug into his palms, but his hands still trembled. Suddenly Matt was walking alongside him, his eyes still down, and Rand let out a long breath. I'm sorry, Rand, Matt mumbled. Forget it, Rand said. Matt barely looked up enough to keep from walking into people while the words poured out in a lifeless voice. I can't stop thinking I'll never see home again. I want to go home. Laugh if you want, I don't care. What I wouldn't give to have my mother blessing me out for something right now. It's like weights on my brain. Hot weights. Strangers all around. And no way to tell who to trust, if I can trust anybody. Light, the Two Rivers is so far away, it might as well be on the other side of the world. We're alone and we'll never get home. We're going to die, Rand. Not yet, we won't, Rand retorted. Everybody dies. The wheel turns. I'm not going to curl up and wait for it to happen, though. You sound like Master Alvear, Matt grumbled, but his voice had a little spirit in it. Good, Rand said. Good. Light, let the others be all right. Please don't let us be alone. He began asking directions to the Queen's Blessing. The responses varied widely, a curse for all those who did not stay where they belonged, or a shrug and a blank look being the most common. Some stalked on by with no more than a glance, if that. A broad-faced man nearly as big as Perrin cocked his head and said, A Queen's Blessing, eh? You country boys, Queen's men? He wore a white cockade on his wide-brimmed hat and a white armband on his long coat. Well, you've come too late. He went off roaring with laughter, leaving Rand and Matt to stare at one another in puzzlement. Rand shrugged. There were plenty of odd folk in Camelin, people like he had never seen before. Some of them stood out in the crowd, skins too dark or too pale, coats of strange cut or bright colors, hats with pointed peaks or long feathers. There were women with veils across their faces, women in stiff dresses as wide as the wearer was tall, women in dresses that left more skin bare than any tavern maid he had seen. Occasionally a carriage, all vivid paint and gilt, squeezed through the thronged streets behind a 4- or 6-horse team with plumes on their harness. Sedan chairs were everywhere, the Pullman pushing along with never a care for who they shoved aside. Rand saw one fight start that way, a brawling heap of men swinging their fists, while a pale-skinned man in a red-striped coat climbed out of the sedan chair lying on its side. 2 roughly dressed men, who seemed to have been just passing by up till then, jumped on him before he was clear. The crowd that had stopped to watch began to turn ugly, muttering and shaking fists. Rand pulled at Matt's sleeve and hurried on. Matt needed no second urging. The roar of a small riot followed them down the street. Several times men approached the two of them instead of the other way around. Their dusty clothes marked them as newcomers and seemed to act like a magnet on some types.
Furtive fellows who offered relics of Logain for sale with darting eyes and feet set to run. Rand calculated he was offered enough scraps of the false dragon's cloak and fragments of his sword to make 2 swords and half a dozen cloaks. Matt's face brightened with interest the first time at least, but Rand gave them all a curt no, and they took it with a bob of the head and a quick, "Light illumine the queen, good master," and vanished. Most of the shops had plates and cups painted with fanciful scenes, purporting to show the false dragon being displayed before the queen in chains. And there were white cloaks in the streets. Each walked in an open space that moved with him, just as in Baerlon. Staying unnoticed was something Rand thought about a great deal. He kept his cloak over his sword, but that would not be good enough for very long. Sooner or later, someone would wonder what he was hiding. He would not, could not, take Bunt's advice to stop wearing it, not his link to Tam, to his father. Many others among the throng wore swords, but none with the heron mark to pull the eye. All the Camelin men, though, and some of the strangers had their swords wound in strips of cloth, sheath and hilt, red bound with white cord, or white bound with red. 100 heron marks could be hidden under those wrappings, and no one would see. Besides, following local fashion would make them seem to fit in more. A good many shops were fronted with tables displaying the cloth and cord, and Rand stopped at one. The red cloth was cheaper than the white, though he could see no difference apart from the color. So he bought that and the white cord to go with it, despite Matt's complaints about how little money they had left. The tight-lipped shopkeeper eyed them up and down with a twist to his mouth while he took Rand's coppers, and cursed them when Rand asked for a place inside to wrap his sword. "We didn't come to see Logain," Rand said patiently. "We just came to see Camelin." He remembered Bunt and added, "The grandest city in the world." The shopkeeper's grimace remained in place. "The light illumine good Queen Morghese," Rand said hopefully. "You make any trouble," the man said sourly, "and there's 100 men in sound of my voice will take care of you even if the guards won't." He paused to spit, just missing Rand's foot. "Get on about your filthy business." Rand nodded as if the man had bid him a cheerful farewell, and pulled Matt away. Matt kept looking back over his shoulder toward the shop, growling to himself until Rand tugged him into an empty alleyway. With their backs to the street, no passerby could see what they were doing. Rand pulled off the sword belt and set to wrapping the sheath and hilt. "I'll bet he charged you double for that bloody cloth," Matt said. "Triple." It was not as easy as it looked, fastening the strips of cloth and the cord so the whole thing would not fall off. "They'll all be trying to cheat us, Rand. They think we've come to see the false dragon like everybody else. We'll be lucky if somebody doesn't hit us on the head while we sleep. This is no place to be. There are too many people. Let's leave for Tarvalin now. Or south to Ilion. I wouldn't mind seeing them gather for the Hunt of the Horn. If we can't go home, let's just go." "I'm staying," Rand said. "If they're not here already, they'll come here sooner or later looking for us." He was not sure if he had the wrappings done the way everyone else did, but the herons in the scabbard and hilt were hidden, and he thought it was secure. As he went back out on the street, he was sure that he had one less thing to worry about causing trouble. Matt trailed along beside him, as reluctantly as if he were being pulled on a leash. Bit by bit, Rand did get the directions he wanted. At first they were vague, on the order of "somewhere in that direction," and "over that way." The nearer they came, though, the clearer the instructions, until at last they stood before a broad stone building with a sign over the door creaking in the wind. A man kneeling before a woman with red gold hair and a crown, one of her hands resting on his bowed head. The Queen's blessing. "Are you sure about this?" Matt asked. "Of course," Rand said. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. The common room was large and paneled with dark wood, and fires on 2 hearths warmed it. A serving maid was sweeping the floor, though it was clean, and another was polishing candlesticks in the corner. Each smiled at the 2 newcomers before going back to her work. Only a few tables had people at them, but a dozen men was a crowd for so early in the day, and if none looked exactly happy to see him and Matt, at least they looked clean and sober. The smells of roasting beef and baking bread drifted from the kitchen, making Rand's mouth water. The innkeeper was fat, he was pleased to see, a pink-faced man in a starched white apron, with graying hair combed back over a bald spot that did not quite cover. His sharp eye took them in from head to toe, dusty clothes and bundles and worn boots. But he had a ready, pleasant smile, too. Basil Gill was his name. "Master Gill," Rand said, "a friend of ours told us to come here. Tom Marilyn. He—" The innkeeper's smile slipped. Rand looked at Matt, but he was too busy sniffing the aromas coming from the kitchen to notice anything else. "Is there something wrong? You do know him."
"I know him," Gill said curtly.
He seemed more interested in the flute case at Rand's side now than in anything else.
"Come with me."
He jerked his head toward the back. Rand gave Matt a jerk to get him started, then followed, wondering what was going on. In the kitchen, Master Gill paused to speak to the cook, a round woman with her hair in a bun at the back of her head, who almost matched the innkeeper pound for pound. She kept stirring her pots while Master Gill talked. The smells were so good— 2 days' hunger made a fine sauce for anything, but this smelled as good as Mistress Alvere's kitchen— that Rand's stomach growled. Matt was leaning toward the pots, nose first. Rand nudged him. Matt hastily wiped his chin where he had been drooling. Then the innkeeper was hurrying them out the back door. In the stable yard, he looked around to make sure no one was close, then rounded on them. On Rand.
"What's in the case, lad?"
"Tom's flute," Rand said slowly. He opened the case as if showing the gold and silver chased flute would help. Matt's hand crept under his coat. Master Gill did not take his eyes off Rand.
I recognize it. I saw him play it often enough, and there's not likely two like that outside a royal court."
The pleasant smiles were gone, and his sharp eyes were suddenly as sharp as a knife.
"How did you come by it? Tom would part with his arm as soon as that flute."
"He gave it to me." Rand took Tom's bundled cloak from his back and set it on the ground, unfolding enough to show the colored patches, as well as the end of the harp case. "Tom's dead, Master Gill. If he was your friend, I'm sorry. He was mine, too."
"Dead, you say? How?"
A man tried to kill us. Tom pushed this at me and told us to run." The patches fluttered in the wind like butterflies. Rand's throat caught. He folded the cloak carefully back up again. "We'd have been killed if it hadn't been for him. We were on our way to Camelin together. He told us to come here, to your inn."
"I'll believe he's dead," the innkeeper said slowly, "when I see his corpse."
He nudged the bundled cloak with his toe and cleared his throat roughly.
Nay, I believe you. You saw whatever it was you saw. I just don't believe he's dead. He's a harder man to kill than you might believe, is old Tom Marilyn."
Rand put a hand on Matt's shoulder. "It's all right, Matt. He's a friend." Master Gill glanced at Matt and sighed.
"I suppose I am at that."
Matt straightened up slowly, folding his arms over his chest. He was still watching the innkeeper warily, though, and a muscle in his cheek twitched.
"Coming to Camelin, you say?"
The innkeeper shook his head.
"This is the last place on earth I'd expect Tom to come, excepting maybe it was Tarvallen."
He waited for a stableman to pass, leading a horse, and even then he lowered his voice.
"You've trouble with the Aes Sedai, I take it?"
"Yes," Matt grumbled at the same time that Rand said, "What makes you think that?" Master Gill chuckled dryly.
"I know the man, that's what. He'd jump into that kind of trouble, especially to help a couple of lads about the age of you."
The reminiscence in his eyes flickered out, and he stood up straight with a chary look.
"Now, I'm not making any accusations, mind, but, I take it neither of you can, what I'm getting at is, what exactly is the nature of your trouble with Tarvallen, if you don't mind my asking?"
Rand's skin prickled as he realized what the man was suggesting. The One Power. No, nothing like that. I swear. There was even an Aes Sedai helping us. Moraine was— He bit his tongue, but the innkeeper's expression never changed.
"Glad to hear it. Not that I have all that much love for Aes Sedai, but better them than that other thing."
He shook his head slowly.
"Too much talk of that kind of thing, with Loghain being brought here. No offense meant, you understand, but, well, I had to know, didn't I?"
No offense, Rand said. Matt's murmur could have been anything, but the innkeeper appeared to take it for the same as Rand had said.
You two look the right sort, and I do believe you are friends of Tom. But it's hard times and stony days. I don't suppose you can pay. No, I didn't think so. There's not enough of anything, and what there is costs the earth. So I'll give you beds, not the best, but warm and dry, and something to eat, and I cannot promise more, however much I'd like."
"Thank you," Rand said, with a quizzical glance at Matt. "It's more than I expected." What was the right sort, and why should he promise more?
"Well, Tom's a good friend, an old friend. Hot-headed and liable to say the worst possible thing to the one person he shouldn't, but a good friend all the same. If he doesn't show up, well, we'll figure something out then. Best you don't talk any more talk about Aes Sedai helping you. I'm a good Queen's man, but there are too many in Camelin right now who'd take it wrong. And I don't mean just the White Cloaks."
Matt snorted. "For all I care, the Ravens can take every Aes Sedai straight to Shale Ghul."
"Watch your tongue," Master Gil snapped. "I said I don't love them. I didn't say I'm a fool thinks they're behind everything that's wrong. The Queen supports Elaida and the Guards stand for the Queen. The Lights End things don't go so bad, that changes. Anyway, lately some guards have forgotten themselves enough to be a little rough with folks they overhear speaking against Aes Sedai. Not on duty, thank the light, but it's happened just the same. I don't need off-duty guards breaking up my common room to teach you a lesson. And I don't need White Cloaks egging somebody on to paint the dragon's fang on my door. So if you want any help out of me, you just keep thoughts about Aes Sedai to yourself, good or bad."
He paused thoughtfully, then added,
"Maybe it's best you don't mention Tom's name either, or anyone but me can hear. Some of the guards have long memories, and so does the Queen. No need taking chances."
"Tom had trouble with the Queen?" Rand said incredulously, and the innkeeper laughed.
"So he didn't tell you everything. Don't know why he should. On the other hand, I don't know why you shouldn't know either. Not like it's a secret exactly. Do you think every Gleeman thinks as much of himself as Tom does? Well, come to think of it, I guess they do. But it always seemed to me Tom had an extra helping of thinking a lot of himself. He wasn't always a Gleeman, you know, wandering from village to village and sleeping under a hedge as often as not. There was a time Tom Merlin was court-barred right here in Camelin, and known in every royal court from Tyr to Maradon."
"Tom?" Matt said. Rand nodded slowly. He could picture Tom at a queen's court with his stately manner and grand gestures.
"That he was," Master Gil said. "It was not long after Tarangale Damodred died that the trouble about his nephew cropped up. There were some said Tom was, shall we say, closer to the Queen than was proper. But Morghese was a young widow, and Tom was in his prime then, and the Queen can do as she wishes, is the way I look at it. Only she's always had a temper, has our good Morghese, and he took off without a word when he learned what kind of trouble his nephew was in. The Queen didn't much like that. Didn't like him meddling in Aes Sedai matters either. Can't say I think it was right either, nephew or no. Anyway, when he came back, he said some words all right. Words you don't say to a queen. Words you don't say to any woman with Morghese's spirit. Elaida was set against him because of his trying to mix in the business with his nephew. And between the Queen's temper and Elaida's animosity, Tom left Camelin half a step ahead of a trip to prison, if not the headsman's axe. As far as I know, the writ still stands."
"If it was a long time ago," Rand said, "maybe nobody remembers." Master Gil shook his head.
"Gareth Bryn is Captain General of the Queen's Guards. He personally commanded the guardsman Morghese sent to bring Tom back in chains, and I misdoubt he'll ever forget returning empty-handed to find Tom had already been back to the palace and left again. And the Queen never forgets anything. You ever know a woman who did? My, but Morghese was in a taking. I'll swear the whole city walked soft and whispered for a month. Plenty of other guardsmen old enough to remember, too. No, best you keep Tom as close a secret as you keep that Aes Sedai of yours. Come, I'll get you something to eat. You look as if your bellies are gnawing at your backbones.
Chapter 36. Web of the Pattern. Master Gill took them to a corner table in the common room and had one of the serving maids bring them food. Rand shook his head when he saw the plates, with a few thin slices of gravy-covered beef, a spoonful of mustard greens, and 2 potatoes on each. It was a rueful, resigned headshake, though, not angry. Not enough of anything, the innkeeper had said. Picking up his knife and fork, Rand wondered what would happen when there was nothing left. It made his half-covered plate seem like a feast. It made him shiver. Master Gill had chosen a table well away from anyone else, and he sat with his back to the corner where he could watch the room. Nobody could get close enough to overhear what they said without him seeing. When the maid left, he said softly, "Now, why don't you tell me about this trouble of yours? If I'm going to help, I'd best know what I'm getting into." Rand looked at Matt, but Matt was frowning at his plate as if he were mad at the potato he was cutting. Rand took a deep breath. "I don't really understand it myself," he began. He kept the story simple, and he kept trollocs and fades out of it. When somebody offered help, it would not do to tell them it was all about fables. But he did not think it was fair to understate the danger either, not fair to pull someone in when they had no idea what they were getting into. Some men were after him and Matt, and a couple of friends of theirs, too. They appeared where they were least expected, these men, and they were deadly dangerous and set on killing him and his friends, or worse. Moraine said some of them were dark friends. Tom did not trust Moraine completely, but he stayed on with them, he said, because of his nephew. They had been separated during an attack while trying to reach Whitebridge, and then, in Whitebridge, Tom died, saving them from another attack. And there had been other tries. He knew there were holes in it, but it was the best he could do on short notice without telling more than was safe. "We just kept on till we reached Camelin," he explained. "That was the plan originally. Camelin and then Tarvalon." He shifted uncomfortably on the edge of his chair. After keeping everything secret for so long, it felt odd to be telling somebody even as much as he was. "If we stay on that route, the others will be able to find us, sooner or later." "If they're alive," Matt muttered at his plate. Rand did not even glance at Matt. Something compelled him to add, "It could bring you trouble, helping us." Master Gill waved it off with a plump hand. "Can't say as I want trouble, but it wouldn't be the first I've seen. No bloody dark friend will make me turn my back on Tom's friends. This friend of yours from up north now, if she comes to Camelin, I'll hear. There are people keep their eyes on comings and goings like that around here, and word spreads." Rand hesitated, then asked, "What about Elida?" The innkeeper hesitated too, and finally shook his head. "I don't think so. Maybe if you didn't have a connection to Tom, she'd winkle it out, and then where would you be? No telling. Maybe in a cell. Maybe worse. They say she has a way of feeling things. What's happened, what's going to happen. They say she can cut right through to what a man wants to hide. I don't know, but I wouldn't risk it. If it wasn't for Tom, you could go to the guards. They'd take care of any dark friends quick enough. But even if you could keep Tom quiet from the guards, word would reach Elida as soon as you mentioned dark friends, and then you're back where we started." "No guards," Rand agreed. Matt nodded vigorously while stuffing a fork into his mouth and got gravy on his chin. "Trouble is, you're caught up in the fringes of politics, lad, even if it's none of your doing. And politics is a foggy mire full of snakes." "What about—" Rand began, but the innkeeper grimaced suddenly, his chair creaking under his bulk as he sat up straight. The cook was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, wiping her hands with her apron. When she saw the innkeeper looking, she motioned for him to come, then vanished back into the kitchen. "Might as well be married to her," Master Gill sighed. "Finds things that need fixing before I know there's anything wrong. If it's not the drains stopped up or the downspouts clogged, it's rats. I keep a clean place, you understand, but with so many people in the city, rats are everywhere. Crowd people together and you get rats. And Camelin is a plague of them all of a sudden. You wouldn't believe what a good cat, a prime ratter, fetches these days. Your room is in the attic. I'll tell the girls which. Any of them can show you to it. And don't worry about dark friends. I can't say much good about the white cloaks, but between them and the guards, that sort won't dare show their filthy faces in Camelin." His chair squeaked again as he pushed it back and stood. "I hope it isn't the drains again." Rand went back to his food, but he saw that Matt had stopped eating. "I thought you were hungry," he said. Matt kept staring at his plate, pushing one piece of potato in a circle with his fork. "You have to eat, Matt. We need to keep up our strength if we're going to reach Tarvalin." Matt let out a low, bitter laugh. "Tarvalin! All this time it's been Camelin. Moraine will be waiting for us in Camelin. We'd find Perrin and Egwene in Camelin. Everything would be all right if we only got to Camelin. Well, here we are, and nothing's right. No Moraine, no Perrin, no anybody. Now it's everything will be all right if we only get to Tarvalin." "We're alive," Rand said, more sharply than he had intended. He took a deep breath and tried to moderate his tone. "We're alive. That much is all right. And I intend to stay alive. I intend to find out why we're so important. I won't give up." "All these people, and any of them, could be dark friends. Master Gil promised to help us awfully quick. What kind of man just shrugs off Aes Sedai and dark friends? It isn't natural. Any decent person would tell us to get out or something." "Eat," Rand said gently, and watched until Matt began chewing a piece of beef. He left his own hands resting beside his plate for a minute, pressing them against the table to keep them from shaking. He was scared. Not about Master Gil, of course, but there was enough without that. Those tall city walls would not stop a Fade. Maybe he should tell the innkeeper about that. But even if Gil believed, would he be as willing to help if he thought a Fade might show up at the Queen's blessing? And the rats. Maybe rats did thrive where there were a lot of people, but he remembered the dream that was not a dream in Baerlon, and a small spine snapping. "Sometimes the Dark One uses carrion eaters as eyes," Lan had said. "Ravens, crows, rats." He ate, but when he was done he could not remember tasting a single bite. A serving maid, the one who had been polishing candlesticks when they came in, showed them up to the attic room. A dormer window pierced the slanting outer wall, with a bed on either side of it, and pegs beside the door for hanging their belongings. The dark-eyed girl had a tendency to twist her skirt and giggle whenever she looked at Rand. She was pretty, but he knew if he said anything to her, he would just make a fool of himself. She made him wish he had Perrin's way with girls. He was glad when she left. He expected some comment from Matt, but as soon as she was gone, Matt threw himself on one of the beds, still in his cloak and boots, and turned his face to the wall. Rand hung his things up, watching Matt's back. He thought Matt had his hand under his coat, clutching that dagger again. "You're just going to lie up here, hiding?" he said finally. "I'm tired," Matt mumbled. "We have questions to ask Master Gil yet. He might even be able to tell us how to find Egwene and Perrin. They could be in Camelin already if they managed to hang on to their horses." "They're dead," Matt said to the wall. Rand hesitated, then gave up. He closed the door softly behind him, hoping Matt really would sleep. Downstairs, however, Master Gil was nowhere to be found, though the sharp look in the cook's eye said she was looking for him too. For a while Rand sat in the common room, but he found himself eyeing every patron who came in, every stranger who could be anyone or anything, especially in the moment when he was first silhouetted as a cloaked black shape in the doorway. A Fade in the room would be like a fox in a chicken coop. A guardsman entered from the street. The red-uniformed man stopped just inside the door, running a cool eye over those in the room who were obviously from outside the city. Rand studied the tabletop when the guardsman's eyes fell on him. When he looked up again, the man was gone. The dark-eyed maid was passing with her arms full of towels. "They do that sometimes," she said in a confiding tone as she went by. "Just to see there's no trouble. They look after good Queen's folk, they do. Nothing for you to worry about." She giggled. Rand shook his head. Nothing for him to worry about. It was not as if the guardsman would have come over and demanded to know if he knew Tom Marilyn. He was getting as bad as Matt. He scraped back his chair. Another maid was checking the oil in the lamps along the wall. "Is there another room where I could sit?" he asked her. He did not want to go back upstairs and shut himself up with Matt's sullen withdrawal. "Maybe a private dining room that's not being used?"
"There's the library."
She pointed to a door.
"Through there, to your right, at the end of the hall.
Might be empty this hour." "Thank you. If you see Master Gill, would you tell him Randolph Thor needs to talk to him, if he can spare a minute?"
"I'll tell him,"
she said, then grinned.
"Cook wants to talk to him, too."
The innkeeper was probably hiding, he thought, as he turned away from her. When he stepped into the room to which he had directed him, he stopped and stared. The shelves must have held 300 or 400 books, more than he had ever seen in one place before. Cloth-bound, leather-bound with gilded spines, only a few with wooden covers. His eyes gobbled up the titles, picking out old favorites. The Travels of J. N. Farstrider, The Essays of Willem Manetjes. His breath caught at the sight of a leather-bound copy of Voyages Among the Sea Folk. Tam had always wanted to read that. Picturing Tam, turning the book over in his hands with a smile, getting the feel of it before settling down before the fireplace with his pipe to read, his own hand tightened on his sword hilt with a sense of loss and emptiness that dampened all his pleasure in the books. A throat cleared behind him, and he suddenly realized he was not alone. Ready to apologize for his rudeness, he turned. He was used to being taller than almost everyone he met, but this time his eyes traveled up and up and up, and his mouth fell open. Then he came to the head, almost reaching the 10-foot ceiling. A nose as broad as the face, so wide it was more a snout than a nose. Eyebrows that hung down like tails, framing pale eyes as big as teacups. Ears that poked up to tufted points through a shaggy black mane. Trolloc! He let out a yell and tried to back up and draw his sword. His feet got tangled, and he sat down hard instead.
"I wish you humans wouldn't do that," rumbled a voice as deep as a drum.
The tufted ears twitched violently, and the voice became sad.
"So few of you remember us. It's our own fault, I suppose. Not many of us have gone out among men since the shadow fell on the ways. That's 6 generations now. Right after the War of the 100 Years it was."
The shaggy head shook and let out a sigh that would have done credit to a bull.
Too long. And so few to travel and see, it might as well have been done."
Rand sat there for a minute, with his mouth hanging open, staring up at the apparition in wide-toed, knee-high boots and a dark blue coat that buttoned from the neck to the waist, then flared out to his boot tops like a kilt over baggy trousers. In one hand was a book, seeming tiny by comparison, with a finger broad enough for 3 marking the place. "I thought you were," he began, then caught himself. "What are—" That was not any better. Getting to his feet, he gingerly offered his hand. "My name is Randolph Thor." A hand as big as a ham engulfed his. It was accompanied by a formal bow.
"Loyal, son of Arendt, son of Holland. Your name sings in my ears, Randolph Thor."
That sounded like a ritual greeting to Rand. He returned the bow. "Your name sings in my ears, Loyal, son of Arendt, son of Holland." It was all a little unreal. He still did not know what Loyal was. The grip of Loyal's huge fingers was surprisingly gentle, but he was still relieved to get his hand back in one piece.
"You humans are very excitable,"
Loyal said in his bass rumble.
"I had heard all the stories and read the books, of course, but I didn't realize. My first day in Camelin, I could not believe the uproar. Children cried and women screamed, and a mob chased me all the way across the city, waving clubs and knives and torches and shouting, 'Trolloc!' I'm afraid I was almost beginning to get a little upset. There's no telling what would have happened if a party of the Queen's Guards hadn't come along."
"A lucky thing," Rand said faintly.
"Yes, but even the guardsmen seemed almost as afraid of me as the others. 4 days in Camelin now, and I haven't been able to put my nose outside this inn. Good Master Gill even asked me not to use the common room."
His ears twitched.
"Not that he hasn't been very hospitable, you understand. But there was a bit of trouble that first night. All the humans seemed to want to leave at once. Such screaming and shouting, everyone trying to get through the door at the same time. Some of them could have been hurt."
Rand stared in fascination at those twitching ears.
"I'll tell you it was not for this I left the steading."
"You're an Ogier," Rand exclaimed. "Wait, 6 generations? You said the War of the 100 Years. How old are you?"
He knew it was rude as soon as he said it, but Loyal became defensive rather than offended.
90 years, the Ogier said stiffly. "In only 10 more I'll be able to address the stump. I think the elders should have let me speak since they were deciding whether I could leave or not. But then they always worry about anyone of any age going outside. You humans are so hasty, so erratic."
He blinked and gave a short bow.
"Please forgive me. I shouldn't have said that. But you do fight all the time, even when there's no need to."
"That's all right," Rand said. He was still trying to take in Loyal's age. Older than old Sen Bui, and still not old enough to... He sat down in one of the high-backed chairs. Loyal took another, made to hold 2. He filled it. Sitting, he was as tall as most men standing. "At least they did let you go." Loyal looked at the floor, wrinkling his nose and rubbing at it with one thick finger.
"Well, as to that now. You see, the stump had not been meeting very long, not even a year, but I could tell from what I heard that by the time they reached a decision, I would be old enough to go without their permission. I am afraid they'll say I put a long handle on my axe, but I just left. The elders always said I was too hot-headed, and I fear I've proven them right. I wonder if they have realized I'm gone yet. But I had to go."
Rand bit his lip to keep from laughing. If Loyal was a hot-headed Ogier, he could imagine what most Ogier were like. Had not been meeting very long, not even a year. Master Alvir would just shake his head in wonder. A village council meeting that lasted half a day would have everybody jumping up and down, even Harald Luhan. A wave of homesickness swept over him, making it hard to breathe from memories of Tam and Egwene, and the Wine Spring Inn and Beltane on the Green in happier days. He forced them away. "If you don't mind my asking," he said, clearing his throat, "why did you want to go, outside so much? I wished I'd never left my home myself."
"Why, to see,"
Loyal said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world.
"I read the books, all the travelers' accounts, and it began to burn in me that I had to see, not just read."
His pale eyes brightened and his ears stiffened.
"I studied every scrap I could find about traveling, about the ways and customs in human lands, and the cities we built for you humans after the breaking of the world. And the more I read, the more I knew that I had to go outside, go to those places we had been, and see the groves for myself."
Rand blinked. "Groves?"
"Yes, the groves. The trees. Only a few of the great trees, of course, towering to the sky to keep memories of the steading fresh."
His chair groaned as he shifted forward, gesturing with his hands, one of which still held the book. His eyes were brighter than ever, and his ears almost quivered.
"Mostly they use the trees of the land and the place. You cannot make the land go against itself. Not for long. The land will rebel. You must shape the vision to the land, not the land to the vision. In every grove was planted every tree that would grow and thrive in that place, each balanced against the next, each place to complement the others, for the best growing, of course, but also so that the balance would sing in the eye and the heart. Ah, the books spoke of groves to make elders weep and laugh at the same time, groves to remain green in memory forever.
What about the cities? Rand asked. Loyal gave him a puzzled look. The cities the Ogier built. Here, for instance, Camelin. Ogier built Camelin, didn't you? The stories say so.
Working with stone.
His shoulders gave a massive shrug.
That was just something we learned in the years after the breaking. During the exile, when we were still trying to find the steading again. It is a fine thing, I suppose, but not the true thing. Try as you will, and I have read that the Ogier, who built those cities, truly did try. You cannot make stone live. A few still do work with stone, but only because you humans damage the building so often with your wars. There were a handful of Ogier in, Cairhien, it's called now, when I passed through. They were from another steading, luckily, so they didn't know about me. But they were still suspicious that I was outside alone so young. I suppose it's just as well there was no reason for me to linger there. In any case, you see, working with stone is just something that was thrust on us by the weaving of the pattern. The groves came from the heart.
Rand shook his head. Half the stories he had grown up with had just been stood on their heads. I didn't know Ogier believed in the pattern, Loyal.
Of course we believe. The wheel of time weaves the pattern of the ages, and lives are the threads it weaves. No one can tell how the thread of his own life will be woven into the pattern, or how the thread of a people will be woven. It gave us the breaking of the world, and the exile, and stone, and the longing, and eventually it gave us back the steading before we all died. Sometimes I think the reason you humans are the way you are is because your threads are so short. They must jump around in the weaving. Oh, there I've done it again. The elders say you humans don't like to be reminded of how short a life you live. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Rand laughed and shook his head. Not at all. I suppose it'd be fun to live as long as you do, but I never really thought about it. I guess if I live as long as old Sen Bui, that'll be long enough for anybody.
He is a very old man?
Rand just nodded. He was not about to explain that old Sen Bui was not quite as old as Loyal.
Well, Loyal said, perhaps you humans do have short lives, but you do so much with them, always jumping around, always so hasty. And you have the whole world to do it in. We Ogier are bound to our steading.
You're outside?
For a time, Rand, but I must go back eventually. This world is yours and your kind's. The steading are mine. There's too much hurly-burly outside, and so much has changed from what I read about.
Well, things do change over the years. Some, anyway.
Some? Half the cities I read about aren't even there any longer, and most of the rest are known by different names. You take Cairhien. The city's proper name is Al-Cairhien Alan, Hill of the Golden Dawn. They don't even remember for all of the sunrise on their banners. And the grove there, I doubt if it has been tended since the Trolloc Wars. It's just another forest now, where they cut firewood. The great trees are all gone, and no one remembers them. And here, Camelin is still Camelin, but they let the city grow right over the grove. We're not a quarter of a mile from the center of it, right where we sit, from where the center of it should be. Not a tree of it left. I've been to Tyr and Ilion, too. Different names, and no memories. There's only pasture for their horses where the grove was at Tyr, and at Ilion the grove is in the king's park, where he hunts his deer, and none allowed inside without his permission. It is all changed, Rand. I fear very much that I will find the same everywhere I go. All the groves gone, all the memories gone, all the dreams dead.
You can't give up, Loyal. You can't ever give up. If you give up, you might as well be dead. Rand sank back in his chair as far as he could go, his face turning red. He expected the Ogier to laugh at him, but Loyal nodded gravely instead.
Yes, that's the way of your kind, isn't it?
The Ogier's voice changed, as if he were quoting something.
Till shade is gone, till water is gone, into the shadow with teeth bared, screaming defiance with the last breath to spit in sight-blinder's eye on the last day.
Loyal cocked his shaggy head expectantly, but Rand had no idea what it was he expected. A minute went by with Loyal waiting, then another, and his long eyebrows began to draw down in puzzlement. But he still waited, the silence growing uncomfortable for Rand. "The great trees," Rand said finally, just for something to break that silence. "Are they like Avendesora?" Loyal sat up sharply. His chair squealed and cracked so loudly Rand thought it was going to come apart.
You know better than that. You, of all people.
Me? How would I know?
Are you playing a joke on me? Sometimes you Aielmen think the oddest things are funny.
What? I'm not an Aielman. I'm from the Two Rivers. I never even saw an Aielman. Loyal shook his head, and the tufts on his ears drooped outward.
You see, everything is changed, and half of what I know is useless. I hope I did not offend you. I'm sure your Two Rivers is a very fine place, wherever it is.
Somebody told me, Rand said, that it was once called Manetheren. I'd never heard of it, but maybe you. The Ogier's ears had perked up happily.
Ah, yes, Manetheren.
The tufts went down again.
There was a very fine grove there. Your pain sings in my heart, Randalthor. We could not come in time.
Loyal bowed where he sat, and Rand bowed back. He suspected Loyal would be hurt if he did not, would think he was rude at the very least. He wondered if Loyal thought he had the same sort of memories the Ogier seemed to. The corners of Loyal's mouth and eyes were certainly turned down, as if he were sharing the pain of Rand's loss, just as if the destruction of Manetheren were not something that happened 2,000 years ago. Near enough, something that Rand only knew about because of Moraine's story. After a time, Loyal sighed.
The wheel turns, he said, and no one knows it's turning. But you have come almost as far from your home as I have. A very considerable distance as things are now. When the ways were freely open, of course, but that is long past. Tell me what brings you so far. Is there something you want to see, too?
Rand opened his mouth to say that they had come to see the false dragon, and he could not say it. Perhaps it was because Loyal acted as if he were no older than Rand, 90 years old or no 90 years old. Maybe for an Ogier, 90 years was not any older than he was. It had been a long time since he had been able to really talk to anyone about what was happening. Always the fear that they might be dark friends or think he was. Matt was so drawn in on himself, feeding his fears on his own suspicions, that he was no good for talking. Rand found himself telling Loyal about Winternight. Not a vague story about dark friends, the truth about Trollocs breaking in the door and a fade on the quarry road. Part of him was horrified at what he was doing, but it was almost as if he were two people, one trying to hold his tongue while the other only felt the relief at being able to tell it all finally. The result was that he stumbled and stuttered and jumped around in the story. Shadar Logoth and losing his friends in the night, not knowing if they were alive or dead. The fate in Whitebridge and Tom dying so they could escape. The fate in Baerlon. Dark friends later, Howell Goad. And the boy who was afraid of them and the woman who tried to kill Matt. The half-man outside the Goose and Crown. When he started babbling about dreams, even the part of him that wanted to talk felt the hackles rising on the back of his neck. He bit his tongue, clamping his teeth shut.
Breathing heavily through his nose, he watched the Ogier warily, hoping he thought he had meant nightmares. The light knew it all sounded like a nightmare, or enough to give anyone nightmares. Maybe Loyal would just think he was going mad. Maybe...
Taviran,
Loyal said. Rand blinked. What?
Taviran.
Loyal rubbed behind a pointed ear with one blunt finger and gave a little shrug.
Elder Hammond always said I never listened, but sometimes I did. Sometimes I listened. You know how the pattern is woven, of course.
I never really thought about it, he said slowly. It just is.
Yes, well, not exactly. You see, the wheel of time weaves the pattern of the ages, and the threads it uses are lives. It is not fixed, the pattern, not always. If a man tries to change the direction of his life and the pattern has room for it, the wheel just weaves on and takes it in. There is always room for small changes, but sometimes the pattern simply won't accept a big change no matter how hard you try. You understand?
Rand nodded. I could live on the farm or in Emmons Field, and that would be a small change. If I wanted to be a king, though... He laughed, and Loyal gave a grin that almost split his face in two. His teeth were white and as broad as chisels.
Yes, that's it. But sometimes the change chooses you, or the wheel chooses it for you. And sometimes the wheel bends a life thread or several threads in such a way that all the surrounding threads are forced to swirl around it. And those force other threads, and those still others, and on and on. That first bending to make the web, that is Taviran, and there is nothing you can do to change it, not until the pattern itself changes. The web, Tomorrow Island, it's called, can last for weeks or for years. It can take in a town or even the whole pattern. Arthur Hawkwing was Taviran. So was Luz Theron Kinslayer, for that matter, I suppose.
He let out a booming chuckle.
Elder Hammond would be proud of me. He always droned on, and the books about traveling were much more interesting. But I did listen sometimes.
That's all very well, Rand said, but I don't see what it has to do with me. I'm a shepherd, not another Arthur Hawkwing. And neither is Matt or Perrin. It's just... ridiculous.
I didn't say you were, but I could almost feel the pattern swirl just listening to you tell your tale, and I have no talent there. You are Taviran, all right. You and maybe your friends, too.
The Ogier paused, rubbing the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. Finally he nodded to himself as if he had reached a decision.
I wish to travel with you, Rand.
For a minute Rand stared, wondering if he had heard correctly. With me? He exclaimed when he could speak. Did you hear what I said about... He eyed the door suddenly. It was shut tight and thick enough that anyone trying to listen on the other side would hear only a murmur, even with his ear pressed against the wooden panels. Just the same, he went on in a lower voice. About who's chasing me? Anyway, I thought you wanted to see your trees.
This book continues on the other side of this cassette. Cassette 15, Side 2.
Just the same, he went on in a lower voice. About who's chasing me? Anyway, I thought you wanted to see your trees.
There is a very fine grove at Tarvalon, and I have been told the Aes Sedai keep it well tended. Besides, it is not just the groves I want to see. Perhaps you are not another Arthur Hawkwing, but for a time at least part of the world will shape itself around you. Perhaps is even now shaping itself around you. Even Elder Hammond would want to see that.
Rand hesitated. It would be good to have someone else along. The way Matt was behaving, being with him was almost like being alone. The Ogier was a comforting presence. Maybe he was young as Ogier reckoned age, but he seemed as unflappable as a rock, just like Tam. And Loyal had been to all of those places and knew about others. He looked at the Ogier, sitting there with his broad face a picture of patience. Sitting there and taller sitting than most men standing. How do you hide somebody almost 10 feet tall? He sighed and shook his head. I don't think that is a good idea, Loyal. Even if Moraine finds us here, we'll be in danger all the way to Tarvalon. If she does not, if she doesn't, then she's dead and so is everyone else. Oh, Egwene. He gave himself a shake. Egwene was not dead, and Moraine would find them. Loyal looked at him sympathetically and touched his shoulder.
I am sure your friends are well, Rand.
Rand nodded his thanks. His throat was too tight to speak.
Will you at least talk with me sometimes?
Loyal sighed, a bass rumble.
And perhaps play a game of stones? I have not had anyone to talk to in days, except good Master Gil, and he is busy most of the time. The cook seems to run him unmercifully. Perhaps she really owns the inn?
Of course I will. His voice was hoarse. He cleared his throat and tried to grin. And if we meet in Tarvalon, you can show me the grove there. They have to be all right. Light send they're all right.
Chapter 37. The Long Chase. Nynaeve gripped the reins of the 3 horses and peered into the night as if she could somehow pierce the darkness and find the Aes Sedai and the warder. Skeletal trees surrounded her, stark and black in the dim moonlight. The trees and the night made an effective screen for whatever Moiraine and Lan were doing, not that either of them had paused to let her know what that was. A low, "Keep the horses quiet," from Lan, and they were gone, leaving her standing like a stable boy. She glanced at the horses and sighed with exasperation. Mandar blended into the night almost as well as his master's cloak. The only reason the battle-trained stallion was letting her get this close was because Lan had handed her the reins himself. He seemed calm enough now, but she remembered all too well the lips drawing back silently when she reached for his bridle without waiting for Lan's approval. The silence had made the bared teeth seem that much more dangerous. With a last wary look at the stallion, she turned to peer in the direction the other 2 had gone, idly stroking her own horse. She gave a startled jump when Aldib pushed a pale muzzle under her hand, but after a minute she gave the white mare a pat, too. "No need to take it out on you, I suppose," she whispered, "just because your mistress is a cold-faced—" She strained at the darkness again. What were they doing? After leaving Whitebridge, they had ridden through villages that seemed unreal in their normality, ordinary market villages that seemed to Nynaeve unconnected to a world that had Fades and Trollocs and Aes Sedai. They had followed the Camelin road until at last Moiraine sat forward in Aldib's saddle, peering eastward as if she could see the whole length of the great highway, all the many miles to Camelin, and see, too, what waited there. Eventually the Aes Sedai let out a long breath and settled back. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills," she murmured, "but I cannot believe it weaves an end to hope. I must first take care of that of which I can be certain. It will be as the wheel weaves." And she turned her mare north, off the road into the forest. One of the boys was in that direction with the coin Moiraine had given him. Lan followed. Nynaeve gave a long last look at the Camelin road. Few people shared the roadway with them there, a couple of high-wheeled carts and one empty wagon in the distance, a handful of folk afoot with their belongings on their backs or piled on push-carts. Some of those were willing to admit they were on their way to Camelin to see the false dragon, but most denied it vehemently, especially those who had come through Whitebridge. At Whitebridge she had begun to believe Moiraine. Somewhat. More, at any rate, and there was no comfort in that. The warder and the Aes Sedai were almost out of sight through the trees before she started after them. She hurried to catch up. Lan looked back at her frequently and waved for her to come on, but he kept at Moiraine's shoulder, and the Aes Sedai had her eyes fixed ahead. One evening after they left the road, the invisible trail failed. Moiraine, the unflappable Moiraine, suddenly stood up beside the small fire where the tea kettle was boiling, her eyes widening. "It is gone," she whispered at the night. "He is—" Nynaeve could not finish the question. "Light. I don't even know which one it is." "He did not die," the Aes Sedai said slowly, "but he no longer has the token." She sat down, her voice level and her hand steady as she took the kettle off the flames and tossed in a handful of tea. "In the morning we will keep on as we've been going. When I get close enough, I can find him without the coin." As the fire burned down to coals, Lan rolled himself in his cloak and went to sleep. Nynaeve could not sleep. She watched the Aes Sedai. Moiraine had her eyes closed, but she sat upright, and Nynaeve knew she was awake. Long after the last glow had faded from the coals, Moiraine opened her eyes and looked at her. She could feel the Aes Sedai's smile even in the dark. "He has regained the coin, Wisdom. All will be well." She lay down on her blankets with a sigh, and almost at once was breathing deep in slumber. Nynaeve had a hard time joining her, tired as she was. Her mind conjured up the worst, no matter how she tried to stop it. All will be well. After Whitebridge, she could no longer make herself believe that so easily. Abruptly, Nynaeve was jerked from memory back to the night. There really was a hand on her arm. Stifling the cry that rose in her throat, she fumbled for the knife at her belt, her hand closing on the hilt before she realized that the hand was Lan's. The warder's hood was thrown back, but his chameleon-like cloak blended so well with the night that the dim blur of his face seemed to hang suspended in the night. The hand on her arm appeared to come out of thin air. She drew a shuddering breath. She expected him to comment on how easily he had come on her unaware, but instead he turned to dig into his saddlebags. "You are needed," he said, and knelt to fasten hobbles on the horses. As soon as the horses were secured, he straightened, grasped her hand, and headed off into the night again. His dark hair fit into the night almost as well as his cloak, and he made even less noise than she did. Grudgingly, she had to admit that she could never have followed him through the darkness without his grip as a guide. She was not certain she could pull loose if he did not want to release her anyway. He had very strong hands. As they came up on a small rise, barely enough to be called a hill, he sank to one knee, pulling her down beside him. It took her a moment to see that Moiraine was there, too. Unmoving, the Aes Sedai could have passed for a shadow in her dark cloak. Lan gestured down the hillside to a large clearing in the trees. Nynaeve frowned in the dim moonlight, then suddenly smiled in understanding. Those pale blurs were tents in regular rows, a darkened encampment. "White cloaks," Lan whispered. 200 of them, maybe more. There's good water down there, and the lad we're after." "In the camp?" She felt more than saw Lan nod. "In the middle of it. Moiraine can point right to him. I went close enough to see he's under guard." "A prisoner?" Nynaeve said. "Why?" "I don't know. The children should not be interested in a village boy, not unless there was something to make them suspicious. The light knows it doesn't take much to make white cloaks suspicious, but it still worries me." "How are you going to free him?" It was not until he glanced at her that she realized how much assurance there had been in her that he could march into the middle of 200 men and come back with the boy. "Well, he is a warder. Some of the stories must be true." She wondered if he was laughing at her, but his voice was flat and businesslike. "I can bring him out, but he'll likely be in no shape for stealth. If we're seen, we may find 200 white cloaks on our heels and us riding double, unless they are too busy to chase us. Are you willing to take a chance?" "To help an Emmons fielder? Of course. What kind of chance?" He pointed into the darkness again, beyond the tents. This time she could make out nothing but shadows. "They're horse lines. If the picket ropes are cut, not all the way through, but enough so they'll break when Moiraine creates a diversion, the white cloaks will be too busy chasing their own horses to come after us. There are 2 guards on that side of the camp, beyond the picket lines, but if you are half as good as I think you are, they'll never see you." She swallowed hard. Stalking rabbits was one thing. Guards, though, with spears and swords. "So he thinks I'm good, does he? I'll do it." Lan nodded again as if he had expected no less. "One other thing. There are wolves about tonight. I saw 2, and if I saw that many, there are probably more." He paused, and though his voice did not change, she had the feeling he was puzzled. It was almost as if they wanted me to see them. Anyway, they shouldn't bother you. Wolves usually stay away from people. I wouldn't have known that, she said sweetly. I only grew up around shepherds. He grunted, and she smiled into the darkness. We'll do it now, then, he said. Her smile faded as she peered down at the camp full of armed men. 200 men with spears and swords, and before she could reconsider, she eased her knife in its sheath and started to slip away. Moiraine caught her arm in a grip almost as strong as Lan's. Take care, the Aes Sedai said softly. Once you cut the ropes, return as quickly as you can. You are a part of the pattern, too, and I would not risk you, any more than any of the others if the whole world was not at risk in these days. Nynaeve rubbed her arm surreptitiously when Moiraine released it. She was not about to let the Aes Sedai know the grip had hurt, but Moiraine turned back to watching the camp below as soon as she let go. And the warder was gone, Nynaeve realized with a start. She had not heard him leave. Light blind the bloody man. Quickly she tied her skirts up to give her legs freedom and hurried into the night. After that first rush with fallen branches cracking under her feet, she slowed down, glad there was no one there to see her blush. The idea was to be quiet, and she was not in any kind of competition with the warder. Oh, no? She shook off the thought and concentrated on making her way through the dark woods. It was not hard in and of itself. The faint light of the waning moon was more than enough for anyone who had been taught by her father, and the ground had a slow, easy roll. But the trees, bare and stark against the night sky, constantly reminded her that this was no childhood game, and the keening wind sounded all too much like Trolloc horns. Now that she was alone in the darkness, she remembered that the wolves that usually ran away from people had been behaving differently in the Two Rivers this winter. Relief flooded through her like warmth when she finally caught the smell of horses. Almost holding her breath, she got down on her stomach and crawled upwind toward the smell. She was nearly on the guards before she saw them, marching toward her out of the night, white cloaks flapping in the wind and almost shining in the moonlight. They might as well have carried torches. Torchlight could not have made them much more visible. She froze, trying to make herself a part of the ground. Nearly in front of her, not 10 paces away, they marched to a halt with a stomp of feet, facing each other, spears shouldered. Just beyond them she could make out shadows that had to be the horses. The stable smell, horse and manure, was strong. "All is well with the night," one white-cloaked shape announced. "The light illumine us and protect us from the shadow." "All is well with the night," the other replied. "The light illumine us and protect us from the shadow." With that they turned and marched off into the darkness again. Nynaeve waited, counting to herself while they made their circuit twice. Each time they took exactly the same count, and each time they rigidly repeated the same formula, not a word more or less. Neither so much as glanced to one side. They stared straight ahead as they marched up, then marched away. She wondered if they would have noticed her even if she had been standing up. Before the night swallowed the pale swirl of their cloaks a third time, she was already on her feet, running in a crouch toward the horses. As she came close, she slowed so as not to startle the animals. The white-cloak guards might not see what was not shoved under their noses, but they would certainly investigate if the horses suddenly began whickering. The horses along the picket lines, there was more than one row, were barely realized masses in the darkness, heads down. Occasionally one snorted or stamped a foot in its sleep. In the dim moonlight she was nearly on the end post of the picket line before she saw it. She reached for the picket line and froze when the nearest horse raised its head and looked at her. Its single lead rein was tied in a big loop around the thumb-thick line that ended at the post. One whinny. Her heart tried to pound its way out of her chest, sounding loud enough to bring the guards. Never taking her eyes off the horse, she sliced at the picket rope, feeling in front of her blade to see how far she had cut. The horse tossed its head, and her breath went cold. Just one whinny. Only a few thin strands of hemp remained whole under her fingers. Slowly she headed toward the next line, watching the horse until she could no longer see if it was looking at her or not, then drew a ragged breath. If they were all like that, she did not think she would last. At the next picket rope, though, and the next, the horses remained asleep, even when she cut her thumb and bit off a yelp. Sucking the cut, she looked warily back the way she had come. Upwind as she was, she could no longer hear the guards make their exchange, but they might have heard her if they were in the right place. If they were coming to see what the noise had been, the wind would keep her from hearing them until they were right on top of her. Time to go. With 4 horses out of 5 running loose, they won't be chasing anyone. But she did not move. She could imagine Lan's eyes when he heard what she had done. There would be no accusation in them. Her reasoning was sound, and he would not expect any more of her. She was a wisdom, not a bloody great invincible warder who could make himself all but invisible. Jaw set, she moved to the last picket line. The first horse on it was Bella. There was no mistaking that squat, shaggy shape. For there to be another horse like that, here and now, was too big a coincidence. Suddenly she was so glad that she had not left off this last line that she was shaking. Her arms and legs trembled so that she was afraid to touch the picket rope, but her mind was as clear as the wine-spring water. Whichever of the boys was in the camp, Egwene was there too, and if they left riding double, some of the children would catch them no matter how well the horses were scattered, and some of them would die. She was as certain as if she were listening to the wind. That stuck a spike of fear into her belly, fear of how she was certain. This had nothing to do with weather or crops or sickness. Why did Moiraine tell me I can use the power? Why couldn't she leave me alone? Strangely, the fear stilled her trembling. With hands as steady as if she were grinding herbs in her own house, she slit the picket rope as she had the others. Thrusting the dagger back into its sheath, she untied Bella's lead rein. The shaggy mare woke with a start, tossing her head, but Nynaeve stroked her nose and spoke comforting words softly in her ear. Bella gave a low snort and seemed content. Other horses along that line were awake, too, and looking at her. Remembering Mandarb, she reached hesitantly to the next lead rein, but that horse gave no objection to a strange hand. Indeed, it seemed to want some of the muzzle stroking that Bella had received. She gripped Bella's rein tightly and wrapped the other around her other wrist, all the while watching the camp nervously. The pale tents were only 30 yards off, and she could see men moving among them. If they noticed the horses stirring and came to see what caused it. Desperately she wished for Moiraine not to wait on her return. Whatever the Aes Sedai was going to do, let her do it now. Light, make her do it now before... Abruptly, lightning shattered the night overhead, for a moment obliterating darkness. Thunder smote her ears, so hard she thought her knees would buckle, as a jagged trident stabbed the ground just beyond the horses, splashing dirt and rocks like a fountain. The crash of riven earth fought the thunderstroke. The horses went mad, screaming and rearing. The picket ropes snapped like thread where she had cut them. Another lightning bolt sliced down before the image of the first faded. Nynaeve was too busy to exult. At the first clash, Bella jerked one way while the other horse reared away in the opposite direction. She thought her arms were being pulled out of their sockets. For an endless minute she hung suspended between the horses, her feet off the ground, her scream flattened by the second crash. Again the lightning struck, and again, in one continuous raging roar from the heavens. Balked in the way they wanted to go, the horses surged back, letting her drop. She wanted to crouch on the ground and soothe her tortured shoulders, but there was no time. Bella and the other horse buffeted her, eyes rolling wildly till only whites showed, threatening to knock her down and trample her. Somehow she made her arms lift, clutched her hands in Bella's mane, pulled herself onto the heaving mare's back. The other rein was still around her wrist, pulled tight into the flesh. Her jaw dropped as a long gray shadow snarled past, seeming to ignore her and the horses with her, but teeth snapping at the crazed animals now darting in every direction. A second shadow of death followed close behind. Nynaeve wanted to scream again, but nothing came out. Wolves? Light, help us. What is Moiraine doing?" The heels she dug into Bella's sides were not needed. The mare ran, and the other was more than happy to follow. Anywhere so long as they could run, so long as they could escape the fire from the sky that killed the night.
Chapter 38. Rescue. Perrin shifted as best he could with his wrists bound behind him, and finally gave up with a sigh. Every rock he avoided brought him 2 more. Awkwardly, he tried to work his cloak back over him. The night was cold, and the ground seemed to draw all the heat out of him, as it had every night since the White Cloaks took them. The children did not think prisoners needed blankets or shelter, especially not dangerous dark friends. Egwene lay huddled against his back for warmth, sleeping the deep sleep of exhaustion. She never even murmured at his shifting. The sun was long hours below the horizon, and he ached from head to foot after a day of walking behind a horse with a halter around his neck, but sleep would not come for him. The column did not move that fast. With most of their remounts lost to the wolves in the steading, the White Cloaks could not push on as hard as they wanted. The delay was another thing they held against the Emmonsfielders. The sinuous double line did move steadily, though. Lord Bornhold meant to reach Camelin in time for whatever it was, and always in the back of Perrin's mind was the fear that if he fell, the White Cloak holding his leash would not stop, no matter Lord Captain Bornhold's orders to keep them alive for the questioners in Amador. He knew he could not save himself if that happened. The only times they freed his hands were when he was fed and for visits to the latrine pit. The halter made every step momentous, every rock underfoot potentially fatal. He walked with muscles tense, scanning the ground with anxious eyes. Whenever he glanced at Egwene, she was doing the same. When she met his eyes, her face was tight and frightened. Neither of them dared take their eyes off the ground long enough for more than a glance. Usually he collapsed like a wrung-out rag as soon as the White Cloaks let him stop. But tonight his mind was racing. His skin crawled with dread that had been building for days. If he closed his eyes, he would see only the things Bayar promised for them once they reached Amador. He was sure Egwene still did not believe what Bayar told them in that flat voice. If she did, she would not be able to sleep no matter how tired she was. In the beginning, he had not believed Bayar either. He still did not want to. People just did not do things like that to other people. But Bayar did not really threaten. As if he were talking about getting a drink, he talked about hot irons and pincers, about knives slicing away skin and needles piercing. He did not appear to be trying to frighten them. There was never even a touch of gloating in his eyes. He just did not care if they were frightened or not, if they were tortured or not, if they were alive or not. That was what brought cold sweat to Perrin's face once it got through to him. That was what finally convinced him Bayar was telling the simple truth. The 2 guards' cloaks gleamed grayly in the faint moonlight. He could not make out their faces, but he knew they were watching. As if they could try something, tied hand and foot the way they were. From when there had still been light enough to see, he remembered the disgust in their eyes and the pinched looks on their faces, as though they had been set to guard filth-soaked monsters, stinking and repellent to look at. All the White Cloaks looked at them that way. It never changed. Light. How do I make them believe we aren't dark friends when they're already convinced we are? His stomach twisted sickeningly. In the end, he would probably confess to anything just to make the questioners stop. Someone was coming, a White Cloak carrying a lantern. The man stopped to speak with the guards, who answered respectfully. Perrin could not hear what was said, but he recognized the tall, gaunt shape. He squinted as the lantern was held close to his face. Bayar had Perrin's axe in his other hand. He had appropriated the weapon as his own. At least, Perrin never saw him without it. "Wake up," Bayar said, emotionlessly, as if he thought Perrin slept with his head raised. He accompanied the words with a heavy kick in the ribs. Perrin gave a grunt through gritted teeth. His sides were a mass of bruises already from Bayar's boots. "I said wake up." The foot went back again, and Perrin spoke quickly. "I'm awake." You had to acknowledge what Bayar said, or he found ways to get your attention. Bayar set the lantern on the ground and bent to check his bonds. The man jerked roughly at his wrist, twisting his arms in their sockets. Finding those knots still as tight as he had left them, Bayer pulled at his ankle rope, scraping him across the rocky ground. The man looked too skeletal to have any strength, but Perrin might as well have been a child. It was a nightly routine. As Bayer straightened, Perrin saw that Egwene was still asleep. "Wake up!" he shouted. "Egwene! Wake up!"
What?
Egwene's voice was frightened and still thick with sleep. She lifted her head, blinking in the lantern light. Bayer gave no sign of disappointment at not being able to kick her awake. He never did. He jerked at her ropes the same way he had Perrin's, ignoring her groans. Causing pain was another of those things that seemed not to affect him one way or another. Perrin was the only one he really went out of his way to hurt. Even if Perrin could not remember it, Bayer remembered that he had killed 2 of the children.
Why should dark friends sleep, Bayer said dispassionately,
when decent men must stay awake to guard them?
For the 100th time, Egwene said wearily, we aren't dark friends.
Perrin tensed. Sometimes such a denial brought a lecture delivered in a grating near monotone on confession and repentance, leading into a description of the questioner's methods of obtaining them. Sometimes it brought the lecture and a kick. To his surprise, this time Bayer ignored it. Instead, the man squatted in front of him, all angles and sunken hollows, with the axe across his knees. The golden sun on his cloak's left breast and the 2 golden stars beneath it glittered in the lantern light. Taking off his helmet, he set it beside the lantern. For a change, there was something besides disdain or hatred on his face, something intent and unreadable. He rested his arms on the axe handle and studied Perrin silently. Perrin tried not to shift under that hollow-eyed stare.
You're slowing us down, dark friend, you and your wolves.
The Council of the Anointed has heard reports of such things, and they want to know more. So you must be taken to Amador and given to the questioners.
But you are slowing us down.
I had hoped we could move fast enough even without the remounts. But I was wrong. He fell silent, frowning at them. Perrin waited. Bayer would tell him when he was ready.
The Lord Captain is caught in the cleft of a dilemma, Bayer said finally. Because of the wolves, he must take you to the council. But he must reach Camelin, too. We have no spare horses to carry you, but if we continue to let you walk, we will not reach Camelin by the appointed time. The Lord Captain sees his duties with a single-minded vision, and he intends to see you before the council.
Egwene made a sound. Bayer was staring at Perrin, and he stared back, almost afraid to blink.
I don't understand, he said slowly. There is nothing to understand, Bayer replied. Nothing but idle speculation. If you escaped, we would not have time to track you down. We don't have an hour to spare if we are to reach Camelin in time. If you frayed your ropes on a sharp rock, say, and vanished into the night, the Lord Captain's problem would be solved.
Never taking his gaze from Perrin, he reached under his cloak and tossed something on the ground. Automatically, Perrin's eyes followed it. When he realized what it was, he gasped. A rock. A split rock with a sharp edge.
Just idle speculation, Bayer said. Your guards tonight also speculate.
Perrin's mouth was suddenly dry. Think it through. Light help me think it through and don't make any mistakes. Could it be true? Could the White Cloaks' need to get to Camelin quickly be important enough for this? Letting suspected dark friends escape? There was no use trying that way. He did not know enough. Bayer was the only White Cloak who would talk to them aside from Lord Captain Bornhold, and neither was exactly free with information. Another way. If Bayer wanted them to escape, why not simply cut their bonds? If Bayer wanted them to escape. Bayer, who was convinced to his marrow that they were dark friends. Bayer, who hated dark friends worse than he did the Dark One himself. Bayer, who looked for any excuse to cause him pain because he had killed 2 White Cloaks.
Bayer wanted them to escape?
If he had thought his mind was racing before, now it sped like an avalanche. Despite the cold, sweat ran down his face in rivulets. He glanced at the guards. They were only shadows of pale gray, but it seemed to him that they were poised, waiting. If he and Egwene were killed trying to escape and their ropes had been cut on a rock that could have been lying there by chance, the Lord Captain's dilemma would be solved all right, and Baia would have them dead the way he wanted. The gaunt man picked up his helmet from beside the lantern and started to stand.
"Wait,"
Perrin said hoarsely. His thoughts tumbled over and over as he searched in vain for some way out.
"Wait. I want to talk. Help comes."
The thought blossomed in his mind, a clear burst of light in the midst of chaos, so startling that for a moment he forgot everything else, even where he was. Dapple was alive. Elias? He thought at the wolf, demanding without words to know if the man was alive. An image came back. Elias lying on a bed of evergreen branches beside a small fire in a cave, tending a wound in his side. It all took only an instant. He gaped at Baia, and his face broke into a foolish grin. Elias was alive. Dapple was alive. Help was coming. Baia paused, risen only to a crouch, looking at him. "Some thought has come to you, Perrin of the Two Rivers, and I would know what it is." For a moment, Perrin thought he meant the thought from Dapple. Panic fled across his face, followed by relief. Baia could not possibly know. Baia watched his changes of expression, and for the first time the White Cloak's eyes went to the rock he had tossed on the ground. He was reconsidering, Perrin realized. If he changed his mind about the rock, would he dare risk leaving them alive to talk? Ropes could be frayed after the people wearing them were dead, even if it made for risk of discovery. He looked into Baia's eyes. The shadowed hollows of the man's eye sockets made them appear to stare at him from dark caves. And he saw death decided. Baia opened his mouth, and as Perrin waited for sentence to be pronounced, things began to happen too fast for thought. Suddenly one of the guards vanished. 1 minute, there were 2 dim shapes. The next, the night swallowed one of them. The second guard turned, the beginning of a cry on his lips, but before the first syllable was uttered, there was a solid ka-chunk, and he toppled over like a felled tree. Baia spun, swift as a striking viper, the axe whirling in his hands so fast that it hummed. Perrin's eyes bulged as the night seemed to flow into the lantern light. His mouth opened to yell, but his throat locked tight with fear. For an instant, he even forgot that Baia wanted to kill them. The White Cloak was another human being, and the night had come alive to take them all. Then the darkness invading the light became Lan, cloak swirling through shades of gray and black as he moved. The axe in Baia's hand lashed out like lightning, and Lan seemed to lean casually aside, letting the blade pass so close he must have felt the wind of it. Baia's eyes widened as the force of his blow carried him off balance, as the warder struck him with hands and feet in rapid succession, so quick that Perrin was not sure what he had just seen. What he was sure of was Baia collapsing like a puppet. Before the falling White Cloak had finished settling to the ground, the warder was on his knees extinguishing the lantern. In the sudden return to darkness, Perrin stared blindly. Lan seemed to have vanished again.
"Is it really?"
Egwene gave a stifled sob.
"We thought you were dead. We thought you were all dead."
"Not yet." The warder's deep whisper was tinged with amusement. Hands touched Perrin, found his bonds. A knife sliced through the ropes with barely a tug, and he was free. Aching muscles protested as he sat up. Rubbing his wrists, he peered at the graying mound that marked Baia.
Is he?"
"No," Lan's voice answered quietly from the darkness. "I do not kill unless I mean to, but he won't bother anyone for a while. Stop asking questions and get a pair of their cloaks. We do not have much time." Perrin crawled to where Baia lay. It took an effort to touch the man, and when he felt the White Cloak's chest rising and falling, he almost jerked his hands away. His skin crawled as he made himself unfasten the White Cloak and pull it off. Despite what Lan said, he could imagine the skull-faced man suddenly rearing up. Hastily he fumbled around till he found his axe, then crawled to another guard. It seemed strange at first that he felt no reluctance to touch this unconscious man, but the reason came to him. All the White Cloaks hated him, but that was a human emotion. Baia felt nothing beyond that he should die. There was no hate in it, no emotion at all. Gathering the 2 cloaks in his arms, he turned, and panic grabbed him. In the darkness, he suddenly had no sense of direction, of how to find his way back to Lan and the others. His feet rooted to the ground, afraid to move. Even Bayer was hidden by the night without his white cloak. There was nothing by which to orient himself. Any way he went might be out into the camp.
Here.
He stumbled toward Lan's whisper until Hans stopped him. Egwene was a dim shadow and Lan's face was a blur. The rest of the water seemed not to be there at all. He could feel their eyes on him, and he wondered if he should explain.
Put on the cloaks, Lan said softly. Quickly. Bundle your own, and make no sound. You aren't safe yet.
Hurriedly, Perrin passed one of the cloaks to Egwene, relieved at being saved from having to tell of his fear. He made his own cloak into a bundle to carry and swung the white cloak around his shoulders in its place. He felt a prickle as it settled around his shoulders, a stab of worry between his shoulder blades. Was it Bayar's cloak he had ended up with? He almost thought he could smell the gaunt man on it. Lan directed them to hold hands, and Perrin gripped his axe in one hand and Egwene's hand with the other, wishing the water would get on with their escape so he could stop his imagination from running wild. But they just stood there, surrounded by the tents of the children, 2 shapes in white cloaks, and one that was sensed but not seen.
Soon, Lan whispered. Very soon.
Lightning broke the night above the camp, so close that Perrin felt the hair on his arms, his head lifting as the bolt charged the air. Just beyond the tents, the earth erupted from the blow, the explosion on the ground merging with that in the sky. Before the light faded, Lan was leading them forward. At their first step, another strike sliced open the blackness. Lightning came like hail, so that the night flickered as if the darkness were coming in momentary flashes. Thunder drummed wildly, one roar rumbling into the next, one continuous, rippling peal. Fear-stricken horses screamed, their whinnies drowned except for moments when the thunder faded. Men tumbled out of their tents, some in their white cloaks, some only half-clothed, some dashing to and fro, some standing as if stunned. Through the middle of it, Lan pulled them at a trot, Perrin bringing up the rear. White cloaks looked at them, wild-eyed, as they passed. A few shouted at them, the shouts lost in the pounding from the heavens, but with their white cloaks gathered around them, no one tried to stop them. Through the tents, out of the camp, and into the night, and no one raised a hand against them. The ground turned uneven under Perrin's feet, and brush slapped at him as he let himself be drawn along. The lightning flickered fitfully and was gone. Echoes of thunder rolled across the sky before they, too, faded away. Perrin looked over his shoulder. A handful of fires burned back there, among the tents. Some of the lightning must have struck home, or perhaps men had knocked over lamps in their panic. Men still shouted, voices tiny in the night, trying to restore order, to find out what had happened. The land began to slope upwards, and tents and fires and shouting were left behind. Suddenly he almost trod on Egwene's heels as Lan stopped. Ahead in the moonlight stood 3 horses. A shadow stirred, and Moraine's voice came, weighted with irritation. "Nynaeve has not returned. I fear that young woman has done something foolish." Lan spun on his heel as if to return the way they had come, but a single whip-crack word from Moraine halted him. "No." He stood looking at her sideways, only his face and hands truly visible, and they but dimly shadowed blurs. She went on in a gentler tone, gentler but no less firm. "Some things are more important than others, you know that." The warder did not move, and her voice hardened again. "Remember your oaths, Allan Mandragoran, Lord of the 7 Towers. What of the oath of a diademed battle-lord of the Malkiri?" Perrin blinked. Lan was all of that? Egwene was murmuring, but he could not take his eyes off the tableau in front of him. Lan standing like a wolf from Dapple's pack, a wolf at bay before the diminutive Aes Sedai, and vainly seeking escape from doom. The frozen scene was broken by a crash of breaking branches in the woods. In 2 long strides, Lan was between Moraine and the sound, the pale moonlight rippling along his sword. To the crackle and snap of underbrush, a pair of horses burst from the trees, one with a rider. "Bella!" Egwene exclaimed at the same time that Nynaeve said from the shaggy mare's back, "I almost didn't find you again. Egwene, thank the light you're alive." She slid down off Bella, but as she started toward the Emmonsfielders, Lan caught her arm, and she stopped short, staring up at him. "We must go, Lan," Moraine said, once more sounding unruffled, and the warder released his grip. Nynaeve rubbed her arm as she hurried to hug Egwene, but Perrin thought he heard her give a low laugh, too. It puzzled him because he did not think it had anything to do with her happiness at seeing them again. "Where are Rand and Mat?" he asked. "Elsewhere," Moraine replied, and Nynaeve muttered something in a sharp tone that made Egwene gasp. Perrin blinked. He had caught the edge of a Wagoneer's oath, and a coarse one. "The lights send they are well," the Aes Sedai went on, as if she had not noticed. "We will none of us be well," Lan said, "if the White Cloaks find us. Change your cloaks and get mounted." Perrin scrambled up onto the horse Nynaeve had brought behind Bella. The lack of a saddle did not hamper him. He did not ride often at home, but when he did, it was more likely bareback than not. He still carried the white cloak, now rolled up and tied to his belt. The warder said they must leave no more traces for the children to find than they could help. He still thought he could smell Byre on it. As they started out, the warder leading on his tall black stallion, Perrin felt Dapple's touch on his mind once more. One day again. More a feeling than words, it sighed with the promise of a meeting foreordained, with anticipation of what was to come, with resignation to what was to come, all streaked in layers. He tried to ask when and why, fumbling in his haste and sudden fear. The trace of the wolves grew fainter, fading. His frantic questions brought only the same heavy-laden answer. One day again. It hung haunting in his mind long after awareness of the wolves winked out. Lan pressed southward slowly but steadily. The night-draped wilderness, all rolling ground and underbrush hidden until it was underfoot, shadowed trees thick against the sky, allowed no great speed in any case. Twice the warder left them, riding back toward the slivered moon, he and Mondar becoming one with the night behind. Both times he returned to report no sign of pursuit. Egwene stayed close beside Nynaeve. Soft-spoken scraps of excited talk floated back to Perrin. Those two were as buoyed up as if they had found home again. He hung back at the tail of their little column. Sometimes the wisdom turned in her saddle to look back at him, and each time he gave her a wave as if to say that he was all right, and stayed where he was. He had a lot to think about, though he could not get any of it straight in his head. What was to come? What was to come? Perrin thought it could not be much short of dawn when Moraine finally called a halt. Lan found a gully where he could build a fire hidden within a hollow in one of the banks. Finally they were allowed to rid themselves of the white cloaks, burying them in a hole dug near the fire. As he was about to toss in the cloak he had used, the embroidered golden sun on the breast caught his eye, and the 2 golden stars beneath. He dropped the cloak as if it stung and walked away, scrubbing his hands on his coat, to sit alone. "Now," Egwene said, once Lan was shoveling dirt into the hole, "will somebody tell me where Rand and Mat are?" "I believe they are in Caemlyn," Moraine said carefully, "or on their way there." Nynaeve gave a loud, disparaging grunt, but the Aes Sedai went on as if she had not been interrupted. "If they are not, I will yet find them. That I promise." They made a quiet meal on bread and cheese and hot tea. Even Egwene's enthusiasm succumbed to weariness. The wisdom produced an ointment from her bag for the wheals the ropes had left on Egwene's wrists, and a different one for her other bruises. When she came to where Perrin sat on the edge of the firelight, he did not look up. She stood looking at him silently for a time, then squatted with her bag beside her, saying briskly, "Take your coat and shirt off, Perrin. They tell me one of the White Cloaks took a dislike to you." He complied slowly, still half lost in Dapple's message, until Nynaeve gasped. Startled, he stared at her, then at his own bare chest. It was a mass of color, the newer purple blotches overlaying older ones faded into shades of brown and yellow. Only thick slabs of muscle earned by hours at Master Luhan's forge had saved him from broken ribs. With his mind filled by the wolves, he had managed to forget the pain, but he was reminded of it now, and it came back gladly. Involuntarily, he took a deep breath and clamped his lips on a groan. "How could he have disliked you so much?" Nynaeve asked wonderingly. "I killed 2 men." Aloud he said, "I don't know." She rummaged in her bag, and he flinched when she began spreading a greasy ointment over his bruises.
"Ground ivy, 5-finger, and sunburst root," she said.
It was hot and cold at the same time, making him shiver while he broke into a sweat, but he did not protest. He had had experience of Nynaeve's ointments and poultices before. As her fingers gently rubbed the mixture in, the heat and cold vanished, taking the pain with them. The purple splotches faded to brown, and the brown and yellow paled, some disappearing altogether. Experimentally, he took a deep breath. There was barely a twinge.
"You look surprised," Nynaeve said.
She looked a little surprised herself and strangely frightened.
"Next time you can go to her."
"Not surprised," he said soothingly. "Just glad." Sometimes Nynaeve's ointments worked fast and sometimes slow, but they always worked. What happened to Rand and Matt?" Nynaeve began stuffing her vials and pots back into her bag, jamming each one in as if she were thrusting it through a barrier.
"She says they're all right. She says we'll find them. In Camelin, she says. She says it's too important for us not to, whatever that means. She says a great many things."
Perrin grinned in spite of himself. Whatever else had changed, the wisdom was still herself, and she and the Aes Sedai were still far from fast friends. Abruptly, Nynaeve stiffened, staring at his face. Dropping her bag, she pressed the backs of her hands to his cheeks and forehead. He tried to pull back, but she caught his head in both hands and thumbed back his eyelids, peering into his eyes and muttering to herself. Despite her small size, she held his face easily. It was never easy to get away from Nynaeve when she did not want you to.
"I don't understand," she said finally, releasing him and settling back to sit on her heels. "If it was yellow eye fever, you wouldn't be able to stand. But you don't have any fever, and the whites of your eyes aren't yellowed, just the irises."
"Yellow?" Moraine said, and Perrin and Nynaeve both jumped where they sat. The Aes Sedai's approach had been utterly silent. Egwene was asleep by the fire, wrapped in her cloaks, Perrin saw. His own eyelids wanted to slide closed. "It isn't anything," he said, but Moraine put a hand under his chin and turned his face up so she could peer into his eyes the way Nynaeve had. He jerked away, prickling. The two women were handling him as if he were a child. "I said it isn't anything."
"There was no foretelling this."
Moraine spoke as if to herself. Her eyes seemed to look at something beyond him.
"Something ordained to be woven, or a change in the pattern. If a change, by what hand? The wheel weaves as the wheel wills. It must be that."
"Do you know what it is?" Nynaeve asked reluctantly, then hesitated. "Can you do something for him? Your healing?" The request for aid, the admission that she could do nothing, came out of her as if dragged. Perrin glared at both the women. "If you're going to talk about me, talk to me. I'm sitting right here." Neither looked at him.
"Healing?" Moraine smiled. "Healing can do nothing about this. It is not an illness, and it will not—"
She hesitated briefly. She did glance at Perrin, then a quick look that regretted many things. The look did not include him, though, and he muttered sourly as she turned back to Nynaeve.
"I was going to say it will not harm him, but who can say what the end will be? At least I can say it will not harm him directly."
Nynaeve stood, dusting off her knees, and confronted the Aes Sedai eye to eye. "That's not good enough. If there's something wrong with—"
"What is. What is woven already is past changing."
Moraine turned away abruptly.
"We must sleep while we can and leave it first light. If the Dark One's hand grows too strong, we must reach Camelin quickly."
Angrily, Nynaeve snatched up her bag and stalked off before Perrin could speak. He started to growl an oath, but a thought hit him like a blow, and he sat there gaping silently.
Moraine knew.
The Aes Sedai knew about the wolves, and she thought it could be the Dark One's doing. A shiver ran through him. Hastily, he shrugged back into his shirt, tucking it in awkwardly, and pulled his coat and cloak back on. The clothing did not help very much. He felt chilled right down to his bones, his marrow like frozen jelly. Lan dropped to the ground, cross-legged, tossing back his cloak. Perrin was glad of that. It was unpleasant looking at the warder and having his eyes slide past. For a long moment they simply stared at one another. The hard planes of the warder's face were unreadable, but in his eyes Perrin thought he saw something. Sympathy, curiosity, both? "You know," he said, and Lan nodded. "I know some, not all. Did it just come to you, or did you meet a guide, an intermediary?" "There was a man," Perrin said slowly. "He knows, but does he think the same as Moraine?" "He said his name was Elias Machira." Lan drew a deep breath, and Perrin looked at him sharply. "You know him?" "I knew him. He taught me much, about the Blight, and about this." Lan touched his sword hilt. "He was a warder before what happened. The Red Aja." He glanced to where Moraine was, lying before the fire. It was the first time Perrin could remember any uncertainty in the warder. At Shadar Logoth, Lan had been sure and strong, and when he was facing Fades and Trollocs. He was not afraid now, Perrin was convinced of that, but he was wary, as if he might say too much, as if what he said could be dangerous. "I've heard of the Red Aja," he told Lan. "And most of what you've heard is wrong, no doubt. You must understand there are factions within Tar Valon. Some would fight the Dark One one way, some another. The goal is the same, but the differences can mean lives changed or ended, the lives of men or nations." "He is well, Elias?" "I think so. The White Cloak said they killed him. But Dapple—" Perrin glanced at the warder uncomfortably. "I don't know." Lan seemed to accept that he did not, reluctantly, and it emboldened him to go on. "This communicating with the wolves, Moraine seems to think it's something the Dark One did. It isn't, is it?" He would not believe Elias was a dark friend. But Lan hesitated, and sweat started on Perrin's face, chill beads made colder by the night. They were sliding down his cheeks by the time the warder spoke. "Not in itself, no. Some believe it is, but they are wrong. It was old and lost long before the Dark One was found. But what of the chance involved, blacksmith? Sometimes the pattern has a randomness to it, to our eyes at least. But what chance that you should meet a man who could guide you in this thing, and you one who could follow the guiding? The pattern is forming a great web, what some call the lace of ages, and you lads are central to it. I don't think there is much chance left in your lives now. Have you been chosen out, then? And if so, by the light or by the shadow?" "The Dark One can't touch us unless we name him." Immediately Perrin thought of the dreams of Baalzamon, the dreams that were more than dreams. He scrubbed the sweat off his face. "He can't." "Rock-hard stubborn," the warder mused. "Maybe stubborn enough to save yourself in the end. Remember the times we live in, blacksmith. Remember what Moraine said I told you. In these times many things are dissolving and breaking apart. Old barriers weaken, old walls crumble. The barriers between what is and what was, between what is and what will be." His voice turned grim. "The walls of the Dark One's prison. This may be the end of an age. We may see a new age born before we die. Or perhaps it is the end of ages, the end of time itself, the end of the world." Suddenly he grinned, but his grin was as dark as a scowl. His eyes sparkled merrily, laughing at the foot of the gallows. "But that's not for us to worry about, eh, blacksmith? We'll fight the shadow as long as we have breath, and if it overruns us, we'll go under biting and clawing. You two Rivers folk are too stubborn to surrender. Don't you worry whether the Dark One has stirred in your life. You are back among friends now. Remember, The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and even the Dark One cannot change that. Not with Moraine to watch over you. But we had better find your friends soon."
"What do you mean?"
"They have no Aes Sedai touching the true source to protect them. Blacksmith, perhaps the walls have weakened enough for the Dark One himself to touch events. Not with a free hand, or we'd be done already, but maybe tiny shiftings in the threads. A chance turning of one corner instead of another. A chance meeting, a chance word, or what seems like chance. And they could be so far under the shadow, not even Moraine could bring them back."
"We have to find them,"
Perrin said, and the warder gave a grunt of a laugh. "What have I been saying? Get some sleep, Blacksmith." Lan's cloak swung back around him as he stood. In the faint light from fire and moon, he seemed almost part of the shadows beyond. "We have a hard few days to Camelin. Just you pray we find them there."
"But Moraine, she can find them anywhere, can't she? She says she can."
"But can't she find them in time? If the Dark One is strong enough to take a hand himself, time is running out. You pray we find them in Camelin, Blacksmith, or we may all be lost." Chapter 39. Weaving of the Web. Rand looked down on the crowds from the high window of his room in the Queen's Blessing. They ran shouting along the street, all streaming in the same direction, waving pennants and banners, the white line standing guard in 1,000 fields of red. Cameliners and Outlanders, they ran together, and for a change no one appeared to want to bash anyone else's head. Today, maybe, there was only one faction. He turned from the window, grinning. Next to the day when Egwene and Perrin walked in, alive and laughing over what they had seen, this was the day he had been waiting for most. "Are you coming?" he asked again. Matt glowered from where he lay curled up in a ball on his bed. "Take that Trolloc you're so friendly with." "Blood and ashes, Matt, he's not a Trolloc. You're just being stubborn stupid. How many times do you want to have this argument? Light, it's not as if you'd never heard of Ogier before." "I never heard they look like Trollocs." Matt pushed his face into his pillow and curled himself tighter. "Stubborn stupid," Rand muttered. "How long are you going to hide up here? I'm not going to keep bringing you your meals up all those stairs forever. You could do with a bath, too." Matt shrugged around on the bed as if he were trying to burrow deeper into it. Rand sighed, then went to the door. "Last chance to go together, Matt. I'm leaving now." He closed the door slowly, hoping that Matt would change his mind, but his friend did not stir. The door clicked shut. In the hallway, he leaned against the doorframe. Master Gill said there was an old woman 2 streets over, Mother Grubb, who sold herbs and poultices besides birthing babies, tending the sick, and telling fortunes. She sounded a little like a wisdom. Nynaeve was who Matt needed, or maybe Moraine, but Mother Grubb was who he had. Bringing her to the Queen's Blessing might bring the wrong kind of attention as well, though, if she would even come. For her as well as for Matt and him. Herbalists and hedge doctors were lying low in Camelin right now. There was talk against anyone who did any kind of healing or fortune-telling. Every night the Dragon's Fang was scrawled on doors with a free hand, sometimes even in the daylight, and people might forget who had cured their fevers and poulticed their toothaches when the cry of Dark Friend went up. That was the temper in the city. It was not as if Matt were really sick. He ate everything Rand carried up from the kitchen. He would take nothing from anyone else's hand, though, and never complained about aches or fever. He just refused to leave the room. But Rand had been sure today would bring him out. He settled his cloak on his shoulders and hitched his sword belt around so the sword, and the red cloth wrapped around it, was covered more. At the foot of the stairs, he met Master Gill just starting up. "There's someone been asking after you in the city," the innkeeper said around his pipe. Rand felt a surge of hope. "Asking after you and those friends of yours by name. You younglings, anyway. Seems to want you 3 lads most." Anxiety replaced hope. "Who?" Rand asked. He still could not help glancing up and down the hall. Except for they two, it was empty, from the exit into the alley to the common room door.
Don't know his name. Just heard about him. I hear most things in Camelin eventually. Beggar, the innkeeper grunted. Half mad, I hear. Even so, he could take the Queen's bounty at the palace, even with things as hard as they are. On high days, the Queen gives it out with her own hands, and there's never anyone turned away for any reason. No one needs to beg in Camelin. Even a man under warrant can't be arrested while he's taking the Queen's bounty. A dark friend? Rand said reluctantly. If the dark friends know our names. You've got dark friends on the brain, young fellow. They're around, certainly, but just because the White Cloaks have everybody stirred up is no reason for you to think the city's full of them. Do you know what rumor those idiots have started now? Strange shapes. Can you believe it? Strange shapes creeping around outside the city in the night. The innkeeper chuckled till his belly shook. Rand did not feel like laughing. Hyam Kinch had talked about strange shapes, and there had surely enough been a fade back there. What kind of shapes? What kind? I don't know what kind. Strange shapes. Trollocs, probably. The Shadowman. Luz Theron Kinslayer himself come back 50 feet high. What kind of shapes do you think people will imagine now the idea's in their heads? It's none of our worry. Master Gill eyed him for a moment. Going out, are you? Well, I can't say I care for it myself, even today. But there's hardly anybody left here but me. Not your friend? Matt's not feeling very well. Maybe later. Well, be that as it may. You watch yourself now. Even today, good Queen's men will be outnumbered out there. Like burn the day I ever thought to see it so. Best you leave by the alleyway. There's 2 of those blood-bedamned traitors sitting across the street watching my front door. They know where I stand by the light. Rand stuck his head out and looked both ways before slipping into the alley. A bulky man Master Gill had hired stood at the head of the alley, leaning on his spear and watching the people run past with an apparent lack of interest. It was only apparent, Rand knew. The fellow, his name was Lamgwin, saw everything through those heavy-lidded eyes, and for all his bullish bulk, he could move like a cat. He also thought Queen Morghese was the light-made flesh, or near enough. There were a dozen like him scattered around the Queen's blessing. Lamgwin's ear twitched when Rand reached the mouth of the alley, but he never took his disinterest off the street. Rand knew the man had heard him coming. "Watch your back today, man." Lamgwin's voice sounded like gravel in a pan. "When the trouble starts, you'll be a handy one to have here, not somewhere with a knife in your back." Rand glanced at the blocky man, but his surprise was muted. He always tried to keep the sword out of sight, but this was not the first time one of Master Gill's men had assumed he would know his way in a fight. Lamgwin did not look back at him. The man's job was guarding the inn, and he did it. Pushing his sword back a little further under his cloak, Rand joined the flow of people. He saw the 2 men the innkeeper had mentioned, standing on upturned barrels across the street from the inn so they could see over the crowd. He did not think they noticed him coming out of the alley. They made no secret of their allegiance. Not only were their swords wrapped in white tied with red, they wore white armbands and white cockades on their hats. He had not been in Camelin long before learning that red wrappings on a sword or a red armband or cockade meant support for Queen Morghese. White said the Queen and her involvement with Aes Sedai and Tar Valon were to blame for everything that had gone wrong. For the weather and the failed crops. Maybe even for the false dragon. He did not want to get involved in Camelin politics. Only it was too late now. It was not just that he had already chosen, by accident, but there it was. Matters in the city had gone beyond letting anyone stay neutral. Even outlanders wore cockades and armbands, or wrapped their swords, and more wore the white than the red. Maybe some of them did not think that way, but they were far from home, and that was the way sentiment was running in Camelin. Men who supported the Queen went about in groups for their own protection when they went out at all. Today, though, it was different. On the surface, at least. Today, Camelin celebrated a victory of the light over the shadow. Today, the false dragon was being brought into the city to be displayed before the Queen before he was taken north to Tar Valon. No one talked about that part of it.
No one but the Aes Sedai could deal with a man who could actually wield the One Power, of course, but no one wanted to talk about it. The light had defeated the shadow, and soldiers from Andor had been in the forefront of the battle. For today, that was all that was important. For today, everything else could be forgotten. Or could it, Rand wondered. The crowd ran, singing and waving banners, laughing, but men displaying the red kept together in knots of 10 or 20, and there were no women or children with them. He thought there were at least 10 men showing white for every one proclaiming allegiance to the Queen. Not for the first time he wished white cloth had been the cheaper. But would Master Gil have helped if you'd been showing the white? The crowd was so thick that jostling was inevitable. Even white cloaks did not enjoy their little open spaces in the throng today. As Rand let the crowd carry him toward the inner city, he realized that not all animosities were being reined in. He saw one of the Children of the Light, one of 3, bumped so hard he almost fell. The white cloak barely caught himself and started an angry oath at the man who had bumped him when another man staggered him with a deliberate, aimed shoulder. Before matters could go any further, the white cloak's companions pulled him over to the side of the street to where they could shelter in a doorway. The 3 seemed caught between their normal glaring stare and disbelief. The crowd streamed on by as if none had noticed, and perhaps none had. No one would have dared do such a thing 2 days earlier. More, Rand realized, the men who had done the bumping wore white cockades on their hats. It was widely believed the white cloaks supported those who opposed the Queen and her Aes Sedai advisor, but that made no difference. Men were doing things of which they had never before thought. Jostling a white cloak today. Tomorrow, perhaps pulling down a queen. Suddenly he wished there were a few more men close to him showing red. Jostled by white cockades and armbands, he abruptly felt very alone. The white cloaks noticed him looking at them and stared back as if meeting a challenge. He let a singing swirl in the crowd sweep him out of their sight and joined in their song. Forward the lion, the white lion takes the field. Roar defiance at the shadow, forward the lion, forward Andor triumphant. The route that would bring the false dragon into Caemlyn was well known. Those streets themselves were kept clear by solid lines of the Queen's guards and red-cloaked pikemen, but people packed the edges of them shoulder to shoulder, even the windows and the rooftops. Rand worked his way into the inner city, trying to get closer to the palace. He had some thought of actually seeing Loghain displayed before the Queen. To see the false dragon and a queen, both. That was something he had never dreamed of back home. The inner city was built on hills, and much of what the Ogier had made still remained. Where streets in the new city mostly ran every which way in a crazy quilt, here they followed the curves of the hills as if they were a natural part of the earth. Sweeping rises and dips presented new and surprising vistas at every turn. Parks seen from different angles, even from above, where their walls and monuments made patterns pleasing to the eye, though barely touched with green. Towers suddenly revealed, tile-covered walls glittering in the sunlight with 100 changing colors. Sudden rises where the gaze was thrown out across the entire city to the rolling plains and forests beyond. All in all, it would have been something to see, if not for the crowd that hurried him along before he had a chance to really take it in. And all those curving streets made it impossible to see very far ahead. Abruptly, he was swept around a bend, and there was the palace. The streets, even following the natural contours of the land, had been laid out to spiral in on this. This gleeman's tale of pale spires and golden domes and intricate stonework traceries, with the banner of Andor waving from every prominence, a centerpiece for which all the other vistas had been designed. It seemed more sculpted by an artist than simply built like ordinary buildings. That glimpse showed him he would get no nearer. No one was being allowed close to the palace. Queen's guards made scarlet ranks 10 deep flanking the palace gates. Along the tops of the white walls, on high balconies and towers, more guards stood rigidly straight, bows precisely slanted across the breast-plated chests. They, too, looked like something out of a gleeman's tale, a guard of honor. But Rand did not believe that was why they were there. The clamoring crowd lining the streets was almost solid with white-wrapped swords, white armbands, and white cockades. Only here and there was the white wall broken by a knot of red. The red-uniformed guards seemed a thin barrier against all that white. Giving up on making his way closer to the palace, he sought a place where he could use his height to advantage. He did not have to be in the front row to see everything. The crowd shifted constantly, people shoving to get nearer the front, people hurrying off to what they thought was a better vantage point. In one of those shifts, he found himself only 3 people from the open street, and all in front of him were shorter than he, including the pikemen. Almost everyone was. People crowded against him from both sides, sweating from the press of so many bodies. Those behind him muttered about not being able to see and tried to wriggle past. He stood his ground, making an impervious wall with those to either side. He was content. When the false dragon passed by, he would be close enough to see the man's face clearly. Across the street and down toward the gates to the new city, a ripple passed through the tight-packed crowd. Around the curve, an eddy of people was drawing back to let something go by. It was not like the clear space that followed the white cloaks on any day but today. These people jerked themselves back with startled glances that became grimaces of distaste. Pressing themselves out of the way, they turned their faces from whatever it was, but watched out of the corners of their eyes until it was past. Other eyes around him noted the disturbance too. Keyed for the coming of the dragon, but with nothing to do now but wait, the crowd found anything at all worthy of comment. He heard speculation ranging from an Aes Sedai to Loghain himself, and a few coarser suggestions that brought rough laughter from the men and disdainful sniffs from the women. The ripple meandered through the crowd, drawing closer to the edge of the street as it came. No one seemed to hesitate in letting it go where it wanted, even if that meant losing a good spot for viewing as the crowd flowed back in on itself behind the passing. Finally, directly across from Rand, the crowd bulged into the street, pushing aside red-cloaked pikemen who struggled to shove them back, and broke open. The stooped shape that shuffled hesitantly out into the open looked more like a pile of filthy rags than a man. Rand heard murmurs of disgust around him. The ragged man paused on the far edge of the street. His cowl, torn and stiff with dirt, swung back and forth as if searching for something, or listening. Abruptly, he gave a wordless cry and flung out a dirty claw of a hand pointing straight at Rand. Immediately, he began to scuttle across the street like a bug. The beggar. Whatever ill chance had led the man to find him like this, Rand was suddenly sure that, dark friend or not, he did not want to meet him face to face. He could feel the beggar's eyes, like greasy water on his skin. Especially he did not want the man close to him here, surrounded by people balanced on the brink of violence. The same voices that had laughed before now cursed him as he pushed his way back, away from the street. He hurried, knowing the densely packed mass through which he had to shove and wriggle would give way before the filthy man. Struggling to force a path through the crowd, he staggered and almost fell when he abruptly broke free. Flailing his arms to keep his balance, he turned the stagger into a run. People pointed at him. He was the only one not pressing the other way, and running at that. Shouts followed him. His cloak flapped behind him, exposing his red-clad sword. When he realized that, he ran faster. A lone supporter of the Queen, running, could well spark a white-cockaded mob to pursuit, even today. He ran, letting his long legs eat paving stones. Not until the shouts were left far behind did he allow himself to collapse against a wall, panting. He did not know where he was, except that he was still within the inner city. He could not remember how many twists and turns he had taken along those curving streets. Poised to run again, he looked back the way he had come. Only one person moved on the street, a woman walking placidly along with her shopping basket. Almost everyone in the city was gathered for a glimpse of the false dragon. He can't have followed me. I must have left him behind. The beggar would not give up, he was sure of it, though he could not say why. That ragged shape would be working its way through the crowds at that very minute, searching, and if Rand returned to see Loghain, he ran the risk of a meeting. For a moment he considered going back to the Queen's blessing, but he was sure he would never get another chance to see a queen, and he hoped he would never have another to see a false dragon. There seemed to be something cowardly in letting a bent beggar, even a dark friend, chase him into hiding. He looked around, considering. The way the inner city was laid out, buildings were kept low, if there were buildings at all, so that someone standing at a particular spot would have nothing to interrupt the planned view. There had to be places from where he could see the procession pass with the false dragon. Even if he could not see the Queen, he could see Loghain. Suddenly determined, he set off. In the next hour he found several such places, every last one already packed cheek to cheek with people avoiding the crush along the procession route. They were a solid front of white cockades and armbands. No red at all. Thinking what the sight of his sword might do in a crowd like that, he slipped away carefully and quickly. Shouting floated up from the new city, cries and the blaring of trumpets, the martial beat of drums. Logain and his escort were already in Camelin, already on the way to the palace. Dispirited, he wandered the all but empty streets, still half-heartedly hoping to find some way to see Logain. His eyes fell on the slope, bare of buildings, rising above the street where he was walking. In a normal spring, the slope would have been an expanse of flowers and grass, but now it was brown all the way to the high wall along its crest, a wall over which the tops of trees were visible. This part of the street had not been designed for any grand view, but just ahead, over the rooftops, he could see some of the palace spires topped by white lion banners fluttering in the wind. He was not sure exactly where the curve of the street ran after it rounded the hill beyond his sight, but he suddenly had a thought about that hilltop wall. The drums and trumpets were drawing nearer, the shouting growing louder. Anxiously he scrambled up the slope. It was not meant to be climbed, but he dug his boots into the dead sod and pulled himself up, using leafless shrubs as handholds. Panting as much with desire as effort, he scrambled the last yards to the wall. It reared above him, easily twice his height and more. The air thundered with the drumbeat, rang with trumpet blasts. The face of the wall had been left much in the natural state of the stone, the huge blocks fitted together so well that the joints were nearly invisible, the roughness making it seem almost a natural cliff. Rand grinned. The cliffs just beyond the sandhills were higher, and even Perrin had climbed those. His hands sought rocky knobs, his booted feet found ridges. The drums raced him as he climbed. He refused to let them win. He would reach the top before they reached the palace. In his haste, the stone tore his hands and scraped his knees through his breeches, but he flung his arms over the top and heaved himself up with a sense of victory. Hastily he twisted himself around to a seat on the flat, narrow top of the wall. The leafy branches of a towering tree stuck out over his head, but he had no thought for that. He looked across tiled rooftops, but from the wall his line of sight was clear. He leaned out just a little and could see the palace gate and the Queen's guards drawn up there, and the expectant crowd. Expectant. Their shouts drowned out by the thunder of drums and trumpets, but waiting still. He grinned. I won. Even as he settled in place, the first part of the procession rounded the final curve before the palace. 20 ranks of trumpeters came first, splitting the air with peal after triumphant peal, a fanfare of victory. Behind them, as many drummers thundered. Then came the banners of Camelin, white lions on red, borne by mounted men, followed by the soldiers of Camelin, rank on rank on rank of horsemen, armor gleaming, lances proudly held, crimson pennants fluttering. Treble rows of pikemen and archers flanked them, and came on and on after the horsemen began passing between the waiting guards and through the palace gates. The last of the foot soldiers rounded the curve, and behind them was a massive wagon. 16 horses pulled it in hitches of 4. In the center of its flat bed was a large cage of iron bars, and on each corner of the wagon bed sat 2 women, watching the cage as intently as if the procession and the crowd did not exist. Aes Sedai, he was certain. Between the wagon and the footman, and to either side, rode a dozen warders, their cloaks swirling and tangling the eye. If the Aes Sedai ignored the crowd, the warders scanned it as if there were no other guards but they. With all of that, it was the man in the cage who caught and held Rand's eyes. He was not close enough to see Logain's face, as he wanted to, but suddenly he thought he was as close as he cared for. The false dragon was a tall man, with long, dark hair curling around his broad shoulders. He held himself upright against the sway of the wagon with one hand on the bars over his head. His clothes seemed ordinary, a cloak and coat and breeches that would have not caused comment in any farming village. But the way he wore them, the way he held himself. Logain was a king in every inch of him. The cage might as well not have been there. He held himself erect, head high, and looked over the crowd as if they had come to do him honor. And wherever his gaze swept, there the people fell silent, staring back in awe. When Logain's eyes left them, they screamed with redoubled fury as if to make up for their silence, but it made no difference in the way the man stood, or in the silence that passed along with him. As the wagon rolled through the palace gates, he turned to look back at the assembled masses. They howled at him, beyond words, a wave of sheer animal hate and fear, and Logain threw back his head and laughed as the palace swallowed him. Other contingents followed behind the wagons, with banners representing more who had fought and defeated the false dragon. The golden bees of Ilion, the 3 white crescents of Tyr, the rising sun of Carian, others, many others, of nations and of cities, and of great men with their own trumpets, their own drums, to thunder their grandeur. It was anticlimactic after Logain. Rand leaned out a bit further to try to catch one last sight of the caged man. He was defeated, wasn't he? Light, he wouldn't be in a bloody cage if he wasn't defeated. Overbalanced, he slipped and grabbed at the top of the wall, pulled himself back to a somewhat safer seat. With Logain gone, he became aware of the burning in his hands, where the stone had scraped his palms and fingers. Yet he could not shake free of the images. The cage and the Aes Sedai. Logain undefeated. No matter the cage, that had not been a defeated man. He shivered and rubbed his stinging hands on his thighs. Why were the Aes Sedai watching him? He wondered aloud. They're keeping him from touching the true source, silly. He jerked to look up toward the girl's voice, and suddenly his precarious seat was gone. He had only time to realize that he was toppling backward, falling, when something struck his head, and a laughing Logain chased him into spinning darkness. Chapter 40. The Web Tightens. It seemed to Rand that he was sitting at table with Logain and Moraine. The Aes Sedai and the false dragon sat watching him silently, as if neither knew the other was there. Abruptly he realized the walls of the room were becoming indistinct, fading off into gray. A sense of urgency built in him. Everything was going, blurring away. When he looked back to the table, Moraine and Logain had vanished, and Baalzamon sat there instead. Rand's whole body vibrated with urgency. It hummed inside his head, louder and louder. The hum became the pounding of blood in his ears. With a jerk, he sat up and immediately groaned and clutched his head, swaying. His whole skull hurt. His left hand found sticky dampness in his hair. He was sitting on the ground on green grass. That troubled him vaguely, but his head spun and everything he looked at lurched, and all he could think of was lying down until it stopped. The wall. The girl's voice. Steadying himself with one hand flat on the grass, he looked around slowly. He had to do it slowly. When he tried to turn his head quickly, everything started whirling again. He was in a garden or a park. A slate-paved walk meandered by through flowering bushes not 6 feet away, with a white stone bench beside it and a leafy arbor over the bench for shade. He had fallen inside the wall. And the girl? He found the tree close behind his back, and found her, too, climbing down out of it. She reached the ground and turned to face him, and he blinked and groaned again. A deep blue velvet cloak, lined with pale fur, rested on her shoulders, its hood hanging down behind her waist with a cluster of silver bells at the peak. They jingled when she moved. A silver filigree circlet held her long red-gold curls, and delicate silver rings hung at her ears, while a necklace of heavy silver links and dark green stones he thought were emeralds lay around her throat. Her pale blue dress was smudged with bark stains from her tree climbing, but it was still silk, and embroidered with painstakingly intricate designs, the skirt slashed with inserts the color of rich cream. A wide belt of woven silver encircled her waist, and velvet slippers peeked from under the hem of her dress. He had only ever seen 2 women dressed in this fashion, Moraine and the dark friend who had tried to kill Matt and him. He could not begin to imagine who would choose to climb trees in clothes like that, but he was sure she had to be someone important. The way she was looking at him redoubled the impression. She did not seem in the least troubled at having a stranger tumble into her garden. There was a self-possession about her that made him think of Nynaeve or Moraine. He was so enmeshed in worrying whether or not he had gotten himself into trouble, whether or not she was someone who could and would call the Queen's Guard even on a day when they had other things to occupy them, that it took him a few moments to see past the elaborate clothes and lofty attitude to the girl herself. She was perhaps 2 or 3 years younger than he, tall for a girl, and beautiful, her face a perfect oval framed by that mass of sunburst curls, her lips full and red, her eyes bluer than he could believe. She was completely different from Egwene in height and face and body, but every bit as beautiful. He felt a twinge of guilt, but told himself that denying what his eyes saw would not bring Egwene safely to Camelin one whit faster. A scrabbling sound came from up in the tree, and bits of bark fell, followed by a boy dropping lightly to the ground behind her. He was a head taller than she and a little older, but his face and hair marked him as her close kin. His coat and cloak were red and white and gold, embroidered and brocaded, and for a male even more ornate than hers. That increased Rand's anxiety. Only on a feast day would any ordinary man dress in anything like that, and never with that much grandeur. This was no public park. Perhaps the guards were too busy to bother with trespassers. The boy studied Rand over the girl's shoulder, fingering the dagger at his waist. It seemed more a nervous habit than any thought that he might use it. Not completely, though. The boy had the same self-possession as the girl, and they both looked at him as if he were a puzzle to be solved. He had the odd feeling that the girl, at least, was cataloging everything about him, from the condition of his boots to the state of his cloak.
"We will never hear the end of this, Elaine, if Mother finds out," the boy said suddenly. "She told us to stay in our rooms, but you just had to get a look at Loghain, didn't you? Now look what it has got us." "Be quiet, Gawain."
She was clearly the younger of the two, but she spoke as though she took it for granted that he would obey. The boy's face struggled as if he had more to say, but to Rand's surprise he held his peace.
"Are you all right?"
she said suddenly. It took Rand a minute to realize she was speaking to him. When he did, he tried to struggle to his feet. "I'm fine. He tottered, and his legs gave way. He sat back down hard. His head swam. "I'll just climb back over the wall," he muttered. He attempted to stand again, but she put a hand on his shoulder, pressing him down. He was so dizzy the slight pressure was enough to hold him in place. "You are hurt." Gracefully she knelt beside him. Her fingers gently parted the blood-matted hair on the left side of his head.
"You must have struck a branch coming down. You'll be lucky if you didn't break anything more than your scalp. I don't think I ever saw anyone as skillful at climbing as you. But you don't do so well falling."
"You'll get blood on your hands," he said, drawing back. Firmly she pulled his head back to where she could get at it.
"Hold still."
She did not speak sharply, but again there was that note in her voice as if she expected to be obeyed.
"It does not look too bad, thank the light."
From pockets on the inside of her cloak she began taking out an array of tiny vials and twisted packets of paper, finishing with a handful of wadded bandage. He stared at the collection in amazement. It was the sort of thing he would have expected a wisdom to carry, not someone dressed as she was. She had gotten blood on her fingers, he saw, but it did not seem to bother her.
"Give me your water flask, Gawain," she said. "I need to wash this."
The boy she called Gawain unfastened a leather bottle from his belt and handed it to her, then squatted easily at Rand's feet with his arms folded on his knees. Elaine went about what she was doing in a very workmanlike manner. He did not flinch at the sting of cold water when she washed the cut in his scalp, but she held the top of his head with one hand as if she expected him to try to pull away again, and would have none of it. The ointment she smoothed on after, from one of her small vials, soothed almost as much as one of Nynaeve's preparations would have. Gawain smiled at him as she worked, a calming smile, as if he too expected Rand to jerk away and maybe even run.
"She's always finding stray cats and birds with broken wings. You are the first human being she has had to work on."
He hesitated, then added,
"Do not be offended. I am not calling you a stray."
It was not an apology, just a statement of fact.
"No offense taken," Rand said stiffly.
but the pair were acting as if he were a skittish horse. "She does know what she is doing," Gowan said. "She has had the best teachers, so do not fear, you are in good hands." Elaine pressed some of the bandaging against his temple and pulled a silk scarf from her belt, blue and cream and gold. For any girl in Emmons Field, it would have been a treasured feast day cloth. Elaine deftly began winding it around his head to hold the wad of bandage in place. "You can't use that," he protested. She went on winding. "I told you to hold still," she said calmly. Rand looked at Gowan. Does she always expect everybody to do what she tells them? A flash of surprise crossed the young man's face, and his mouth tightened with amusement. "Most of the time she does, and most of the time they do." "Hold this," Elaine said. "Put your hand there while I tie." She exclaimed at the sight of his hands. "You did not do that falling. Climbing where you should not have been climbing is more like it." Quickly finishing her knot, she turned his hands palms upward in front of him, muttering to herself about how little water was left. The washing made the lacerations burn, but her touch was surprisingly delicate. "Hold still this time." The vial of ointment was produced again. She spread it thinly along the scrapes, all of her attention apparently on rubbing it in without hurting him. A coolness spread through his hands, as if she were rubbing the torn places away. "Most of the time they do exactly what she says," Gowan went on, with an affectionate grin at the top of her head. "Most people. Not Mother, of course, or Elida, and not Linny. Linny was her nurse. You can't give orders to someone who switched you for stealing figs when you were little. And even not so little." Elaine raised her head long enough to give him a dangerous look. He cleared his throat and carefully blanked his expression before hurrying on. "And Gareth, of course. No one gives orders to Gareth." "Not even Mother," Elaine said, bending her head back over Rand's hands. "She makes suggestions, and he always does what she suggests, but I've never heard her give him a command." She shook her head. "I don't know why that always surprises you," Gowan answered her. "Even you don't try telling Gareth what to do. He's served 3 queens and been Captain General and First Prince Regent for 2. I dare say there are some think he's more a symbol of the throne of Andor than the Queen is." "Mother should go ahead and marry him," she said absently. Her attention was on Rand's hands. "She wants to. She can't hide it from me. And it would solve so many problems." Gowan shook his head. "One of them must bend first. Mother cannot, and Gareth will not." "If she commanded him?" "He would obey, I think. But she won't. You know she won't." Abruptly, they turned to stare at Rand. He had the feeling they had forgotten he was there. "Who?" He had to stop to wet his lips. "Who is your mother?" Elaine's eyes widened in surprise, but Gowan spoke in an ordinary tone that made his words all the more jarring. "Morghese, by the grace of the light, Queen of Andor, protector of the realm, defender of the people, high seat of the House of Trakand." "The Queen," Rand muttered, shock spreading through him in waves of numbness. For a minute he thought his head was going to begin spinning again. "Don't attract any attention. Just fall into the Queen's garden and let the daughter heir tend your cuts like a hedge doctor." He wanted to laugh, and knew it for the fringes of panic. Drawing a deep breath, he scrambled hastily to his feet. He held himself tightly in rein against the urge to run, but the need to get away filled him, to get away before anyone else discovered him there. Elaine and Gowan watched him calmly, and when he leaped up, they rose gracefully, not hurried in the least. He put up a hand to pull the scarf from his head, and Elaine seized his elbow. "Stop that. You will start the bleeding again." Her voice was still calm, still sure that he would do as he was told. "I have to go," Rand said. "I'll just climb back over the wall and—" "You really didn't know?" For the first time she seemed as startled as he was. "Do you mean you climbed up on that wall to see Logain without even knowing where you were? You could have gotten a much better view down in the streets." I don't like crowds," he mumbled. He sketched a bow to each of them. "If you'll pardon me, my lady." In the stories, royal courts were full of people all calling one another Lord and Lady and Royal Highness and Majesty. But if he had ever heard the correct form of address for the daughter heir, he could not think clearly enough to remember. He could not think clearly about anything beyond the need to be far away.
If you will pardon me, I'll just leave now. Thank you for the...
He touched the scarf around his head.
Thank you.
Without even telling us your name, Gawain said. A poor payment for Elaine's care. I've been wondering about you. You sound like an Anderman, though not a Cameliner, certainly, but you look like... Well, you know our names. Courtesy would suggest you give us yours. Looking longingly at the wall, Rand gave his right name before he thought what he was doing, and even added, From Emmons Field in the Two Rivers. From the west, Gawain murmured. Very far to the west. Rand looked around at him sharply. There had been a note of surprise in the young man's voice, and Rand caught some of it still on his face when he turned. Gawain replaced it with a pleasant smile so quickly, though, that he almost doubted what he had seen. Tobacco and wool, Gawain said. I have to know the principal products of every part of the realm, of every land, for that matter, part of my training. Principal products and crafts, and what the people are like. Their customs, their strengths and weaknesses. It's said Two Rivers people are stubborn. They can be led if they think you are worthy, but the harder you try to push them, the harder they dig in. Elaine ought to choose her husband from there. It'll take a man with a will like stone to keep from being trampled by her. Rand stared at him. Elaine was staring too. Gawain looked as much under control as ever, but he was babbling. Why?
What's this?
All three of them jumped at the sudden voice and spun to face it. The young man who stood there was the handsomest man Rand had ever seen, almost too handsome for masculinity. He was tall and slender, but his movements spoke of whipcord strength and a sure confidence. Dark of hair and dye, he wore his clothes, only a little less elaborate in red and white than Gawain's, as if they were of no importance. One hand rested on his sword hilt, and his eyes were steady on Rand.
Stand away from him, Elaine, the man said.
You too, Gawain. Elaine stepped in front of Rand, between him and the newcomer, head high and as confident as ever. He is a loyal subject of our mother, and a good queen's man, and he is under my protection, Galad. Rand tried to remember what he had heard from Master Kinch and since from Master Gill. Galadadrid Damadrid was Elaine's half-brother, Elaine's and Gawain's, if he remembered correctly. The three shared the same father. Master Kinch might not have liked Tarangale Damadrid too well, neither did anyone else that he had heard, but the son was well thought of by wearers of the red and the white alike, if the talk in the city was any guide. I am aware of your fondness for strays, Elaine, the slender man said reasonably. But the fellow is armed, and he hardly looks reputable. In these days we cannot be too careful. If he's a loyal queen's man, what is he doing here, where he does not belong? It is easy enough to change the wrappings on a sword, Elaine. He is here as my guest, Galad, and I vouch for him. Or have you appointed yourself my nurse to decide whom I may talk to and when? Her voice was rich with scorn, but Galad seemed unmoved. You know I make no claims for control over your actions, Elaine, but this guest of yours is not proper, and you know that as well as I. Gawain, help me convince her. Our mother would... Enough, Elaine snapped. You are right that you have no say over my actions, nor have you any right to judge them. You may leave me. Now. Galad gave Gawain a rueful look. At one and the same time it seemed to ask for help, while saying that Elaine was too headstrong to be helped. Elaine's face darkened, but just as she opened her mouth again, he bowed, in all formality, yet with the grace of a cat, took a step back, then turned and strode down the paved path, his long legs carrying him quickly out of sight beyond the arbor. I hate him, Elaine breathed. He is vile and full of envy. There you go too far, Elaine, Gawain said. Galad does not know the meaning of envy.
Twice he has saved my life, with none to know if he held his hand. If he had not, he would be your first prince of the sword in my place. Never, Gawain. I would choose anyone before Galad. Anyone. The lowest stable boy.
Suddenly she smiled and gave her brother a mock-stern look.
You say I am fond of giving orders. Well, I command you to let nothing happen to you. I command you to be my first prince of the sword when I take the throne. The light's end that day is far off, and to lead the armies of Andor with the sort of honor Galad cannot dream of.
As you command, my lady, Gawain laughed, his bow a parody of Galad's. Elaine gave Rand a thoughtful frown.
Now we must get you out of here quickly. Galad always does the right thing, Gawain explained, even when he should not. In this case, finding a stranger in the gardens, the right thing is to notify the palace guards, which I suspect he is on his way to do right this minute.
Then it's time I was back over the wall, Rand said. A fine day for going unnoticed. I might as well carry a sign. He turned to the wall, but Elaine caught his arm.
Not after the trouble I went to with your hands. You'll only make fresh scrapes, and then let some back-alley crone put the light-knows-what on them. There is a small gate on the other side of the garden. It's overgrown, and no one but me even remembers it's there.
Suddenly Rand heard boots pounding toward them over the slate paving stones.
Too late, Gawain muttered. He must have started running as soon as he was out of eye-shot.
Elaine growled an oath, and Rand's eyebrows shot up. He had heard that one from the stableman at the Queen's blessing, and had been shocked then. The next moment she was in cool self-possession once more. Gawain and Elaine appeared content to remain where they were, but he could not make himself stay for the Queen's guards with such equanimity. He started once more for the wall, knowing he would be no more than halfway up before the guards arrived, but unable to stand still. Before he had taken 3 steps, red-uniformed men burst into sight, breastplates catching the sun as they dashed up the path. Others came like breaking waves of scarlet and polished steel, seemingly from every direction. Some held drawn swords, others only waited to set their boots before raising bows and knocking feathered shafts. Behind the barred face guards, every eye was grim, and every broadhead arrow was pointed unwaveringly at him. Elaine and Gawain leaped as one, putting themselves between him and the arrows, their arms spread to cover him. He stood very still and kept his hands in plain sight, away from his sword. While the thud of boots and the creak of bowstrings still hung in the air, one of the soldiers, with the golden knot of an officer on his shoulder, shouted,
"My lady, my lord, down, quickly!"
Despite her outstretched arms, Elaine drew herself up regally.
You dare to bring bare steel into my presence, Talonvor? Gareth Bryn will have you mucking stables with the meanest trooper for this, if you are lucky.
The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, and some of the bowmen uneasily half-lowered their bows. Only then did Elaine let her arms down, as if she had only held them up because she wished to. Gawain hesitated, then followed her example. Rand could count the bows that had not been lowered. The muscles of his stomach tensed, as though they could stop a broadhead shaft at 20 paces. The man with the officer's knot seemed the most perplexed of all.
"My lady, forgive me, but Lord Galadadrid reported a dirty peasant skulking in the gardens, armed and endangering my lady Elaine and my Lord Gawain."
His eyes went to Rand, and his voice firmed.
"If my lady and my lord will please to step aside, I will take the villain into custody. There is too much riffraff in the city these days."
I doubt very much if Galad reported anything of the kind, Elaine said. Galad does not lie. Sometimes I wish he would, Gawain said softly for Rand's ear. Just once. It might make living with him easier. This man is my guest, Elaine continued, and here under my protection. You may withdraw, Talonvor.
"I regret that will not be possible, my lady. As my lady knows, the Queen, your lady mother, has given orders regarding anyone on palace grounds without Her Majesty's permission, and word has been sent to Her Majesty of this intruder."
There was more than a hint of satisfaction in Talonvor's voice. Rand suspected the officer had had to accept other commands from Elaine that he did not think proper. This time the man was not about to, not when he had a perfect excuse. Elaine stared back at Talonvor. For once, she seemed at a loss. Rand looked a question at Gowan, and Gowan understood.
"Prison," he murmured.
Rand's face went white, and the young man added quickly,
"Only for a few days, and you will not be harmed. You'll be questioned by Gareth Bryn, the Captain General personally, but you will be set free once it's clear you meant no harm."
He paused, hidden thoughts in his eyes.
"I hope you were telling the truth, Randall Thor, from the Two Rivers." "You will conduct all three of us to my mother," Elaine announced suddenly.
A grin bloomed on Gowan's face. Behind the steel bars across his face, Talonvor appeared taken aback.
"My lady, I—"
"Or else conduct all three of us to a cell," Elaine said. "We will remain together. Or you give orders for hands to be laid upon my person."
Her smile was victorious, and the way Talonvor looked around as if he expected to find help in the trees said he, too, thought she had won.
Won what? How? "Mother is viewing Logain," Gowan said softly, as if he had read Rand's thoughts. "And even if she was not busy, Talonvor would not dare troop into her presence with Elaine and me, as if we were under guard. Mother has a bit of a temper sometimes."
Rand remembered what Master Gill had said about Queen Morgaze.
A bit of a temper?
Another red-uniformed soldier came running down the path, skidding to a halt to salute with an arm across his chest. He spoke softly to Talonvor, and his words brought satisfaction back to Talonvor's face.
"The Queen, your Lady Mother," Talonvor announced, "commands me to bring the intruder to her immediately. It is also the Queen's command that my Lady Elaine and my Lord Gowan attend her. Also immediately."
Gowan winced, and Elaine swallowed hard.
Her face composed, she still began industriously brushing the stains on her dress. Aside from dislodging a few pieces of bark, her effort did little good.
"If my lady pleases," Talonvor said smugly. "My lord."
The soldiers formed around them in a hollow box that started along the slate path, with Talonvor leading. Gowan and Elaine walked on either side of Rand, both appearing lost in unpleasant thoughts. The soldiers had sheathed their swords and returned arrows to quivers, but they were no less on guard than when they had had weapons in hand. They watched Rand as if they expected him at any moment to snatch his sword and try to cut his way to freedom.
Try anything? I won't try anything. Unnoticed? Ha!
Watching the soldiers watching him, he suddenly became aware of the garden. One thing had happened after another, each new shock coming before the last had had a chance to fade, and his surroundings had been a blur, except for the wall and his devout wish to be back on the other side of it. Now he saw the green grass that had only tickled the back of his mind before. Green. 100 shades of green. Trees and bushes, green and thriving, thick with leaves and fruit. Lush vines covering arbors over the path. Flowers everywhere. So many flowers, spraying the garden with color. Some he knew, bright golden sunburst and tiny pink tallowed crimson starblaze, and purple Emond's glory, roses in every color from purest white to deep, deep red. But others were strange, so fanciful in shape and hue he wondered if they could be real. "It's green," he whispered. "Green." The soldiers muttered to themselves. Talonvor gave them a sharp look over his shoulder, and they fell silent.
"Elida's work," Gowan said absently. "It is not right," Elaine said. "She asked if I wanted to pick out the one farm she could do the same for, while all around it the crops still failed. But it still isn't right for us to have flowers when there are people who do not have enough to eat."
She drew a deep breath and refilled her self-possession.
"Remember yourself," she told Rand briskly. "Speak up clearly when you are spoken to, and keep silent otherwise. And follow my lead. All will be well."
Rand wished he could share her confidence. It would have helped if Gowan had seemed to have it as well. As Talonvor led them into the palace, he looked back at the garden, at all the green streaked with blossoms, colors wrought for a queen by an Aes Sedai's hand. He was in deep water, and there was no bank in sight. Palace servants filled the halls, in red liveries with collars and cuffs of white, the white line on the left breast of their tunics, scurrying about, intent on tasks that were not readily apparent. When the soldiers trooped by with Elaine and Gowan, and Rand in their midst, they stopped dead in their tracks to stare open-mouthed. Through the middle of all the consternation, a gray-striped tomcat wandered unconcernedly down the hall, weaving between the goggling servants. Suddenly the cat struck Rand as odd. He had been in Baerlon long enough to know that even the meanest shop had cats lurking in every corner. Since entering the palace, the Tom was the only cat he had seen. "You don't have rats?" he said in disbelief. Every place had rats. "Elida doesn't like rats," Gowan muttered vaguely. He was frowning worriedly down the hall, apparently already seeing the coming meeting with the Queen. "We never have rats." "Both of you be quiet." Elaine's voice was sharp, but as absent as her brother's. "I'm trying to think." Rand watched the cat over his shoulder until the guards took him round a corner, hiding the Tom from sight. A lot of cats would have made him feel better. It would have been nice if there was one thing normal about the palace, even if it was rats. The path Talonvor took turned so many times that Rand lost his sense of direction. Finally, the young officer stopped before tall double doors of dark wood with a rich glow, not so grand as some they had passed, but still carved all over with rows of lions, finely wrought in detail. A liveried servant stood to either side. "At least it isn't the Grand Hall," Gowan laughed unsteadily. "I never heard that Mother commanded anyone's head cut off from here." He sounded as if he thought she might set a precedent. Talonvor reached for Rand's sword, but Elaine moved to cut him off. "He is my guest, and by custom and law, guests of the royal family may go armed even in Mother's presence. Or will you deny my word that he is my guest?" Talonvor hesitated, locking eyes with her, then nodded. "Very well, my lady." She smiled at Rand as Talonvor stepped back, but it lasted only a moment. "First rank to accompany me," Talonvor commanded. "Announce the Lady Elaine and the Lord Gowan to Her Majesty," he told the doorkeepers. "Also Guardsman Lieutenant Talonvor, at Her Majesty's command, with the intruder under guard." Elaine scowled at Talonvor, but the doors were already swinging open. A sonorous voice sounded, announcing those who came. Grandly, Elaine swept through the doors, spoiling her regal entrance only a little by motioning for Rand to keep close behind her. Gowan squared his shoulders and strode in flanking her, one measured pace to her rear. Rand followed, uncertainly, keeping level with Gowan on her other side. Talonvor stayed close to Rand, and 10 soldiers came with him. The doors closed silently behind them. Suddenly Elaine dropped into a deep curtsy, simultaneously bowing from the waist, and stayed there, holding her skirt wide. Rand gave a start, then hastily emulated Gowan and the other men, shifting awkwardly until he had it right. Down on his right knee, head bowed, bending forward to press the knuckles of his right hand against the marble tiles, his left hand resting on the end of his sword hilt. Gowan, without a sword, put his hand on his dagger the same way. Rand was just congratulating himself on getting it right when he noticed Talonvor, his head still bent, glaring sideways at him from behind his face guard. Was I supposed to do something else? He was suddenly angry that Talonvor expected him to know what to do when no one had told him. And angry over being afraid of the guards. He had done nothing to be fearful for. He knew his fear was not Talonvor's fault, but he was angry at him anyway. Everyone held their positions, frozen as if waiting for the spring thaw. He did not know what they were waiting for, but he took the opportunity to study the place to which he had been brought. He kept his head down, just turning it enough to see. Talonvor's scowl deepened, but he ignored it. The square chamber was about the size of the common room at the Queen's blessing, its walls presenting hunting scenes carved in relief in stone of the purest white. The tapestries between the carvings were gentle images of bright flowers and brilliantly plumaged hummingbirds, except for the 2 at the far end of the room, where the White Lion of Andor stood taller than a man on scarlet fields. Those 2 hangings flanked a dais, and on the dais a carved and gilded throne, where sat the Queen. A bluff, blocky man stood bareheaded by the Queen's right hand in the red of the Queen's guards, with 4 golden knots on the shoulder of his cloak and wide golden bands breaking the white of his cuffs. His temples were heavy with gray, but he looked as strong and immovable as a rock. That had to be the Captain General, Gareth Bryn. Behind the throne and to the other side, a woman in deep green silk sat on a low stool, knitting something out of dark, almost black wool. At first, the knitting made Rand think she was old, but at second glance, he could not put an age to her at all. Young, old, he did not know. Her attention seemed to be entirely on her needles and yarn, just as if there were not a queen within arm's reach of her. She was a handsome woman, outwardly placid, yet there was something terrible in her concentration. There was no sound in the room except for the click of her needles. He tried to look at everything, yet his eyes kept going back to the woman with the gleaming wreath of finely wrought roses on her brow, the rose crown of Andor. A long red stole, the line of Andor marching along its length, hung over her silken dress of red and white pleats, and when she touched the Captain General's arm with her left hand, a ring in the shape of the great serpent, eating its own tail, glittered. Yet it was not the grandeur of clothes or jewelry, or even crown, that drew Rand's eyes again and again. It was the woman who wore them. Morghese had her daughter's beauty, matured and ripened. Her face and figure, her presence, filled the room like a light that dimmed the other two with her. If she had been a widow in Emmonsfield, she would have had a line of suitors outside her door, even if she was the worst cook and the most slovenly housekeeper in the Two Rivers. He saw her studying him, and ducked his head, afraid she might be able to tell his thoughts from his face.
Light, thinking about the Queen like she was a village woman. You fool!
"You may rise," Morghese said in a rich, warm voice that held Elaine's assurance of obedience 100 times over. Rand stood with the rest.
"Mother,"
Elaine began, but Morghese cut her off.
"You have been climbing trees, it seems, daughter."
Elaine plucked a stray fragment of bark from her dress, and finding there was no place to put it, held it clenched in her hand.
"In fact," Morghese went on calmly, "it would seem that despite my orders to the contrary, you have contrived to take your look at this Loghain. Gawain, I have thought better of you. You must learn not only to obey your sister, but at the same time to be counterweight for her against disaster."
The Queen's eyes swung to the blocky man beside her, then quickly away again. Bryn remained impassive, as if he had not noticed, but Rand thought those eyes noticed everything.
"That, Gawain, is as much the duty of the First Prince as is leading the armies of Andor. Perhaps if your training is intensified, you will find less time for letting your sister lead you into trouble. I will ask the Captain General to see that you do not lack for things to do on the journey north."
Gawain shifted his feet as if about to protest, then bowed his head instead.
"As you command, Mother."
Elaine grimaced.
"Mother, Gawain cannot keep me out of trouble if he is not with me. It was for that reason alone he left his rooms. Mother, surely there could be no harm in just looking at Loghain. Almost everyone in the city was closer to him than we." "Everyone in the city is not the daughter heir."
Sharpness underlay the Queen's voice.
"I have seen this fellow Loghain from close, and he is dangerous, child. Caged, with Aes Sedai to guard him every minute, he is still as dangerous as a wolf. He will be dealt with in Tar Valon."
The woman on the stool did not take her eyes from her knitting as she spoke.
"What is important is that the people see that the light has once again vanquished the dark, and that they see you are part of that victory, Morghese."
Morghese waved a dismissive hand.
"I would still rather he had never come near Camelin. Elaine, I know your mind." "Mother," Elaine protested, "I do mean to obey you. Truly I do." "You do?" Morghese asked in mock surprise, then chuckled. "Yes, you do try to be a dutiful daughter, but you constantly test how far you may go. Well, I did the same with my mother. That spirit will stand you in good stead when you ascend to the throne. But you are not queen yet, child. You have disobeyed me and had your look at Loghain. Be satisfied with that. On the journey north you will not be allowed within 100 paces of him, neither you nor Gawain. If I did not know just how hard your lessons will be in Tar Valon, I would send Linny along to see that you obey. She, at least, seems able to make you do as you must."
Elaine bowed her head sullenly. The woman behind the throne seemed occupied with counting her stitches.
"In 1 week," she said suddenly, "you will be wanting to come home to your mother. In a month, you will be wanting to run away with the traveling people. But my sisters will keep you away from the unbeliever. That sort of thing is not for you. Not yet."
Abruptly, she turned on the stool to look intently at Elaine, all her placidity gone as if it had never been.
"You have it in you to be the greatest queen that Andor has ever seen, that any land has seen in more than 1,000 years. It is for that we will shape you, if you have the strength for it."
Rand stared at her. She had to be Elaida, the Aes Sedai. Suddenly he was glad he had not come to her for help, no matter what her Aja. A sternness far beyond Moraine's radiated from her. He had sometimes thought of Moraine as steel covered with velvet. With Elaida, the velvet was only an illusion.
"Enough, Elaida," Morgase said, frowning uneasily. "She has heard that more than enough. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills."
For a moment she was silent, looking at her daughter.
"Now there is the problem of this young man."
She gestured to Rand without taking her eyes off Elaine's face.
"And how and why he came here, and why you claimed guest right for him to your brother. May I speak, Mother?"
When Morgase nodded her assent, Elaine told of events simply, from the time she first saw Rand climbing up the slope to the wall. He expected her to finish by proclaiming the innocence of what he had done, but instead she said,
"Mother, often you tell me I must know our people, from the highest to the lowest, but whenever I meet any of them, it is with a dozen attendants. How can I come to know anything real or true under such circumstances? In speaking with this young man, I have already learned more about the people of the 2 rivers, what kind of people they are, than I ever could from books. It says something that he has come so far and is put on the red, when so many incomers wear the white from fear. Mother, I beg you not to misuse a loyal subject, and one who has taught me much about the people you rule."
"A loyal subject from the 2 rivers," Morgase sighed.
"My child, you should pay more heed to those books. The 2 rivers has not seen a tax collector in 6 generations, nor the Queen's Guards in 7. I dare say they seldom even think to remember they are part of the realm."
Rand shrugged uncomfortably, recalling his surprise when he was told the 2 rivers was part of the realm of Andor. The Queen saw him and smiled ruefully at her daughter.
"You see, child."
Elaida had put down her knitting, Rand realized, and was studying him. She rose from her stool and slowly came down from the dais to stand before him.
"From the 2 rivers," she said.
She reached a hand toward his head. He pulled away from her touch, and she let her hand drop.
"With that red in his hair and gray eyes? 2 rivers people are dark of hair and eye, and they seldom have such height."
Her hand darted out to push back his coat sleeve, exposing lighter skin the sun had not reached so often.
"Or such skin."
It was an effort not to clench his fists.
"I was born in Emond's Field," he said stiffly. "My mother was an Outlander. That's where my eyes come from. My father is Tamal Thor, a shepherd and farmer, as I am."
Elaida nodded slowly, never taking her eyes from his face. He met her gaze with a levelness that belied the sour feeling in his stomach. He saw her note the steadiness of his look. Still meeting him eye to eye, she moved her hand slowly toward him again. He resolved not to flinch this time. It was his sword she touched, not him, her hand closing around the hilt at the very top. Her fingers tightened, and her eyes opened wide with surprise.
"A shepherd from the 2 rivers," she said softly,
a whisper meant to be heard by all.
"With a heron-marked sword."
Those last few words acted on the chamber as if she had announced the Dark One. Leather and metal creaked behind Rand, boots scuffling on the marble tiles. From the corner of his eye he could see Talonvor and another of the guardsmen backing away from him to gain room, hands on their swords, prepared to draw, and, from their faces, prepared to die. In 2 quick strides, Gareth Bryn was at the front of the dais between Rand and the Queen. Even Gowan put himself in front of Elaine, a worried look on his face and a hand on his dagger. Elaine herself looked at him as if she were seeing him for the first time. Morghese did not change expression, but her hands tightened on the gilded arms of her throne. Only Elida showed less reaction than the Queen. The Aes Sedai gave no sign that she had said anything out of the ordinary. She took her hand from the sword, causing the soldiers to tense even more. Her eyes stayed on his, unruffled and calculating. "Surely," Morghese said, her voice level, "he is too young to have earned a heron-mark blade. He cannot be any older than Gowan."
"It belongs with him,"
Gareth Bryn said. The Queen looked at him in surprise.
"How can that be?"
"I do not know, Morghese," Bryn said slowly. "He is too young. Yet still it belongs with him, and he with it. Look at his eyes. Look how he stands, how the sword fits him, and he it. He is too young, but the sword is his."
When the Captain General fell silent, Elida said,
"How did you come by this blade, Randall Thor from the Two Rivers?"
She said it as if she doubted his name as much as she did where he was from.
"My father gave it to me," Rand said. "It was his. He thought I'd need a sword out in the world."
"Yet another shepherd from the Two Rivers with a heron-mark blade."
Elida's smile made his mouth go dry.
"When did you arrive in Camelin?"
He had had enough of telling this woman the truth. She made him as afraid as any dark friend had. It was time to start hiding again.
"Today," he said. "This morning."
"Just in time," she murmured. "Where are you staying? Don't say you have not found a room somewhere. You look a little tattered, but you have had a chance to freshen."
"Where?"
"The Crown and Lion."
He remembered passing the Crown and Lion while looking for the Queen's blessing. It was on the other side of the new city from Master Gill's inn.
"I have a bed there, in the attic."
He had the feeling that she knew he was lying, but she only nodded.
"What chanced this?" she said. "Today the unbeliever is brought into Camelin. In 2 days he will be taken north to Tarvalon, and with him goes the daughter heir for her training. And at just this juncture a young man appears in the palace gardens, claiming to be a loyal subject from the Two Rivers."
"I am from the Two Rivers."
They were all looking at him, but all ignored him. All but Talanvor and the guards. Those eyes never blinked.
"With a story calculated to entice Elaine, and bearing a heron-mark blade. He does not wear an armband or a cockade to proclaim his allegiance, but wrappings that carefully conceal the heron from inquisitive eyes. What chanced this, Morghese?"
The Queen motioned the Captain General to stand aside, and when he did, she studied Rand with a troubled look. It was to Elida that she spoke, though.
"What are you naming him? Dark Friend? One of Loghain's followers?" "The Dark One stirs in Sheugul," the Aes Sedai replied. "The shadow lies across the pattern, and the future is balanced on the point of a pin. This one is dangerous."
Suddenly Elaine moved, throwing herself onto her knees before the throne.
"Mother, I beg you not to harm him. He would have left immediately had I not stopped him. He wanted to go. It was I who made him stay. I cannot believe he is a Dark Friend."
Morghese made a soothing gesture toward her daughter, but her eyes remained on Rand.
"Is this a foretelling, Elida? Are you reading the pattern? You say it comes on you when you least expect it and goes as suddenly as it comes. If this is a foretelling, Elida, I command you to speak the truth clearly, without your usual habit of wrapping it in so much mystery that no one can tell if you have said yes or no. Speak. What do you see?" "This I foretell," Elida replied, "and swear under the light that I can say no clearer. From this day Andor marches toward pain and division. The shadow has yet to darken to its blackest, and I cannot see if the light will come after. Where the world has wept one tear, it will weep thousands. This I foretell."
A pall of silence clung to the room, broken only by Morgase expelling her breath as if it were her last. Elida continued to stare into Rand's eyes. She spoke again, barely moving her lips, so softly that he could barely hear her less than an arm's length away. "This too I foretell. Pain and division come to the whole world, and this man stands at the heart of it. I obey the Queen," she whispered, "and speak it clearly." Rand felt as if his feet had become rooted in the marble floor. The cold and stiffness of the stone crept up his legs and sent a shiver up his spine. No one else could have heard, but she was still looking at him, and he had heard. "I'm a shepherd," he said for the entire room. "From the 2 rivers. A shepherd." "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills," Elida said aloud, and he could not tell if there was a touch of mockery in her tone or not. "Lord Gareth," Morgase said, "I need the advice of my Captain General." The blocky man shook his head. "Elida Sedai says the lad is dangerous, my queen. And if she could tell more, I would say summon the headsman. But all she says is what any of us can see with our own eyes. There's not a farmer in the countryside won't say things will get worse without any foretelling. Myself, I believe the boy is here through mere happenstance, though an ill one for him. To be safe, my queen, I say clap him in a cell till the Lady Elaine and the Lord Gawain are well on their way. Then let him go. Unless Aes Sedai, you have more to foretell concerning him." "I have said all that I have read in the pattern, Captain General," Elida said. She flashed a hard smile at Rand, a smile that barely bent her lips, mocking his inability to say that she was not telling the truth. "A few weeks imprisoned will not harm him, and it may give me a chance to learn more." Hunger filled her eyes, deepening his chill. "Perhaps another foretelling will come." For a time Morgase considered, chin on her fist and elbow on the arm of her throne. Rand would have shifted under her frowning gaze if he could have moved at all, but Elida's eyes froze him solid. Finally the Queen spoke. "Suspicion is smothering Caemlyn. Perhaps all of Andor. Fear and black suspicion. Women denounce their neighbors for dark friends. Men scroll the dragon's fang on the doors of people they have known for years. I will not become part of it." "Morgase," Elida began, but the Queen cut her off. "I will not become part of it. When I took the throne, I swore to uphold justice for the high and the low, and I will uphold it, even if I am the last in Andor to remember justice. Rand al'Thor, do you swear under the light that your father, a shepherd in the 2 rivers, gave you this heron-marked blade?" Rand worked his mouth to get enough moisture to speak. "I do." Abruptly remembering to whom he was speaking, he hastily added, "My queen." Lord Gareth raised a heavy eyebrow, but Morgase did not seem to mind. "And you climbed the garden wall simply to gain a look at the false dragon?" "Yes, my queen." "Do you mean harm to the throne of Andor, or to my daughter or my son?" Her tone said the last 2 would gain him even shorter shrift than the first. "I mean no harm to anyone, my queen. To you and yours least of all." "I will give you justice, then, Rand al'Thor," she said. "First, because I have the advantage of Elida and Gareth in having heard 2 Rivers' speech when I was young. You have not the look, but if a dim memory can serve me, you have the 2 Rivers on your tongue. Second, no one with your hair and eyes would claim that he is a 2 Rivers shepherd unless it was true. And that your father gave you a heron-marked blade is too preposterous to be a lie. And third, the voice that whispers to me that the best lie is often one too ridiculous to be taken for a lie, that voice is not proof. I will uphold the laws I have made. I give you your freedom, Rand al'Thor, but I suggest you take a care where you trespass in the future. If you are found on the palace grounds again, it will not go so easily with you." "Thank you, my queen," he said hoarsely. He could feel Elida's displeasure like a heat on his face. "Talonvor," Morgase said, "escort this.
Escort my daughter's guest from the palace and show him every courtesy. The rest of you go as well. No, Elida, you stay. And if you will too, please, Lord Gareth. I must decide what to do about these white cloaks in the city."
Talonvor and the guardsmen sheathed their swords reluctantly, ready to draw again in an instant. Still, Rand was glad to let the soldiers form a hollow box around him and to follow Talonvor. Elida was only half attending what the queen was saying. He could feel her eyes on his back. What would have happened if Morghese had not kept the Aes Sedai with her? The thought made him wish the soldiers would walk faster. To his surprise, Elaine and Gawain exchanged a few words outside the door, then fell in beside him. Talonvor was surprised too. The young officer looked from them back to the doors closing now.
"My mother," Elaine said, "ordered him to be escorted from the palace, Talonvor, with every courtesy. What are you waiting for?"
Talonvor scowled at the doors behind which the queen was conferring with her advisers. "Nothing, milady," he said sourly, and needlessly ordered the escort forward. The wonders of the palace slid by Rand unseen. He was befuddled, snatches of thought spinning by too fast to grasp.
"You have not the look. This man stands at the heart of it."
The escort stopped. He blinked, startled to find himself in the great court at the front of the palace, standing at the tall gilded gates gleaming in the sun. Those gates would not be opened for a single man, certainly not for a trespasser, even if the daughter heir did claim guest right for him. Wordlessly, Talonvor unbarred a sally-port, a small door set within one gate.
"It is the custom," Elaine said, "to escort guests as far as the gates, but not to watch them go. It is the pleasure of a guest's company that should be remembered, not the sadness of parting."
"Thank you, my lady," Rand said. He touched the scarf bandaging his head. "For everything. Custom in the Two Rivers is for a guest to bring a small gift. I am afraid I have nothing, although," he added dryly, "apparently I did teach you something of the Two Rivers folk."
"If I had told Mother I think you are handsome, she certainly would have had you locked in a cell."
Elaine favored him with a dazzling smile.
"Fare you well, Rand al'Thor."
Gaping, he watched her go, a younger version of Morghese's beauty and majesty.
"Do not try to bandy words with her," Gawain laughed. "She will win every time."
Rand nodded absently.
Handsome? Light, the daughter heir to the throne of Andor.
He gave himself a shake to clear his head. Gawain seemed to be waiting for something. Rand looked at him for a moment. "My lord, when I told you I was from the Two Rivers, you were surprised. And everybody else, your mother, Lord Gareth, Elida Sedai." A shiver ran down his back. "None of them—" He could not finish. He was not even sure why he started. "I am Tam al'Thor's son, even if I was not born in the Two Rivers." Gawain nodded, as if it was for this he had been waiting. Still he hesitated. Rand opened his mouth to take back the unspoken question, and Gawain said, "Wrap a shufa around your head, Rand, and you would be the image of an Aiel man. Odd, since Mother seems to think you sound like a Two Rivers man, at least. I wish we could have come to know one another, Rand al'Thor. Fare you well." An Aiel man. Rand stood watching Gawain's retreating back until an impatient cough from Talonvor reminded him where he was. He ducked through the sally-port, barely clearing his heels before Talonvor slammed it behind him. The bars inside were jammed into place loudly. The oval plaza in front of the palace was empty now. All the soldiers gone, all the crowds, trumpets, and drums vanished in silence. Nothing left but a scattering of litter blowing across the pavement and a few people hurrying about their business now that the excitement was done. He could not make out if they showed the red or the white. Aielman. With a start, he realized he was standing right in front of the palace gates, right where Elida could find him easily once she finished with the queen. Pulling his cloak close, he broke into a trot, across the plaza, and into the streets of the inner city. He looked back frequently to see if anyone was following him, but the sweeping curves kept him from seeing very far. He could remember Elida's eyes all too well, though. and imagined them watching. By the time he reached the gates to the new city, he was running.